now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up, I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Can't stop me now. You 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 can't stop me now. Fight.
When Don Panos visited the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1997, the idea for something greater was born. The next year, he founded a new race at the track he had bought a year earlier to run his motorsports operations from, and dubbed it the Petit Le Mans. 22 years later, this race has become an icon in sports car racing, and today it plays host to the final round of the 2020 iRacing special events. It's a journey that started in January at the 24 Hours of Daytona and has made its way across the globe to finish off in Brazelton, Georgia. Welcome to the iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I am joined by Connery Maddock for today's pre-show, with Hugo Luis down in the production booth controlling the action. It's a race that across the 5 years that it's been run in the iRacing service has only been won multiple times by two drivers, the duo of Marcus Hamilton and Frederick Evers, winning back-to-back in 2016 and 2017. Last year saw the Apex Racing Team partnership with Evolution Racing take home the overall race win, with Logitech G Altus Esports and Vendaval Sim Racing taking home class victories. But Connery, the introduction of the Dallara P217 LMP2 car and the popularity of this event has seen over 1,300 teams register, and this top split has one of the strongest grids ever across all three classes.
It is basically the who's who of sim racing on the iRacing side of things in this race right now. And, well, we'll get to see them going not too shortly, as they'll get themselves qualifying underway in just around about 8 minutes' time. But like you see there, some of the names that have won this event in previous years. But like you said, it's a new car for that prototype class, the Dallara, and taking over from the HPD ARX that we used in previous years. And don't forget, in that GTE class, or GTLM if you want to be IMSA, it's that Corvette as well.
And we take a look at the classes for this event, a three-class affair with the prototype, and all three of these classes, in effect, almost being single-make classes, Connor. We talk about the introduction of the Chevy Corvette C8R. However, there are no teams in this top split broadcast that have elected to run it. Instead, it's a grid dominated by the BMW M8, with a solitary Porsche 911 being run by the Porsche 24 by Redline crew.
Yeah, absolutely. So going against the grain there, Team Redline is what they tend to do sometimes as well. Let's see if that actually gives them an advantage here in that lone Porsche. Of course, in the GT3 or GTD category, you have the Audi R8 LMS and the Mercedes AMG taking part here today as well. So good selection of cars, but at least as far as teams in GTLM land, I think everyone has a consensus about what to go for.
And I'm taking a look as well as the class, the entry list in the GT3 class. It appears to be a one-make class as well. Everyone favoring that Audi R8. It's known for being a bit trickier, Connery, but the pace is there. Let's take a look at some of the action on track right now, though. All these cars currently in a practice session as they prepare for the qualifying. Just over 6 minutes to go. And this is a tight and twisty track known for its difficulty. It's very difficult to pass, and your cars are going to be congested as 44 cars make their way around the track.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's not going to be a lot of space to work with out there. We see this time and time again, every single Petit Le Mans, both in iRacing and of course in the real world as well. Traffic is going to be an absolutely major issue here. If you catch slower traffic coming through the S's section, then there's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to make your way by before you get to that mini straight down towards turn number 6. So coming out of turn 5 into turn 6 is going to be the only opportunity after that you'll be able to get by. So there's an opportunity to lose a lot of time there if you're one of the faster classes. And just by virtue of this track layout as well, there is no space to work with. There's no room for error. The runoffs are basically just straight out into the grass. So this is going to be a race of attrition.
And let's take a look then at some of the danger zones around the track. The start is going to be crucial. Too wide as you jostle for position up in towards turn 1. Then you take a look through the S's. This is where that faster LMP2 class is going to have to be patient, losing a few seconds with lap traffic. Then you go into turn number 5. You'll see GT cars using all of that curb, trying to use as much of the track width as possible. but the most important passing zone down into the chicane. This is where the majority of your passing is going to happen. And as you then head underneath the Suzuki Bridge, let's take a look then at an onboard lap with the brand new Dallara P217 LMP2 car. And you cross the start-finish line, going up from 5th into 6th gear, trying to carry as much momentum as you can down into turn number 1. Try and scrub off as little speed as possible as you get in towards the apex curve and you attack up the hill, braking at a blind crest, once again using all of that curb on the right-hand side as you head down in towards the S's, where you're going to sling the car in as much speed as you can carry down in towards turn number 5, braking before the curb on the right-hand side, and once again in this LMP2 car trying not to use too much of that runoff curb. You then head down in towards turn number 6. It's cambered in, so you can carry a little bit more speed than you would expect, but it's all about setting up for this crucial turn number 7. Try and use all of that curb on the left-hand side, get the maximum run off the corner that you can, and this will be one of the few opportunities you have during the race. Just take a breath, maybe talk to your teammates, have a sip of water as you prepare for the heavy and hard braking zone at the end of the chicane. Braking just before the 100-meter board, all the way down into 2nd gear. Clip all the curb on the left-hand side, clip all the curb on the right-hand side. Get on the power as aggressively as you can, and you plunge down the hill. And then you're going to head underneath Michelin Bridge to complete a lap here at Road Atlanta. It's going to be a tricky one at the start, especially Connery. We've seen a lot of chaos in the past.
Yeah, it's a fast, furious, and like you said, very, very tricky lap to get right. A couple of trouble spots that you mentioned over the course of that lap, Arjuna, especially coming into the final corner as well. If you go too wide through there, then, well, you're going to have to be very, very, very careful. Otherwise, one, if not both cars, can go out into the grass coming on the exit of the final turn, and that can cause all sorts of problems. But I think problems pretty much sums up most of the corners around this racetrack, especially turn number 5, where if you push a little wide coming out of the SS section there, that can really unsettle the car. And we've seen so many years, so many cars hit the barrier on the inside after going wide through turn 5.
Well, we've talked about some of the difficulty. Let's talk about your keys to victory here today. And your first important one, I mentioned it off the top, is going to be keeping it clean at the race start. And not just on that first lap of the race, that entire first hour, that first time that traffic makes its way around you, it's going to be important to keeping it as clean as possible. Your second one is going to be executing pit stops. Pit entry is tough here. And for the LMP2 cars, expecting to see them dive onto pit lane every 35 or 40 minutes. A third and final key to victory, it's being careful and decisive in the traffic. We see some aggressive moves from lapped cars here, Connery, as they try and make their way past, but it's all about being decisive and letting everyone else know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, that communication is going to be the important point here today. Most of these drivers, by virtue of being in the top split, they're some of the best drivers on the iRacing service. But that isn't to say that they don't sometimes make mistakes. So I'm not expecting some perfection in the lapping procedures here today. It's Road Atlanta. I don't think anyone is going to really expect that. But that final point there is perhaps going to be the most crucial one for the entirety of this race. You need to have damage limitation as far as lap traffic is concerned. Either you getting past the lap traffic or you letting those faster classes through.
And it's obviously a balancing game to be played as we take a look at your track conditions. It's going to start off fairly cool, a 32-degree track temperature, but as the day warms up, expect that to see that peaking at around 40 degrees Celsius before plummeting all the way down to that ambient temperature of 23 Celsius in the middle of the night. Just a minute to go before we hand over to the Radio Show Limited crew, but one thing we just want to mention is you can watch this race across all of the iRacing social media platforms. 10 hours of racing coverage brought to you by Radio Show Limited in conjunction with RaceBot TV. And Connery, just before we go, this is a crown jewel of iRacing special events. How excited are you about the action that we're about to see?
It's basically the iRacing special event that throws up the most surprises over the course of the race just because of how this event is raced. So I can't wait for it. This first hour is going to be absolutely frantic, and I hope the Radio Show Limited guys have fun with it.
Well, 10 hours of racing just about to get underway. Qualifying is about to come to you live. But with that said, let's hand over to the fantastic voices of Radio Show Limited.
everybody, and welcome along to the continuing coverage of the VCO Esports iRacing season 2020. We've been here as part of the Radio Show Limited Network at all of the big events this year, and this one is Nick Damon's favourite in real life. How's he going to get on with Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, just outside of Brazelton, Georgia, 2.54 miles from memory, and a circuit that has been improved down through the years. Dom Payneau's, of course, acquiring it in the mid to late 1990s and putting in the extra pit lane, moving a huge amount of dirt to put the left-hand side pit lane into the circuits, although the original right-hand side pit lane still used for the support races. We're here today then for the 10-hour running of Petit Le Mans, and I'm John Hindorf, joined by Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon. And as the bed fades slowly into the background, let's have a quick word with Nick, who is actually in one of the lower splits of this event. Team Redline Orange out there at the moment, who are following Max Verstappen. You revealed exclusively, Nick, on Wednesday that Max and the Team Redline Orange would be taking part. First time we've seen the new LMP2, which is the closed top car. That will be the top class here. Give us some details about this event then, Nick, in terms of time and time of day and time of year when we are in the virtual world here. First of all, good afternoon.
Hi John, how you doing? Yep. Well, this is the virtual Petit Le Mans, the week before the original date, all those months ago, for the changes that had to take place in the interschedule. It's been put back a couple of weeks, so it is officially taking place in a week's time, and the race will start at 11:10 a.m. Atlanta time, which effectively means it's about 2 hours 40 minutes earlier than actually the daytime is we're talking about. So the race will carry on going until just before 1 o'clock in the UK, so just before 2 o'clock in Europe, and we'll get, because of that, we'll get just about 2 hours to 2.25 hours of dusk and dark.
Sorry, I see what you mean. You're talking about the end of the race. Yes, sorry, my apologies. It is just after 2:30 UK. At the moment, we're heading towards a start just beyond the top of the next hour. Johnny Palmer.
It'll be before. It'll be about 2:50, 2:52 at the start of the race.
Okay, thank you. Johnny Palmer, you have seen this racetrack. Nick's seen this racetrack in real life. We'll talk to Nick about the vagaries of this track in the virtual world and on iRacing, although I think this is one of the best modelled tracks I've experienced on iRacing. It's a tight, twisty circuit, just the long back straight where Luis Galania for Bila Racing Team Euronics is at the moment. That's about the longest stretch, and there's a really fine line to be walked here, or driven, I suppose, by the teams, between aggression and track position and patience, particularly through the S's from turn 2 all the way up to turn 5.
I think the track looks pretty simple on paper, but what you don't get from a two-dimensional form is the amount of gradient change around this place as well. Now, I know simulator can only go so far to generating the roller coaster nature of a racetrack, but what it can do is form the bumps. So you've got cars being unstable, particularly on that nasty exit where it's a wide curb, and many people can say you can straddle that curb, but exactly which bits of the curb prior to that can you hit safely and can you not? I really like the braking area into 10A and 10B because it's downhill and then uphill. So actually the braking goes through compression. And it means you can hit the brakes really late, and there's definitely a balancing act there, because by the time you've realised you've hit them too late, you're often in the gravel track. There's very little margin for error. It's an old school racetrack in that respect: grass, gravel, or a concrete wall.
Now let's talk to Nick Damon, because as I say, he is competing in one of the lower splits this weekend, so we'll lose him at various parts of the race. Nick, I'm fortunate enough to have done quite a few laps around Road Atlanta in a variety of highly tuned street cars, road cars, and a couple of race cars as well. And the thing that I find, and I'll echo what JP says, whilst it looks fairly sensible and simple in terms of the outline of the track on paper, there are some nuances here about curbs. We're on board with Sammy Matty Trogan from Marla Racing Team, part of the Williams Esports, through turn 2, which is where I binned the Mazda MX-5 Global Cup car that I was testing. Now down through the S's, run that curb on the right hand side before you turn in. That gets you past the nasty bump there. Coming across the top down towards 6, excuse me. Take a huge amount of speed in here because it's banked. Then get on the brakes, brake for 7, take it as late at apex as you dare to get on to the back straight. Now this, I'm talking about this from the real world and watching it on iRacing, and I'll take your thoughts in a moment, if I may. Get your Kindle out, read a couple of chapters of your book as you're going down the long back straight. 8 and 9 are just kinks, so it's 10A and 10B you've got to worry about, and you're braking just on the bottom of the hill or on the compression. You can take a wee bit of curb if you're in one of the GT cars, then under the U of Suzuki, all the way out. Actually, you could go slightly further to the left there, Sammy, if you really want to, but you've got to be right on the curb on the inside because there's another nasty bump at 12 there. Turn 1, ran about a 4 out of 10 on the brakes, and then get flat on the throttle down to 2nd gear at the top of the hill, and that's the lap as we've gone round. It's the little bumps that are on line and in the odd places, Nick, that tend to catch you out in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the virtual world it's similar. The interesting thing is watching, say, Matty there, is the amount of curb he's taking. You can really monster the curbs in both the GT3s and the GTEs, but the Dallara P2 is not at all happy with overriding of the curb. It takes a long time to settle the rear end down, so in fact it's best to minimise your curb usage in the P2. The biggest real thing about the track is that two things. One, of course, the key places where you make up time between 2 and 3 are both blind. And they're more blind in the simulation than they are in reality. Of course, you haven't got the 3D. You haven't got 3D vision for a start. You don't have quite so much peripheral vision either with the way the screens are set up. So it does mean you are guessing a little bit. Obviously, the good drivers are better at guessing than we are, but you are guessing a little bit and reacting as you come in to those corners 2 and 3. The big thing here is, and it's going to be the key point, is there's a large amount of the track where you actually can't overtake, and you have to, if you're in the faster car, just take the pain. If you come up to a car at the top of the hill in a P2, you're following a GTE or a GT3, realistically, unless they're going to let you by, which is rare, you have to follow them all the way until you get round T5 and then blast them up the hill towards T6. Otherwise, you're just asking for an accident. And whilst that's fine in a 20-minute race, this is a 10-hour endurance. So it'd be interesting to see, A, whether these top drivers have got better ways of getting past, or they're more polite, or they're more reckless.
Getting offline as well, I'll be honest with you. Once you get into the body of the race, it is going to be dirty offline, and offline through the S's is a path to disaster in real life and in the virtual world. So 10 hours to come. It's been a few years now since it was 1,000 miles or 10 hours. The TV companies didn't like the uncertainty of when the race was going to end, and therefore, actually I should have looked this up, but from memory I'd say 5 or 6 years ago at least we went to the full 10 hours. Certainly in the first years we never got anywhere near 10 hours. I remember the first year going here, and there was getting on for 50 cars there and driving around the track thinking, 50 cars in 4 classes around here, this is madness. And yet we didn't have a full course yellow until I think nearly 5 hours into the race, maybe a little bit more than that. Nick Damon, eligible cars for this 3 classes that we've got out here, prototypes and a couple of GTs.
Yeah, we got the prototype, which is the new LMP2, modelled on the Dallara P217, a very popular car it's been. We were joking earlier that it's so popular, for example, the split I'm in is just P2s.
Oh, is it?
I'm not having multi-class racing, we've got single-class racing, all 45 cars. It's a 45-car limit for this race, which is down from normal 55 cars, just because of the sheer amount of traffic. But in this top split, where there's 3 classes, you've got the P2, and there's 11 P2s in this top split. Then we have the GTEs, which are made up of the Porsche 911, the BMW M8, which is very popular. It doesn't particularly suit this circuit. The Ferrari, and of course the Corvette.
New Corvette, C8R.
And then you have the GT3s, or GTDs, of course, for IMSA, which are, you have a choice of the Audi or the Mercedes. And my guess is the Audi is getting more popular with those. Just doing a quick check, there's 16 GTEs and there's 18 GTEs, and therefore there's, I think, 15 GT3s and 11 P2s in this 45-car field, or all the people entered. I think that makes up 44 actually. So there's an element of pre-entry to this race, which is rare. But this top bit has been very carefully sectioned off, and they've all been able to submit their paint schemes as well.
Team Redline, Apex, Bela Racing, Team Euronics, Logitech, and Altus Esports. Team Redline Orange, that's the Verstappen team, the 33. FFL Fédération Française in with us as well. These are all the P2 teams. Redline Purple, Mivano, White and Red, Bianco and Rosso. Ooh, that makes me all of a sudden feel like a cocktail. And then Yaz Heat and Oris Racing Motor.es. They are all, that's 11 of the prototype teams. Williams Esport, Team Redline GT, Corva, Porsche 24 driven by Redline, Williams Esport, Fanatec, HM Engineering, and SimRC with their usual 76 number, presumably in the yellow and black colours. Haven't seen that car yet. We're getting, as ever with this, as usual, it's a bit like Plot and Bash for those of you who did road racing, road rallying back in the days. It's a little bit of a dive into the unknown until we see how the splits have worked out and who's in which split and how they are going to split their, if you pardon the pun, allocate their driving resources. At RSL_studio, of course, if you'd like to get in touch with us, the hashtag is VCO RSL, hashtag VCO RSL, if you want to get in touch with us. And well done to the VCO esports team for getting this together. First of a couple of races that we've got in the next few days, with the amount of real world and online racing that's going on. We have this today, and then Tuesday evening UK time, Bruce Jones will join me for the next round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke series, the new name for the VLN, on the Nordschleife, Nürburgring Nordschleife. That is Tuesday evening, the next 2 races for that on Tuesday. All of the timing for the events that we cover, whether in real world and full metal racing or in the virtual world, timing.radioshow.limited. Thanks to James and Tim for sorting that out, so you can always get the enhanced timing that we are using in the studio with the strategy software. Makes sense for you guys to see it as well, put an extra set of eyes on it. Nick Damon, keys to the race, we've mentioned it, patience versus track position. What sort of fuel usage are you getting out the P2s? How many laps are you expecting?
It's about 30, which was probably going to be about 35 minutes, I would think, for these top guys going full speed. Because they will slow down.
Real life.
They will slow down as they get involved in more traffic, though probably not as much as we do. A little bit longer for the GTEs. I've had people saying it might be as much as 47 minutes or 48 minutes, but I haven't actually run the GTEs myself in their most recent form. And the GT3s again will also run towards that, about 48, 50 minutes for a stint. So we'll see the P2s in a lot more. P2s quite heavy on tyre usage. It's unlikely even these top drivers will be able to triple them.
No, indeed. Team Redline Red, Maxi Beneke, now over 11,000 on his iRacing with a 108.1 by just 0.091 of a second from the Apex Racing team, Michele Constantini. Then Luis Gloriana, who we were watching early on in the 450, he's just a tenth of a second back. The 450 Biela Racing team, Euronics, who did so well at Le Mans earlier in the season. Logitech, G Altus Esports. Next up on the outside of row number 2, Red Line Orange. Verstappen did the qualifying, 2.5 tenths away from pole with a 108.3 in that dark coloured number 33 car. Fédération Française de la Luce is next up. Samuel Liebert in the 169. These are all the prototypes, of course. Red Line Purple, Matt Farrow, 4 tenths away. It's tight, isn't it, at the front in the number 3 car. The 20 is Tommaso Carla for Mivano Sim Racing Bianco. He's on the outside of row 4. Inside of 5, Maxime Briand for Sim Racing Rosso Mivano. Yashit Schwau Vaz, and 8 tenths away for Oris Racing Motor.es, the Spanish team. Carlos Fenolasa behind the wheel there. We're lining up, so let's quickly go through the GTEs, or GT Le Mans as they should be, I suppose, at Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta. It's Williams eSport Chill Blast from Redline GT, one from 181 from 707 Koya. All BMWs at the front. The first Porsche, driven by Redline, Gianni Vecchio, is on the outside of row 4. Of row 2 in 4th position. Then it's eSports, Williams eSports Fanatec ahead of HM Engineering 9 from 159. Maxim Ranstein there. Sim RC in the 76, Nathan Lewis. BS NXT for Reina Tolvar on the number 8 spot. As we head through, starting to get the grid formed up now. BS Composition K Kashuba in the 89. Vandervelde Safe Racing Pink, Phil Downs. Then AAA Esports, Arano Esports, Hawaii the lads. Then for the number 90, Johnny knew I'd get that in on a football Saturday. Manatee Racing, Wild Animal Orca, 14th, 15th. SRC Squadra Corsa Red, Orion Race Team GTE in 16th position. 17th for Prologue React Esport as we're rolling off on the formation lap. Prologue React Esport Green, Thomas Gerstenborg with no time set there. And finally the GTDs, the GT3s. Sim RC Titan, Charlie Collins has pole there in the 176. Audis to the 4 here. Max Esterson for Vandervelde Sim Racing Blue. Alessandro Bico for Leo Racing, and the 6, then the Team Euronics Audi, the 451 Sven Haase, then Williams eSports, Ben Q, Marla Racing Team, Alex Arana, way back further down than you might expect from that Williams eSports connected team. The second of the Biela Racing Euronics cars in 7th, Sim RC Carbon. And it is all Audis, as you said, it might be. DV1 Triton Racing, then SRC Squadra Corsa 34, Emanuele Petri, German Sim Racing DE by SAV, and Riley Sim Racing, the 12th on the grid there, finishing up the 45 car grid level. Motorsports 1 and Parallax Racing with Jose Bordelais Racing Team. Bringing up the 15th and final position on the grid. The Porsche safety car is out. Timed race, remember, timed race. So it will be the full 10 hours. Settle back wherever you are in the world as we're ready to get going. Johnny, some thoughts from you before we get going?
A matter of just surviving the first few laps, I would say, and obviously those in the P2 division will have clear track initially, but it's only, 2.5 miles or so around this place, so they're going to be finding the GT cars very quickly indeed. And yes, you can be quick through the single file stuff when you're on your own in qualifying, but it's a whole different ball game when you've got all the traffic to deal with as well, and there's going to be just no let up because it is a short track, designed perfectly for sprint racing, but I think history has shown that it really does produce a fabulous annual endurance race as well. Let's hope it's the case also in the virtual world.
Lovely run down to the final right-hander at turn 12. This is the older version of the track, so there's 1 or 2 more patches. Good start straight away from the pole sitter, gets away and through turn 1. Cold tyres here, could be a bit nasty but the job for the most part done at the front of the field by Team Redline Red. Maxi Beneke coming through turn 1 now, the start of the GTEs and the GT Le Mans and the GT Daytonas, and a lovely jump at the front for the Simard C 176 team in the GT3, the GT Daytona category. Already the leaders through turn 7, the part of the circuit where you always feel you've left a little bit, that you could have gone a little bit quicker. Nice side-by-side action on the back straight. Logitech and Team Redline sitting in behind. Logitech, Apex, Team Redline, FFL, all pretty close together going down the hill. 43 is that Logitech G Altus Esports. That's Simone Maria Marciano. Goes straight to the inside line, trying to do a bit of blocking. Round the outside then, Apex tries to have a look, can't get that one done. Johan Harth. So already settling into the rhythm. No time, JP, to do anything other than concentrate here. Good track conditions. Pretty sunny, and in the GT categories, the orange, white and black Porsche of Redline, that's Gianni Vecchio, has under pressure from Arthur Lehuc from Williams Esports Fanatec in the BMW. Plenty of BMWs in that top section. I think it's just the Porsche, isn't it, in there? And it's all Audis in GT3. That's the battle at the moment for what is third position. Williams Esport Chillblast Lassie back leads from Christopher Dambietz for Team Redline GT, 1:81. Then the battle on the back straight now, heading over the top of the brow. Will there be a little dive down the inside? I think so, yes there is. Classic overtake into 10A, not too much curb at 10B, and immediately the Williams Esport Fanatec Arthur Lehuc pulls away and sets off in pursuit of the leaders. Nick Damon, your thoughts about the early running?
Yeah, remarkably clean. Apparently it was a crash for the Cova team early on with Thierry Alander on it. A couple of teams didn't start, but it seems to have fallen behind. That's the Prologue React Esport team and the second Prologue React Esport team. So perhaps they had an internet issue in their basic. But we've already got a run now where it's Redline Red versus Redline Orange. So it's Max Beneke versus Max Verstappen. But Beneke has the second lead. But it's sensible and clean on the whole. There's always been a little instance, as is shown in the replay below us, but it's just the BMW moving out. I'm just trying to wait. I'm not sure. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure we've actually got any Corvettes in this. It's BMWs
Correct.
and Porsches.
Correct. BMW and a Porsche.
So this is once again, we said the advantage of virtual racing is you can drive all the racing cars and decide which is best without paying, €1 million each time. And they've thought for this particular track, and those who've been with us throughout the season will know it will change per track as to what is the best GT, what is the best GT3 car, and now it's the BMW.
Another attempted pass down at the bottom of turn 10A, but this time the Porsche just about holds on, and that allows the leading three just to get away a wee bit. So Beneke leads, Maxi Beneke from Max Verstappen now in second, then Luis Glania, then Simone Maria Marciano. So that's Team Redline Red from Team Redline Orange from Baylor Racing Team from Logitech G Altus Esports in the GT Le Mans category. Lasse back for Williams Esports Chillblast, and Redline GT Christopher Dambietz, then Arthur Lehuc, who is closing in on the two leaders. Gianni Vecchio struggling a wee bit in the Porsche. Hurts me to say that.
Yeah, well.
Couldn't decide whether to put a Porsche shirt on or an Audi Sport shirt on today, so I did neither. Put the Radio Show Limited shirt on to show my impartiality to the two manufacturers I've been working with and for recently. There's pass down the inside into 10. No, in fact it wasn't. It was the position being held still by Gianni Vecchio, who's under quite a bit of pressure now as he goes across the line. It's Reina Talvar that's right up his tailpipes now for BSNXT. And there's a bit of a cork in the bottle effect here, JP, from that Porsche. It doesn't seem to have the advantage over the BMWs anywhere. It's not as if it's a bit quicker down the straights but not making it up on the corners, or vice versa. It's just not as quick.
No, it's brave from Porsche 24 and Red Line to have actually gone with the 991. I suppose their team name really forced them into that decision. But the fact that the rest of the GTE field is pretty much the M8 GTE, clearly that's a very, very strong car around this place. However, if you put the car in the right place here at Road Atlanta, it's very tough to overtake, and that's exactly the case for third position. So it's allowed Lassie Back and Christopher Dambietz and Arthur Lehouk to disappear in their BMWs, and then you've got this queue of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 maybe M8s right behind Gianni Vecchio. So yeah, real pressure on as they dart to the outside now into 10A. Can't get around there though.
Couple of cars, as Nick was mentioning, that we didn't get to the start. Both the GT Le Mans cars, Prologue React Esports, both of their M8 GTEs, I have as not running at the moment. They're greyed out. Into turn one, this great battle for what is now fourth position in the GT Le Mans category. Nice drag up the hill from Reina Talvar, but can't get through there. Tries to stick his nose in that number 58 from BSNXT.
A well-driven car, John, is not going to be overtaken anywhere apart from a good drag down into 10A and 10B, because there is just not a chance of diving up without a huge amount of risk, and they're certainly not going to do that in the first half hour, an hour. And by placing the Porsche, which you can see really is obviously a little bit handicapped in overall speed to the rest of these BMWs, and of course with the Porsche now going defensive into 10A, it makes it even more difficult for any of these very, very frustrated BMW drivers to get past.
They're being very disciplined at the moment. Let's watch them down into 10A, and then I want to ask a question of Nick Damon. Immediately drifts across to the left-hand side as they go over the top of the rise in the defensive position, but the BMW can tough it out round the outside. Can it? Oh, there's a touch there. There was just enough of a touch there to put the Porsche slightly sideways, and goes across the grass from 10A to 10B, avoiding the gravel trap, which will catch the unwary. And that's another position lost, but it wasn't the BSNXT car that went through, was it?
No. Talvar's lost a load of places because of the skirmish there at 10A.
Yeah. So going through, I think that was Phil Deans, wasn't it, in the Van der Waal Sim Racing pink car?
Yep.
Confusingly in blue.
I know, that's useful, isn't it?
Yeah. Nick, the question, and we're already getting questions at RSL_studio, the question about which cars have been picked here, there's no coincidence. This isn't just because there's a whole load of BMW teams. All of these teams, unless they have a particular affinity to a manufacturer, they'll have all tested every one of the GT3 and the GTE cars to find out which one is the best balance of speed, handling and fuel consumption.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the 7 cars themselves were chosen based on their that they compete in the real IMSA series. So remember, the BMWs still compete at the IMSA and GTE. So some of the GTEs weren't included, like the Ford is no longer included in this race because they no longer race in the IMSA. So those 4 GTEs were chosen because there's a maximum number of 7 different chassis can be in a multi-class iRacing event. So there's 4 GTEs, 1 P2 obviously, and 2 GT3s. And again, they chose the GT3s based on the fact that they are the cars that will be competing at the IMSA races themselves with the Audi and the Mercedes. But the other interesting thing is, you can sit down, you can for $11.95, you can download every one of these cars and set them up and race them back to back. And these professional teams would have been doing that. They've been racing the cars back to back. And it's pretty obvious that unless you actually have 911 in your title, everyone has decided the better car is the BMW. As we can see the back of this train, the lapping has begun as Benny Hay begins to cut his way through. He's currently one of the parts we can get through a couple of cars in the red and black P2 machine. There's just a couple of cars back from the Focus here, and he's moving now down the back straight, and this is the point where he should now put the power down. It's one of the nice things actually about the new P2 is it's much quicker in a straight line than the HPD was, which does make getting past GTEs much easier.
Well, that's much more like the real world as well in terms of the speed differential. Coming through the traffic now, there has been a minor incident with the number 176 GT3, and that is the Charlie Collins SimRC Titan car, but it continues. And there's also been a crash for the number 20, the Marcus Hamilton Movano Sim Racing Bianco team as well. Thanks to Hugo and Arjuna for letting us know that as well, part of the Race Spot TV team, and thanks to them for their hard work again. Oh, bit of a mistake there by the 43. Simone Maria Marciano in the Logitech team, coming up through the top of the S's, was almost down the motorcycle cut out there and scattered a few cones, cost a position. Johan Harth straight through for Apex in the FFL Fédération Française Luce. Antoine Aiglin behind the wheel of the 169 car, he's right in there. The bright purple car cutting through at turn 7 as well at the moment. That's one that I was going to say we'll see in the daytime. That could be quite stealthy once the sun drops below the horizon.
Yeah, the P2's making hay now down the back straight, because this is where you have an absolute chance to really gain the speed. As I said before, much faster than the previous HPD. The interesting thing is, though, they're actually not as good on the brakes as the HPD was. So the advantage you had in out-braking in the GTEs is much reduced in this new Dallara, which for some reason, whether it's modelled on reality or it just doesn't brake anything like as well. Now, the interesting thing is the best braking car in this field is actually the GT3s, because they sit on the edge of ABS.
Yeah.
So when you're racing against GTs with a GT3 coming, you have to be really careful, because a GTE will sweep across you, take your line, which is fine, but they'll then brake at least 10 metres before you will, and you're in GT, you have to really. Yeah, you stand the anchors on, you have a maximum braking ability, because obviously at that point the ABS kicks in, so you have to be very careful actually braking early. You've just been overtaken by a GTE, because they can't stop as well. And oddly, the P2s are also quite difficult to slow down as well from very high speeds. Just
to give you the latest in class, Maxi Benecke leads for Red Line Red to GT Le Mans category for the GTE cars. Lasseback for Williams Esport Chilblas, and the Leo Racing Team 12 leads in GT3. Alessandro Bico in the number 28. We are predicting at this point 360 laps, so effectively 349, 350 to go. That's 10 hours down the road. Nick saying around about 30 laps for the cars at the front of the field, so we'll keep an eye on that. Remember, no intervention by safety cars here, no yellow flags or slow zones to ease the pace, so the strategy will have been set and really doesn't change very much, Nick Damon, until or unless you get a tyre problem or some kind of damage that needs to be rectified.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the key point about keeping clean. I mean, I'll be interested to see if any of these really top drivers can triple stint the tyres. I don't think they can. It's just there's too much pressure on the front left on the whole. If you think about the way the circuit goes in the fast corners, it's all about really pressurising that front left-hand tyre. Things to remember is, just as we always say, it's not totally free and easy, because you aren't allowed to go off the track willy-nilly, and we've seen a few people just crossing over the line. The Porsche, which was under pressure, that was.
What's the sub-regs for this? What are the race director's notes, Nick? I know you will have read them, even if Petronas AMG Mercedes don't.
Yes, you aren't allowed to a race start anywhere between turn 3 and 5, apparently.
Excellent.
No, it's 50 incident points before a drive-through, and then every 20 incident points after that. Now, this isn't a particularly difficult circuit with instant points. You can stay on the track much more easily in many ways than Spa, which sucks you into not being on the track. However,
or the Nordschleife, which is just frankly impossible.
It's ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about that. But there are places, for example, that bottom 10A, 10B, that would have been, the Porsche probably would have picked up a 4 for that, because it got nudged off. So we had an accident. Don't forget, a big accident or a major collision is 4 instant points. Losing control spin is 2, and just going off track is 1.
Question.
Interesting. Carry on.
Does the BMW get any incident points for nudging them into that?
Yes.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
he'll get probably a 4, maybe a 2 or a 4, depending how it's assessed. The thing to remember also is that actually there's a couple of places on this track where you can take a tactical incident point if you've got some spare to gain a little bit of advantage. One of them is at the top of the hill, where you can cut across that corner at turn 2, where you can just go really, really tight there and just gain a little bit extra time. And it's worth about 0.3 of a second doing that. The other one actually is where we saw it at 10A. You don't go right across that. Sorry, it's on 10B. You don't go right across as they did with that the accident. You just take a bit more of that to kind of straighten up the exit, and that'll also give you a couple of tenths. You can tactically take that if you think it's an advantage, perhaps in an overtaking manoeuvre, but you always need to leave a bit of a safety level.
Just earlier on, we mentioned the incident with the number 176 GT3 car for the leaders. It was a tap, and the 176 went around exactly where you were talking about, rolls backwards onto the motorcycle chicane, and then has to find a wee bit of a gap. That, I think that was the leader, Max Beneke, coming through. That was earlier on. We mentioned that earlier on. I called that a minor incident. I have to say, JP, that was a bit more than that, and he'd be doing well if A, he's avoided incident points, which I don't think he will. B, if he's avoided a bit of damage on that LMP2 car.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Charlie Collins was doing pretty well at the time as well in the 176 Audi, so hugely damaging to his race because he's fallen down to 11th as a result. And yeah, as you say, if he's picked up a bit of damage, then when's that going to be fixed? Is it going to be something he's going to have to live with for the next couple of stints, and how many penalty points will he incur as a result? It's tricky. I mean, this early on, when you've got all the GT3 cars in often one long gaggle, GTEs, 10 BMW M8s all in one line, you're going to catch them together in a P2
Exactly
car.
right.
I do pity the guys that are out front and actually back in the pack in LMP2s. They're all trying to make space for each other and get past the GTEs.
Still that Porsche, Gianni Vecchio fighting the rear guard battle in the 911. Oh, and he gets a little touch there coming through 12. He did very well to stay off the wall there. There's virtually no wiggle room. He's just dropped down into 10th position. Nick?
That as Sir Alex Ferguson says, when you get nudged off there or go over that grass, that is absolutely squeaky bum time, because you need to keep the thing nailed, but also you just try and keep it somehow, edge it back on the track without the world's biggest tank slapper. Just to carry on with that Audi, he got touched right at the top of the apex. They turned into 3. That's not as bad as it seems. You get a much bigger reaction to the car. So the car gets tapped, it spins around because it's actually light as it's going over the hill. That probably won't have damaged either of the cars, because only a very small closing speed causes that big difference. So probably right. Max Beneke only nudged him at 10 miles. It was a mistake by Max, and 11,000 persons shouldn't make that mistake. That is the sort of thing where you have a large amount of swearing in an ordinary race about, but it won't, I think, have done very much damage. I'm very surprised at any damage at all.
But doesn't that say immediately, Johnny Palmer, that Beneke fails under pressure from Verstappen? That it tells you how much is being put on the line here really early in this race.
Yeah, it's all about applying the pressure, sometimes from a bit of a distance, 1.8 seconds, but there's real-time differences being fed to Beneke, and he's and there's an off for the 43, which is for 4th position for Logitech.
Yeah, and that was Simone Maria Materno was 4th position, already dropped down to 9th. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? Coming down the hill into turn 6, gets past the Marla Racing car, turns in. I think he's just taken. Oh no, it's towards 7 through the past line. Now exactly what Nick.
You don't pass at that corner.
Exactly what Nick was saying though about trying to go by a GT3 car, GT Daytona car. It was the one of the Baylor Euronics cars, and you are fighting against the fact that the GT3s have ABS and have Johnny in the real world, and therefore here in the simulation as well with VCO and iRacing, they have more mechanical grip.
Yeah.
So their minimum corner speed through the medium and certainly the slow corners, at least the equal and sometimes better than the P2 cars.
Yeah, And
we see that, you see that all
Oh,
the time
yeah.
in the ELMS.
Correct, and whether these P2 drivers in real life have driven a GT car or not, they must recognise the capabilities of a GT car compared to the manoeuvrability of an LMP2, which is so dependent on the downforce. I'm not really sure what the GT driver was supposed to do there, because there's one turning point, there's one apex, and all of a sudden, very last minute, you get a prototype up your inside, and you're left to make your own arrangements. I would have put the GT car on the grass, and the other thing where I'm scratching my head is that you've got a long straight immediately after that, so the P2 could have picked the GT car off very easily indeed under acceleration. So it's a strange move, and results in a lot of places lost by Logitech.
Turn 7 is ridiculous, and someone who's that high up as they are with their iRacing, and more importantly with their ability to race for a professional team, that's unforgivable. That's like a lazy back pass. It's just you don't need to do it. I don't know why he got himself sucked into it. And one thing just to note, because one of the things we normally say is, of course, that visually you can see when the cars are damaged. The Dallara is a very new car, and it hasn't got a completely modelled damage look to it now. So you get, unlike the GTEs and the GT3s, where you'll see the bits and bobs and bent wings and everything else, and you'll get an idea. You can't visually see as well exactly what's happened. Now he's gone up the inside into 7, and the Audi was always going to turn in.
And has to.
And it's just not clever.
There's double impact as well, because it's pitched the P2 car briefly up onto 2 wheels, so damage potentially to the rear and the front, even though you can't see that.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see what the 43's laps have been. He's fell down off my top page a second. I'm trying to find him. Where is he? So his last lap round was an 11.1, which is about a second and a half of what he should be doing, but that could be because of traffic, so we'll have to wait for another lap and see if he is carrying damage.
109.7 is a better
he's
lap.
back on it. Okay, he's back on it again, so he's got away with it. But if I say he's got away, what happens is that actually you end up what's called optional damage, so things you can fix. So stuff, I suppose if you think about it in full-scale real-life racing, it's the stuff they use the duct tape for. It's the stuff they use, a bit of a bang for and patch it all up again. But of course, there is a build-up, so that's now he's had his first warning, he's had his first strike. The next bit of damage will knock the car back a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and he'll get to the point where he has to fix it. But he will have an optional to take to repair that car, and they'll have to decide they want to take the 10, 12, 15 seconds that will cost to get the car back to near perfect, hopefully. The biggest problem he's got is one of the things these P2 cars do, which is a little bit irritating, is when you bang them about a bit, they begin to overheat. And what we've been seeing quite a bit, certainly in some of the races in the last week or so, is engines blowing up. Because everyone's been ignoring everyone, and by everyone I include me, have been ignoring what the hot water message, because we've never seen it before, and thinking, well, that's nothing. And then 3 laps later, you get this enormous bang and you stop moving forward, which is a bit of a problem. And the other thing they do is they actually go bang in the pits. You bring them into the pits, they sit there and go, no, it's blown up, mate, sorry. Which is I think it's a 45-minute fix normally, so they'll have to be careful on that one as well. But I think these guys are a little bit more in tune than we are.
How very un-Gibson-like, because that very rarely happens in real life.
Very true. Very true.
Well, have a word with the iRacing modelers, because I saw 4 go bang yesterday.
In fairness, they don't normally get the stick that probably Damon and everybody else. Hang on a second, I've got Gibson on the phone. We're not letting John Manchester from Gibson Engineering up at Repton in Derbyshire. He's on the phone saying, don't let Damon near any of our engines, even to walk past them.
Bradley blew one up on Thursday. Anyway, yes, just so you know, one thing, if you get turn 3 wrong, which you can do, and then you take the kind of the escape exit and run over the sort of halfway over that motorcycle track, John, and halfway over the ground, you can get some very severe bumps on there, and that can damage your under tray, and that does often affect the radiators. So again, I don't expect to see this in this top group, but if you do get that wrong, and sometimes you'll see possibly with the GT cars will often take that emergency exit. They think they're about to get punted by a faster car. You just kind of like discretion, better part of value, you see occasion going on that exit. But it is all about the traffic this race. I was really looking forward to see it, because it is going to be a 3-wide, 4-wide traffic bonanza. Because we'll get one thing that is interesting actually is the GT3s, being the top GT3s, are much closer climb to the GTEs than I see in normal races. Only about 2.5-3 seconds a lap slower. So it will take a few more laps to get the the sports cars are up against each other, but the prototypes obviously are having to get past every time.
Yeah, we've got the leaders closing up again. Max Verstappen got within 7/10. It was 1.8 seconds between Beneke and Verstappen for the two-team red line cars. It's now gone back out to round about a second. Saturday afternoon racing, Petit Le Mans running the full 10 hours, 9 hours 35 remaining. We've got round about 9 or 10 laps to go for the leading LMP2 cars. P2 with GT Le Mans and GT Daytona in this VCO Blue Riband Grand Slam iRacing race. Don't forget, Tuesday night, next round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Bruce Jones will join me, John Hindhaugh, for that as we continue our coverage from RSL on the network, sound and vision via radio-show.co.uk, and the enhanced timing as well. It's timing.radioshow.limited. Everything that we do now has that enhanced timing, thanks to James in particular, and to Tim for making that happen, and to Eve for getting the rights cleared particularly in the real world, the full metal racing. Leaders then very close together indeed, down through the S's. Leader losing out there, Beneke losing the better part of a second, and now the two-team red line cars. The orange flashes on the 33 is Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen, who went a little bit wide there at turn 5, down towards turn 6. Good heads-up racing. Verstappen then looking at the back of his teammate, the two Maxes, leading out from Luis Glania for Biela Racing Team Euronics. He's 3.5 seconds further back, but he's got 5 seconds on Johan Haaf for Apex in the 96. Then Matt Farrell for Team Redline Purple is another 4 seconds further back from there. Another 1.5 seconds back in 6th, Antoine Hughlin for FFL. And Mivano Sim Racing Rosso, Maxime Briand, 7th place for the 72. Only 15 seconds away from the lead. Top 10 made up by iRacing, Motor.es, Logitech and Yas Heat. And there's only 21 seconds between first and 10th at the moment, with the leaders absolutely together at the top of the hill over the top at turn 2. Short shift into 3rd. Now trying to use the downforce to get past. That's the Sim RC car. I think they were going past there. The Audi. Cars will be getting lighter. Can't believe how much of the runoff they're using at turn 5. Can't actually do that in real life because there's a bit more gravel there and another curb. The runoff at turn 5 is part of one of the track extensions, or options should I say, where you can double back around. You can actually make the run from 6 to 7 and then back around to 5 again. You can make a short circuit out of that, and there's opt either ways, so that you can also come off at turn 5 and turn right. One of the options there. Here comes Verstappen then down towards turn 10, A and B. 2 blue lights on the side signifying second position. Down into turn 10, like Beneke's turn into there, comes all the way from the left hand side of the road. They're on the start finish straight. Looks like Verstappen's got the run, but won't be able to make the pass into turn number 1. You've really got to have a big advantage there, JP, going into turn 1, because there's actually so little braking going into turn 1 for the downforce cars. It's a lift and then back on the throttle.
Yeah, and then the risk is you leave turn 1 side by side, heading into a completely blind turn 2 over the rise. So it's risky stuff. You've got to make sure that you're sort of fully alongside before the turning point at 1, as the race leader just leapt over that very wide curb exiting 5, but gained a bit of time, it looks like, on Verstappen as a result. 3
GT3s have had an incident. The Orion race team involved as well. A couple of cars in the pits, 69 and 14. That's a GT3 and one of the INSA cars. What happened with those 3? Well, bit of a gentleman's excuse me, coming out of turn 7, and the car that caused it all gets away scot-free, who just stuttered coming out of that turn 7, and then behind 3 cars. The 69 certainly involved in that, and I think the 14 was as well. That was one of the GT Le Mans cars. Just scroll down. Yeah, it's into the pits for the Orion race team. That was the Orion race team. Ah, goodness.
Yeah, just a much better drive out of 7 for the GT3 car and the car ahead. I think probably what happened was the BMW triggered its traction control rather aggressively. It didn't go anywhere, and the excellent exit from the GT3, he had to check up really quickly. And then with all these cars running in trains, there's nowhere for the rest of the cars to go to get avoiding action. And I think, not sure about the level of damage. I think a couple of cars got away reasonably well. One, I think, certainly rear-ended the other. So that's just bad luck.
Patrick Preußer now shown as stopped. We've got one car in the pits, the other one's greyed out. So I'm afraid it might be that that's another race done, because two cars that didn't start at all, quite possibly. Correct. 13 and 15, and 69 now with heavy delays.
That was two team from the cars from the team.
Yes. So the German SimRacing.de car now I'm rather concerned about, but 14 in the pits receiving some repair work.
This from Jet. Hi Jet, good afternoon. Nice to know you've joined us, one of our regular Full Metal listeners and viewers. Track limits, Nick, you were talking about this earlier on. Track limits is defined effectively by the game. It is not done by humans and by the simulation, and the algorithm, and it basically gives you an incident point for various things.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you go off track to differing levels at different parts of it, you get an instant point. You also will take the pain on many of the parts of the track of losing drive or putting yourself pointed in the wrong direction. You can have up to 50 of these instant points, but you can also gain by spins and instant and accident. And if you have once your team, and so not just you, it's your entire team hits 50, you then get a drive-through, and then every 20 instant points after that, you'll get more drive-through, another drive-through. Yeah, I mean, the track is pretty well delineated. There's nowhere really where you can go particularly wide, apart from the exit of turn 5, which you can go a long way out, but when you run out of concrete, the problem is the next thing is that if you get sucked into the gravel trap, you're in serious trouble. Also, I'm surprised to see some of the P2s go that wide. I think they don't want to be there because the P2s don't like being on that level of curb.
Yeah.
The GTEs and the GTEs love it out there. Oh, it's fabulous. They're chuffed to bits about that, getting out because it gives them a bit of a straighter drive up the hill. So it is a very different methodology of driving the P2, just because this particular P2, the Dallara as model, does not like curbs very much.
The 43 is recovering after its spin earlier on, being a problem for the number 42 Vendeval Sim Racing Blue, Max Esterson driving that car. Thought that car was giving a little helping nudge by one of the Williams team cars. We'll check that out for you and see if we can get a little bit more information. Yeah, certainly that was down at turn 6. It's very quick into turn 6, and because of the banking there, you do take a lot of speed into the apex. That was the 3rd place Williams car, not the leading one, I'm being told. So that was Moreno Serica that was now, was that the Marla car then, and Alex Arena, or was that Moreno Serica and the Williams Esports Ben Key car? I think it was the 4 car, wasn't it? The darker colour. I have to say, the paint schemes on these new LMP2 cars are looking absolutely fantastic. The 43 that is coming back through the field, remember that was spun earlier on for Simone Maria Marcheno. There's angles from that, from the front 3 quarters, when you just see it, there's almost a look of a 962. You don't have to squint too much. Certainly looks like a 956 or a 962, which when you think how bluff the front of that car is, you think, what are you talking about, Hindhoff? You just watch carefully on that car. Johnny Palmer, thoughts so far? Traffic now, of course, with no safety cars to pull the team back together. It's traffic now for the next 9 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, but without the safety car, the GT cars are going to get into some sort of a natural rhythm. Now, you are going to get corks in bottle, not quite to the extent as we had on the opening lap with VCO really holding up all the BMWs, but naturally traffic does tend to come together in clumps of GT cars. So it's the question of where you hit that traffic and not hurrying things too much as the 450 from 4th position makes its first stop. So that's Louis Glanier for Biela Racing Team Euronics. But I think it's just a question of, patience is key. leaders back together again, and Verstappen in the 33 has really closed in again because of this thing called traffic. They're trying to get by one of the yellow and black M8 GTEs and do so on the long straight down towards 10A. But for the race leader Maximilian Benecke, there's just no let up here because he can wriggle free for a couple of corners and then Verstappen's back with him again because they have to slow down to get through GT3s or GTEs.
That was a 29 lap stint for the Bela Logitech team, and that looked to me, Nick Damon, you'll be watching this, I know, that looked to me like fuel only. I did not see that car go up on the jacks.
No, 32.1 seconds stopped. So yeah, that'll be just a full tank of fuel. I mean, these guys carrying on because they've also done a rolling lap on this, so they've got a bit of a more effective right foot than some of us more agricultural racers in the lower split. So it looks like they go around to 31. But
Nick, how much can you turn down the engine? So in terms of can we cut this strap 7 and save a little bit of fuel?
no, unlike the HPD, there's no engine modes on this car. The HPD had 6 engine modes. It's all about the ability to lift and coast and save fuel, which is if you're doing it properly is you can definitely save a lap. I'm not sure how much they're going at absolute maximum attack due to the traffic and whether they can actually lift because they're lifting behind the GTEs in the areas where they can't get past and saving quite a bit of fuel. But
first pit stops for the number 72, Maxime Bion from Ivano Sim Racing. Brosso also in there, Marcus Hamilton for the Bianco Ivano Sim Racing team in the Oris Racing Motor.ds, and the 2 leaders are into the pit lane and they come in, JP, absolutely together.
Yeah, well, they've been together pretty much from the start of the race all the way through that stint, and they're neck and neck into the pit lane as well. The pro pit's being used on the inside of the track, and also following them in Johan Hart in 3rd position, and the 4th place car of Matt J. Farrow and Anton Igler as well, number 169.
31 laps for all of those. So we've had a couple of laps spread in since the Bela Euronics car came in. We have got a car getting tyres there. That's one of the Movano cars up on the jack, so that is taking tyres. In comes the number 43 as well. That's Simone Maria Maceno for Logitech. So that all of those cars doing 31 laps. Oh, and Verstappen's out first. Verstappen has jumped Max Benecke in the pit lane. So now, was that short-filled?
Must have been
short-filled. So they've taken a wee bit less fuel, Nick, to get out because there was no tyres on that car. So you've got the pit stop time there. What are you seeing from the 33 and the 7?
2.5 seconds faster, so he took a gallon less basically. It's an excellent piece of tactical play there by the orange team. Verstappen knew that he couldn't really get past Benecke in open traffic, but felt he was quicker, so obviously feels it's a bigger advantage for him to get clear air. He's taken a little bit less fuel and he's managed to jump in the pit stop, so good thinking there by the team. Now Max has to prove he can do it by actually opening up the gap to Benecke.
So 31 laps, let's call it, at the moment. And they have the other thing, crucially, that they did there was they did get out before the 450 came around. Lewis Glanier, who, remember, stopped at the end of lap number 29, his 29th completed lap in the 450. That's the dark blue Bela Racing Team Euronics with the Euronics blue stars on it. That's, for those that don't know, an electronics retailer. Verstappen using a bit of the track that you wouldn't be able to do in real life there as he turns into turn 1. Just a little bit of the tarmacked area at the end of the support pit lane as he sweeps in. So yeah, they got out well ahead of Glanier despite the fact that he'd been in the pit lane. But of course he didn't change tyres, Johnny, so there was no quote-unquote performance advantage, just the fact that he might have been out in slightly less heavy traffic.
Yeah, and that is proving to be the case on Max's outlap, although the gap's only 1.7 seconds, so it's basically swung to the same amount in the other direction, because I'm pretty sure Benecke was ahead of Verstappen at one point by nearly 2 seconds.
Correct.
It's properly come down just before the stops though, and the question is, even if Max Verstappen can build a gap now, how quickly will that condense? Because I mean, it got it up to 1.7. Next time I look, it's back to 1.4 again. It's going to modulate between the two, and Benecki needs to be right there to take advantage, even just to pressurise him, give him a bit of timing screen pressure, if you like.
Yeah.
You get scoreboard pressure.
Wow.
Timing screen pressure is also a thing.
I was just about to say we need to keep an eye on Movano Sim Racing Bianco, because I think that was the one of the two Movano cars. This is the 20 car, Marcus Hamilton. He's dropped to 11th and last of the running Dallara P217 in LMP2, but I'm pretty certain he took tyres, and his first flying lap is a 1:10.3. Now that is quicker than the leaders, but that's a new set of rubber on that car. Now he took a good, it's about a 22, 23 seconds tyre change.
5 normally,
Right,
25
okay.
seconds.
Right.
And I'm surprised because that would be more like more traffic than anything else. Because normally the first lap out is a little bit slower because the tyres, of course, are cold when they go on. But if you got a good clean run,
That was his first flying lap, not his first lap out the pits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, even then they really click in on the second flying lap. So he's definitely decided it's an interesting purchase. I'm not totally sure it's going to be worth 25 seconds. It might just be because they've decided they're going to triple sync the driver, so going a single and a double.
Yeah, he has just gone through. He's right on the end of the. Has he dropped off the lead lap actually as he goes through? Another 1:10.4 last time around. Number 450 forced off the road by traffic whilst he was lapping. That's the Petit Le Racing Team Euronics machine that we were watching earlier on. The 20 at the moment is Marcus Hamilton in a bit of clear air. So what happened with the Euronics? Lewis Glanier going round the outside at turn 1. That's not a great place to put yourself on a GT car, and really not smart racing there, Nick. I'm surprised in this top split to see that was the Riley GT3 car that he was going by. Thank you, Arjuna. I'm really surprised to see the sort of decision making in this top split we're seeing, Nick, but it just goes to prove the small margins we're talking about in this 10-hour race.
Yeah, I mean that's just obviously not very intelligent, to be honest. From some at the front, you know what's going to happen. I think there's perhaps an element where that certainly when you begin to lose sight of the rest of the train, you get a little bit of panic on, and you begin to perhaps just forget what you're doing. Because don't forget, most of the professional sim racers, most of the races they'll be in are not multi-class. The majority of races are a single class, a Porsche race, a F3 race, a Skippy race. It's much more the case that they what they want to do is they're used to cars which do the same thing, and they occasionally forget that when they're coming in for a move that the person can't move out of the way. They can't disappear, and they are going to continue to be 20 miles an hour slower.
You've heard me say this many times. There's only one way to learn about multi-class racing, and that is to do multi-class racing. And in some respects, it doesn't matter what the classes are. It doesn't matter if you're in a production-based touring car and your quote-unquote prototypes are highly tuned caterhams that are blasting past you, and you're going past somebody in a slightly less exciting, less powerful touring car, maybe a little front-wheel drive car or something like that, or whether it's LMP1, LMP2, GTE Pro and Am. The concept and the precepts of what you have to do, JP, is the same. If you're in one of those middle classes, your head has to be pretty much like Ollie the Owl, because you're looking in front, behind, to the side. Whilst you're faster than some cars are faster than you. And whether that's a GT4 where GT3 is the top class, or these races where it's GT3 and an LMP2 race is the top class.
Yeah, and it's also calibrating the brain to how quickly a car's going to catch up, because you're not going to see it in the mirror leaving a corner. It's not an immediate concern because the speed differential, for instance, between a GT3 and a GTE is not that great on the straight, so you can afford to kind of dispatch that, put that to a side and think, I'll deal with that in a few corners time. However, if it's a P2, he's probably going to be on you on that straight, the back straight between coming out of 7 and then into 10A. So yeah, it's always being vigilant and also occupying a little bit of the brain down to your race, because you might be nose to tail with somebody else in your field that you can't forget.
Nick, I was just about to say the Araya race team have left the pit, but they're straight back into it again. So that number 14, it was Romano Berinish for the Orion race team and their BMW. They were part of that accident earlier on. They've been in there for a long time out, but immediately they've got problems and come back to the pit lane. So perhaps the repairs not taking all of the damage off to a level where they can feel they can race at the moment. Meantime, we're still keeping an eye on Marcus Hamilton, Movano Sim Racing Bianco. A 1:10.9 last time around. He's lapping, well, that's a little bit slower, about a second off the car's fastest lap, but he has got the traffic to deal with this time around. He, we believe, one of the only cars, if not the only car, from the P2 at the front of the field class who took tyres first time around. If we go down into the other classes, and just remembering what Nick was saying, I expect, Nick, to see the GT Le Mans cars coming in shortly, because they've now been out for 50 minutes, and that's about the time I expected to see them coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think they perhaps they're going to do a couple minutes more. It looks
massive.
like
Sorry, Nick.
Change the
Fabulous overtake
Potentially.
manoeuvre for the lead in GT3.
Yeah, they're side by side, and no, there is no change in the end, but a cracking dive up the inside of turn number 1 there for the GT3 lead between the two Audis. So that was Sven Haase going for a move on Alessandro Bico, but Bico kept him honest. They got to that blind turn 2 and hit the curbs like crazy coming out of turn 5 as well. But yeah, you mentioned about Hamilton. Marcus Hamilton in his Movano Dallara did very, very well to get past these two GT3 leaders. Effectively in one move, went outside of one, inside of the other, and lost very little time indeed. Sorry, Nick, you were about to say.
Yeah, I think we're actually 47 minutes gone. The elapsed time includes the rolling laps, so we're about 47 minutes of running time. So they're coming the next couple of laps. But what is noticeable, I think, is that these top drivers are getting at least an extra lap out of the fuel. I think through subtlety of activation of the throttle, but also because they're taking advantage when they're following in traffic, not getting frustrated. They're using it as a chance when they're waiting for the space in the track they can get by to save a bit of fuel as well.
Snake Damon, Johnny Palmer, and I'm John Hindhoff, and this is the VCO iRacing Petit Le Mans live on racespot.tv, radio-show.co.uk. And if you have to move around this Saturday afternoon with a bit of racing going on around the world in full metal racing, but not too much endurance racing this afternoon, if you'd want to take us with you, RS1 has the audio for this, and we've got our timing, enhanced timing running as well, which tells me Max Verstappen is 8 laps into his stint at the moment. I thought it was a smashing move by Sven Haase a couple of minutes ago. To be honest, JP, used the P2 car coming through for a little bit of a draft going into turn 1, and really super late on the brakes, using that hill at turn 1 to slow him down.
Yeah, very late move. Not able to be defended really into the first bit of turn 1 at least by Alessandro Bico, but Bico did actually carry good speed out of the corner because he was on the outside line, was able to cut back, and they were side by side then. I didn't think the move was quite completed, and so it proved, because they've stayed in the same order, but no doubt about Sven Haase's pace in the Euronics car. He's right on the tail of the Leo Racing Team 12 R8 LMS, obviously exactly the same machinery as well, and yeah, I think that's his best bet, isn't it? Waiting for an LMP2 to overtake him, forcing the gap into turn 1, and then maybe he can follow the prototype through, but needs to be a little bit closer than he is currently.
Pace at the front is fantastic. Bico, Alessandro Bico in that Leo Racing Team, the yellow and, is it dark blue or is it actually black? I think it is black. His best lap is the best lap of that GT Daytona field, 1:18.7. He's just done a 19.1 last time around, so he's really pretty close to his fastest time. Oh no, it is blue. Subtle, I like that. Is that dark blue?
I'm still not sure.
Is it just picking up the sky?
No, it's dark blue.
It's dark blue, isn't
Very
it?
dark blue, yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
on my screen it is anyway.
There's a bit of brown on the roof
Bit
as
of brown
well.
as well. Nice. Everybody's been working hard on their liveries this weekend again. Now, 1:16 flat for AAA Esports in 21st position, Rafael Razag. in their BMW. So we're seeing towards the end of the fuel run for the GT cars, the cars lighter, they are getting quicker. So just over 9 hours remaining. Nick Damon will be racing in one of the lower splits, which is all LMP2, he was telling us earlier on.
Me2, yes. So
That's different tactics, isn't it?
Yeah, all that practice overtaking I've been doing other part completely pointless.
Now just keep it on the track and wait for people to throw themselves at the red Georgia clear.
It's absolutely 100% my methodology.
4th and 5th, Matt Farrell, Team Red Line Purple, in 5th in the very purple. It does look like a quality straight big purple one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As it comes down to the bottom of the hill through turn 10B under what is here the Suzuki Bridge. It's now Fox Factory, I think, from memory. We'll have to see what it is in a couple of weeks' time for the Full Metal Motul Petit Le Mans. We'll be covering that, of course, on RS2, IMSA Radio, Sound and Vision as well for those outside the US. Another packed weekend of IMSA racing with another triple header of Yokohama Porsche racing as well in the real world on this track, as well as Michelin Pilot Challenge. I've got a feeling we've got Prototype Challenge as well. I think we've got the full set. I'm not sure about Lamborghinis actually. That is a pretty busy weekend, and unusually no Full Metal racing for us this weekend, but another online race on Tuesday night. Bruce Jones and I looking after the VCO Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke series. Another 3 hours there on Tuesday night UK time, and next weekend we are spread to the 4 winds. We have Italy and Sicily. JP, you and Snowy off to, I'm very envious, off to Monza.
Off to Monza,
in
yeah.
LMS.
Correct, which will be round 4 of their championship. Obviously,
round 5 of the Road to Le Mans.
Yes, 2 races for the Road to Le Mans championship at Le Mans itself. ELMS always takes a break, of course, although there are plenty of ELMS cars in the 24 hours of Le Mans. But yeah, 2 races to go. United Autosports in a great position, potentially to take the championship in LMP2 and strong in P3.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley are going to be looking after the Creventic 12 hours in Sicily at the Coppa Florio, which is at the only circuit that I know who's ever had a racetrack, a race meeting stopped for a plague of frogs. I kid you not, and it is 2020, so anything could happen. That was an F3000 race, I think in 94, 95.
I'm looking forward to seeing the frogs. And don't forget, that it's not the only herpetologically prevented race, because there was a race in Indonesia stopped by snakes many years ago.
Oh, right, okay. And that is that's next weekend as well. And Jeremy Shea and me on duty for IMSA Radio. So plenty of real world full metal racing next weekend, if that is your choice. All live in sound and vision at various stages over the weekend. Check radio-show.co.uk for all of the on-air times, and of course everything we do now thanks to James and Tim with our enhanced timing. And still we've had no GTE cars into the pits, Nick.
My information I have received has been at least we're 54 minutes it is turning out, so it's they are doing a lot better. So I was told 52, 53 minutes, but they're obviously going to make about 56, which is, the interesting thing is they're all managing it. So it's a case of where they set the cars up to get those long runs. Whether they'll be able to double sync the tyres, they get almost 2 hours out of them. I'm not so sure, but it'll depend on driving effectively. I mean, it is interesting, John, that if you look at your driving style in virtual racing, it can really affect the tyre wear. I think possibly even more than in the real world, because you kind of don't always get that direct feeling of contact. You have a force feedback steering wheel, but it's not real. So you tend to, as you begin to understeer, get just a natural reaction is to pour on more angle, which wears the tyres, where in fact in real life you'd realise actually releasing the angle might work better. So you've got to take different lines in the corners, Nick. And you do feel it. Even spin right in front of the red line purple car coming down through the S's. And that's being though he does have damage on the front left.
That is, I think that's the 61 car that took the spin. The question would be to me, was it jumped? Sorry, it's the 181 car, Christian Dombietz now. Did he just do that on his own? Too much curb on the inside. There is a prototype in close. Oh,
second position as well at the time. Two green lights on the side of that car.
good spot, JP.
Yeah, and,
I think that was a bit of a sideswipe there, wasn't it?
caused an Audi to go off the road. It wasn't. No, that's not the race leader. Although similar paint scheme in GT3.
No, that was the Sim RC car with the black and yellow paintwork. That was the 76. I'm fairly certain. That Audi. They're normally running towards the front as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looked like it was more likely he actually moved to the left a little bit more to avoid the prototype and then put the power down on the curve and just got the thing spinning from there. So I think it's more kind of a combination too. That the P2 seemed too far away to actually have caused that movement.
It was the Apex Racing car. Thanks, Aaron. Was there a touch down the inside? It wasn't a smart place to go.
Oh, no, he did. No, he clipped him.
It was a tiny little clip. That's exactly what we saw. Exactly what we saw in the real world short race at Road Atlanta earlier this year. In exactly the same place.
Yeah.
The tiniest of touches. And it was the 176, by the way. It was one of the Sim RC cars, but it was the 176 Charlie Collins, the Titan GT3 176. That black and yellow car with the...
I thought the 9th position was shown in the windscreen, which is also a Sim RC car, Marvin Strail.
Was that 76?
276.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, yeah, right, okay. How many cars have they got in this race?
Quite a lot.
Clearly.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
The
So that was
positional
the
lights are
Sim RC
often
car.
quite useful as well. As you look at the car, top left of the windshield, and that's where the digital number tells you where they are in the class.
Right, this is interesting. In comes from second for the GTE, second, third and fourth, all in. Deans, Dambietz and Lehouk for Van der Velde, Redline and Williams. And we've also got some GT3 cars in. Marla Racing coming in there, Sammy Matty Trogan. Has Sammy Matty had his real world test yet on the Nürburgring? I don't know, must ask him now that we've got back to full carbon racing or full metal racing. So I reckon that then is 44 laps for those cars that came in.
44 for the GTEs and 42 for the GT3.
Yes,
yeah.
sorry.
Yes. About 57 minutes, 58 minutes. So they'll probably get close to the hour without the rolling lap.
That's pretty good in terms of what would happen in real life as well. So Nick, can you ISO some of these so that you can see if the GTEs in particular and the GT3s, GT Le Mans and GT Daytonas, if they're taking tyres?
No one's taken tyres yet who's completed the pit stop, so that's the...
Oh, really?
Obviously they're all showing at the back now, GTEs have taken the stop, so the car 2, car 9 and car 181 have all just taken fuel at the moment.
Wow.
Still haven't seen anybody taking tyres.
Right, okay.
And as we look along that line now, with the 8 sticking out like a sore thumb there, which is the... one of the P2s, obviously.
That's Rafael Rezag for AAA Sports.
So why is he in this point? Odd.
Well, he's maybe got lonely out there. Come in for a cup of tea.
Could
Maybe
be.
some damage. Let me see. No, that was, sorry, you said the 8.
It looked like an 8 to me.
No, that wasn't.
It was a 5.
It was a 5.
It was a 5. It was a poor bit.
Iris Racing, yeah. I was about to say that's not a prototype.
My eyes.
Put your glasses on.
No,
Put
that's
your
I'm
glasses
staring
on.
at it. So I can't anymore.
He's only been out 18 laps, Carlos.
Right,
19
30, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a stop for tyres for the 451 Euronics SGT3. The car was in second in GT3. That stopped for tyres. As has the Williams eSports BenQ. So a lot of the GT3s are stopping for tyres. It's like 50-50 here. Who stops and who doesn't. So far, yeah, they're all the 3s apart from Sim RC Titan, who are running in 6th, I think haven't yet. So it looks like it's a split. The GTs don't need tyres, and the GT3s are mixing and matching. I think all the GT3s are taking some tyres. So it's either they take 2 or 4, because the fuel only stops about 36, 37 seconds. A 2 tyre stop is about 56, 57, and a 4 tyre stop is about 109.
I don't think you do 2 tyre stops this early in the race. I think you do that later on. I don't think you do now.
The timing says they're doing. Do you know what I think actually happened? I don't think it's a 2 tyre stop. I think they're taking a 1 tyre stop. I think they're taking a front left, because that's the tyre that hits the effort, because it would make sense. Yeah, because it's an extra 13 seconds to do 3 more tyres, not 2 more tyres, because obviously you have the up and the down. It's the same whether you have 4 tyres or 1. I wouldn't be at all surprised if I think it's taking left sides or front left only, and some are taking 4. There was a huge amount more wear on that front left than the rest of the tyres, even when the cars are driven properly.
Well, you've got the long radius corners, JP, at turn 1. Also, you're leading on turn 12.
Yes.
For quite.
Yeah, that's
quite a long time. That's the 2
high-speed corner.
Turn 6, I suppose, as well. It's relatively high speed. It is a clockwise track. You'd expect left-hand sides to get the stick. Arthur LeHoux then in 4th position for the number 9 Williams Esport Fanatec car. Team Redline GT, Christopher Dambietz, right up his tailpipes, going down the back straight now. 2 BMWs, of course. Just the 1 Porsche in the green numbered class. That's the GT Le Mans. Ooh, he's getting a bit of a draft down towards 10A. Comes out, lovely, super pass. Just ran a little bit long, but he'll block pass into 10B. Did the cut back for down the hill. That's pretty brave to go side by side there. The Fanatec car gets it back. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. That was rather tighter than it needed to be. And so positions at the end of the lap as they were at the start, but slightly more action than you just writing down your numbers on your lap chart would suggest there, JP.
Yes, the lap chart only gives you a bit of a clue on occasion. Behind these cars, Valtteri Alander for Kova Racing, KOVA, has just come into the pits. So that's BMW 707 in and out very quickly, actually. So that's a really quick stop. I'm sure you don't have drive-through penalties and things like that, do we, in sim racing? Almost.
Well, unless you get a drive-through if you've got 50 incident points.
Okay, I'd like to be up to that level.
What number was that?
707.
Right, Nick will check that out.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from our colleagues at Racesport TV, thank you, Aruna, that Sim RC and Venderval in GT3 left side only, left front and left rear. That was a 15-second gain.
Yeah,
for those two.
The Kova team, by the way, they did just do standard fuel stop. No better, no worse than anyone else. About 0.3 of a second better than the car around them, but nothing super special.
Okay.
Thank you for checking that. So the battle carries on for 3rd position between Arthur LeHoux and Christopher Dambietz. Dambietz with a cracking run out of 12. Almost made the move stick, but couldn't quite get there. So the black and blue car ahead of it is in 3rd position. The lead, though, is with Lasse Bak, who leads by now almost 17 seconds over Phil Danes for Vendavel Sim Racing in the number 2 car. So cars 1 and 2 in GTE are 1st and 2nd on the road. And then also in the train, a recovering Reiner Talvar for BS NXT, 5th position for 58 in that queue between LeHoux and Dambietz, and possibly Pinto's not very far away either, so no Porsche in the mix anymore, but we have got a long line of BMW M8s as we had on the opening few laps, and now from very far back up the inside at 10A to get 3rd position. 2nd time of asking, but a very clean move there by Dambietz to get ahead of LeHoux for 3rd position.
Gianni Vecchio, by the way, in that Porsche has dropped in to 12th position in class. And actually put his best lap in not so very long ago, 16.6, 17.1 last time around. But they qualified up in 4th position, so that was a heck of a qualifying effort from that Porsche, which in race trim just does not seem to have the pace. And I'm sorry to have to say this, as a big Porsche fan, and I've raced a Porsche as well. I've raced a works Porsche. It was a Porsche and it worked. That I can't see any way that they are going to pull back the time they are losing. They're not getting any extra mileage. They're not getting an advantage on tyres as far as we've seen so far after the first stop. And they don't seem to have the outright pace at any part of the circuit on that. Now, Gianni Vecchio is no mug. He's a good driver. We've seen him at the sharp end of a number of things. Did very well, I seem to remember, in the Creventic 12 hours at Monza that we did earlier on in the year. Diogo C. Pinto, who's also racing here, he was one of the leading lights in the GT classes there as well. So let me be the first to say it, but there is still a long way to go, granted, but
yeah, I think within the GTE class there's a constant evolving BOP, and at the moment it is horse for course. On a short circuit with lots of corners, it is the BMW that is the car to have. For example, a few weeks ago when we were last saw the GTEs on one of these VCO events at Le Mans, there were no BMWs because they've got the big frontal area works against them. They are modelled accurately, but their ability to their grip and their basic downforce works better here at this very twisty, very undulating circuit road Atlanta than the other cars. And the top teams will try all 4 cars available to them and choose this one. It's disappointing not to see any Corvettes because they're at the beginning. They'll almost certainly be learned from this, and there'll be a BOP change. And perhaps the next race they'll be out front of Daytona in a few months' time.
that would be mirroring real life, of course. Over 2 years between the 99th win in the US for Corvette racing in the real world. Oh, that's a huge run down the inside for Diogo C. Pinto, just when we were talking about him, into 10B, passing some of the GT Daytona classes. Yeah, just over 2 years between since their 99th win in IMSA, Saturday night the 4th of July at Daytona in the short race, the added race that IMSA put on, and the new C8R took its 100th win and then won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
BMW breaking the chain at VIR, I said.
Last time out?
Yeah.
Yes.
The time before now, yeah.
Yes.
They were at Mid-Ohio last time out, where Corvette won again. No Porsche victories this year, no Porsches in the real IMSA at Mid-Ohio because of the COVID. I'm told that they will be back for the Charlotte Roval, which is next weekend. Sorry, I said PLM next weekend, didn't I? It's the Charlotte Roval that's next weekend. Only the WeatherTech GTs there as well. It's the make-up race for what would effectively be Lime Rock Park. So Xfinity and IMSA, sadly not on the track at the same time, which would have been interesting. More of a Project Cars than an iRacing, I would have thought there, of mixed categories. But first time that IMSA have been to the Charlotte Roval for a very long time. We raced in the old ALMS days, but not on the current configuration. So looking forward to that. The teams have had a Michelin tyre test, and I'm told that the track will race very well for the GT cars. It's next weekend.
All under the lights, I guess, Saturday night.
Will be Saturday night road racing.
8:05 start. Cracking.
Love it.
Yeah.
Loving it. Baylor Euronics GT3 has had an incident, the 452, and we'll pick up what's happened there in a wee moment or two. Ooh. That was Mike Nürnberg. Oh, that's a biggie. Down at the bottom of the hill, right through the gravel trap and back on again. Through onto the drift course there. He didn't hit anything there, JP.
Amazing. He caught something, I think, the other side of the gravel trap and very nearly ended up back on the track that we're racing. Thankfully, there's a little access road there which provided some hard standing for the 9th placed Audi R8, which can now rejoin.
It's a couple of 3 laps ago. Yeah.
Bruno Asturi? Oh, a couple of laps ago, okay. Will it be a car further down the order in that case?
43. It was the 452 car, I think.
Yeah. Mike Nürnberg, that would fit. Yes, Euronics, it was.
Yeah. And it was the Level Motorsports Bruno Asturi at the wheel. So good spot there, JP, of the other car that was in the area, that bright tangerine with the yellow wheels.
If you get punted or misjudge the bottom of the hill, it is a bit of a suck you into a massive accident, because you once you've gone off the track, there's nothing to stop you. You're still going downhill for a bit, and then you've got grass and slide, then you get into the gravel, so you're just kind of like a passenger. But it is usual, you won't hit anything. Your worry is where you re-emerge onto the track and whether you then get hit by someone else. But it's very rare at that 10A, 10B to have an impact with a barrier.
Williams Esports, Ben Q, Noreno Sarico and Charlie Collins fighting back in the Sim RC Titan 176. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. I always think that the motif on the bonnet and on the doors of the Sim RC cars look like the old livery on the Lola that Mike Newton used to have. The AD.
Oh, yeah, yes, you're right, it does.
It's not AD, it's
No.
AR, it's Asher Racing. And we quite often see the Asher of Asher Racing. In fact, I'll be very surprised if he's not in Tuesday night's DNLS, actually. Normally has raced on his own, actually, in the TCR category. Has Martin Asher. Yeah, but you see what I mean, though, Nick, don't you? It does look like that AD that used to be on Mike and Tommy.
Advanced development thing, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, it was
AD Group.
Yes,
but I
AD
don't know-
Group. They
don't know what it
did
stands for.
security for the inside of planes. Interestingly, it was who used to drive with Mike, who's just come back.
Tommy Erdos.
Tommy Erdos. Thank you. Sorry, Tommy. Good RC lad as well.
I know.
Likes his RC. Does Tommy racing again now?
Yeah, don't forget, if you're in the UK on November the 6th, watch the Gadget Show. That's all I'll say.
Are you loose man in a sports car again?
No, I'm windswept man with a radio controller, battling against impossible odds, and I think one of the finest cars in production at the moment.
This is the Porsche Taycan, isn't it?
You know me, I don't like being impressed by Porsches because it pleases you, but I was very impressed by it.
You just like it because it's got batteries. You know it's not a remote control, don't you? You do actually have to sit in it and drive it.
We probed that, yeah. And I met the European Rally Champion, so I was nice about a rally person as well. Chris, what's his name? Sorry, Chris, I've forgotten your surname again. But yeah, he's a great guy.
ERC champion.
Let me look that up and you carry on talking.
Good for you. Martel Racing, one of the Williams Esports affiliated cars, 186, just coming through to the end of the lap now. And that is Sammy Matty Trogan in 3rd position. He's looking against Ariel Bernardi for Leo just ahead. So that's 2nd and 3rd going through turn 1. And for once, a little bit of clear track. And just as I say that, looks like Beneke, no, in fact, it's the leader. It's Max Verstappen who's coming up behind them. So more danger then for the leader, the 33, right on the tail now through turn 5. There's no way through there.
And then it's easy.
And
Just use the power. The lead's gone out to
so
4
who's
seconds.
the European? Who's the ERC?
Chris Ingram.
Chris Ingram. There you go.
But as I said,
And
the
who
lead
did he
now
win
is
it
4.
for?
Hyundai, wasn't it?
Yeah. What was the name of the team though?
It
I think he won
was.
it at VW actually. But...
No, it was. He won it Skoda Fabia R5.
Oh, right. Okay. R5. Yeah. I knew it was a VAG car, and it was somebody that we normally see in sports car racing. Come on, Nick, look it up.
I'm looking it up as you go. Hang on a second. Hold on.
He's met the bloke.
I know.
He's hopeless, isn't he?
Yeah, but he had plain overalls on.
Okay. They're a team that we sometimes see in Creventic Racing,
Yeah.
with the same 3 letters as another well-known team, but there's no connection.
Correct.
LMT.
No.
I'm just guessing that because I can't say the name quick enough. Here we go. It's Talksport. Talksport World Rally Team. TWR.
WRT. Yeah. Talksport WRT.
Co-driver was Ross Whitlock, who I didn't meet, but Chris is a lovely guy.
Whittock.
Whittock.
Yeah.
Quick note that we've had Simone Marciano taking out the 34 car, or at least pushing it off the track. Oh, hang on a second, we've got pits. Now, Pits at the front of the field.
Third and fourth are in.
Oh dear, that was a little touch from behind. And does he hit them? Oh, just out, he just misses the wall. And was that the
34?
It was the yellow and blue car. Yeah, 34. I'm being told.
Emanuele Petri, I reckon, for SRC Squadra Corsa.
Was it not the 43? Was it not the Logitech car?
Don't think so. The 43. No.
Oh, sorry. The 30,
I was on about the Audi.
Yeah, the Audi.
The 43.
Yes, absolutely.
I wasn't watching in truth, but yes, if it was
so
blue
the 34 and the 43. That's what confused me.
Fine. Yeah.
Right. So those pit stops there. So back out on the track.
That's interesting.
For Matt Farrow.
John, because the leader and Max Beneke and Max Verstappen have come in on the same lap, despite the fact Verstappen took less fuel last time round.
Yes. Interesting. I'm just looking
Some
at
driver
those
changes.
stops. Yeah, 32 laps last time around for Beneke and Verstappen. So that's particularly impressive for Verstappen, Nick, given that he took at least, we reckon, a gallon of fuel less. 5 litres left, less.
More actually less impressive for Beneke. I'm not sure where their tactics are. Max gained 2 seconds over the course of that stint. He started out 1.8 ahead and ended 3.8 ahead. Car taken over by Dominic Faber has taken over the team led by Red. Simone Maria Marceno, has taken over the second place car. Jonas Weimar, who's now in the team red line orange. They've shuffled them around in the pit lane as they cross the line at different
Simone
points.
Marceno has just come into the pits, had been scored further up than he was.
Yeah.
So driver change, of course. Now we've got to watch out for the red line for the purple car. I think the purple car's gone through.
Yeah. In front.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I was just about to say, Matt Farrow pitted a bit early, just as he was getting to the back of some traffic. And I was about to say, the big purple hazelnut one, that I thought that was a pretty smart piece of tactics after just 31 laps.
We're calling Matt J. Farrow the hazelnut behind the wheel, are we?
Very good. Yeah, very
Matt
good.
J. Farrow has not taken any tyres or done a driver change.
So he's on his third stint on the tyres.
Yep, his pit stop time was a 32.4 compared to a 54.4 for Max Verstappen's car, which is now driven by Jonas Valmeyer, and
swept through
the Beneke car.
The Verstappen car getting up the speed, coming out. It looked closer. It looked like it might have been closer than it was going to be. You come out of the pits at Road Atlanta halfway up the hill for between 1 and 2, and actually you do push quite a way over to the right hand side if you're on the racing line there. So we're starting to see a bit of tactics play out now.
Well, it's a good move to get the lead. I'm just not sure what condition Matt's tyres are going to be in. And another, what are we doing on a stint? 31 laps?
31, 32, yeah.
Yeah. For track position, brilliant. But he's now got the 33 car of Jonas Valmeyer, who's taken over from Max Verstappen in second place, 1.1 seconds. And they did take all 4 tyres, I'm guessing, on the 33. It was up on the jacks for a long time. New driver in. So fresh set. And you would think that red line orange car will be able to reel in the red line purple.
Track position here is, we talk about it all the time, but it is important. And as Nick said, a well-placed car, particularly when it's 2 teammates, you're not going to really put the chrome horn in, are you? And use the front end of the car on your teammates. Well, you wouldn't think it anyway. So red line first, second and third now, separated by just under 8 seconds, but the gap between first and second down to just half a second, and the traffic is where the warm tyres will not help. Lovely driving. Up to the Euronics, one of the Biela Euronics Audis coming through turn 5, just steers to the right hand side and off the track, and the leader is through. Jonas Valmeyer, by no means a rabbit's driver, Nick. He's got a decent I rating as well.
7,790. is his rating.
So that's all right, isn't it? Anything above
It'll do.
anything above 6,000 is very good.
Yes.
Above 7 is excellent, and
Yeah.
anything getting towards 10 or above is fully alien.
You're spending too much time doing this. No, I mean, I think anything over 7,000, it then becomes a little bit about how much they race, what race they choose to be in, as to the individual skills. Because obviously, some of these guys are particularly skilled at running single seaters, or particularly skilled at running some of the the smaller cars, the F3s, and kind of a divergence of excellence across the various sim racing. Both programs and cars, but once you get into a team race, then you have to try and balance your abilities across your entire team.
It's Nick Damon. Johnny Palmer is here as well. I'm John Hindorf, and the first nearly hour and a half, JP, has rattled by.
It so often does in an endurance race, doesn't it? There's plenty of sorting out to be done, and there's also the pattern developing now in the pit stop cycle. Loving the fact that we're already different teams taking very different strategies. The race leader onto a third stint now, 31, 32 laps long. So Matt J. Farrow got track position on a driver change for the 33 that were on second after 2 stints of Max Verstappen. Jonas Vallmeyer's taken over with a fresh set of tyres, bringing the gap down as well. 0.8 of a second. Dominic Faber for the Team Redline red outfit, so Redline first, second and third with purple, orange and red at 3:33 and 7, and the best of the non-Team Redline cars is the FFL 169 car, so that's in 4th position with Anton Igla. But there's lots happening, especially in the GT division as well, with BMWs unsurprisingly rising to the surface, and that Porsche of Gianni Vecchio sort of just hanging on to the coattails as much as it can. It's not last in the GTE category, the Porsche running in 12th place, but a long way away from the class leader, who is Lasse Bach for Williams Esports Chill Blast, and the Vendavel number 2 car of Phil Danes running second, and by 18 seconds second. So really good driving from Lasse Bach to have inched out that sort of margin, particularly because the GTEs are forever having to, well, not dart off racing line to make way for the LMP2s. It's the job of the prototypes at the end of the day to find a way through, but you've always got to be wary of those quicker cars homing in, and of course the GT LMs, the GTEs, having to do their fair share of overtaking of the GT3 Class 2. So at the head of the order, 1.6 seconds. It is flip-flopping a little bit depending on the traffic. I'm just a bit wary, Nick, about, you talk about tyre wear, particularly on the front left. How far can Matt J. Farrow push these tyres now into their 3rd cycle?
Yeah, my guess is it begins to lose a bit of power. Now, I've just heard on the grapevine that the 43, the Logitech G Altus Esports car, the Delaras, had a massive crash. And that car came out of the pits, I think, in 4th. And he had a big accident, and he's back in the pits again. I think this is, so he comes to, he just got confused and nudged him with a massive accident. He was coming up towards turn 6. He tipped the back of the Audi as he went up the straight. The Audi went out of control. As the Audi came back, he was then braking and then got clipped back again. That's a sort of accident you couldn't make happen if you tried, isn't it? Really?
Yes.
Where a slower car gets punted, because it doesn't lose any speed on the grass. When it comes back in again and you've gone braking the corner, you get taken out. They're way up against the wall in turn 6, and that's going to be a very, very, very long repair for that car. And effectively, my guess is may have taken it out of contention. The overhead shot shows he just takes the Audi, the black Audi, onto the grass. As he then hits the brake on those white lines coming into turn 6, the Audi has lost no speed because, of course, it's been on the grass, and then just hits the back of the car that was braking, and they spin away into the big bit of gravel on 6. They're going to impact the tyres massively, and that's going to be a huge repair time for the car. Not sure whether he actually drove the pits or took a tow, but that'll be several minutes, and that effectively, given how tight it is at the top of the classes, means that the number 43 will not be winning this race, and they now need to make a decision about how much they want to see and how high they can get. And they did indeed take a tow. Just to explain what that is, if you have a crash and your car is damaged, you can choose to take a virtual tow. So we're obviously used to seeing in Preventic races and many others, a little Nissan Navara comes out and pulls you back on the track, where it's much safer because you haven't got to get a course car out. You just miraculously appear in the pits, but you then take a time penalty, which will depend how far you were around the track, and that's probably about 2.5 minutes. It'll add to his time before you can then start working on the car for the damage it's caused the accident.
And the Audi, I think, was the 34 of Manuele Petri, who'd already been in the wars, having clashed with actually the 43 on that occasion as well, I seem to remember. So they may have magnets in those two cars. The 34 now shown in the pit lane. It was originally, well, shown in the pits, then it was greyed out and stopped somewhere, and now it's being fixed again. So fingers crossed that can return to the race, but it's going to be a lengthy period of time in the pits, because that notice the back of the Audi really pummeled the tyre wall, and that will have done significant amounts of damage as well to engine bay and gearbox potentially, although it wasn't visible on the car. But it sits in pit road and is being tended to now. So yes, Simone Maria Marcheno, I'm not sure whether it was Marcheno at the wheel when that 43 car went. Yeah, on that occasion, yes. But do you remember earlier on when that car tried to pass at turn 7?
No, it wouldn't have been then, because I think he took over in that. Let me just check on his. Oh, he said new stop now, but yeah, I think he took over on that stop. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's on occasion been a little bit forceful, that 43 car. Although I think that was more of a racing incident, which turned into something you could never have imagined, with the 34 car drilling the back of the Logitech machine down into the right-hander at turn 6.
Yeah, and a huge crash for that number 43, and they've taken the toll. So explain what that means for the 43 Dallara, Nick.
We have done all that.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. You're on a drinks run.
Yeah.
But Nick's dealt with that in detail for both the 43 and the 34 cars, so they're now back in the pits. Thanks for the coffee, by the way.
No, it's no problem.
I need to get someone to do me a drinks run, actually.
It's a bit far for me to get to you there, mate.
Just 38 miles. Come on.
It'd be pretty cool by the time. Actually, I've got a couple of travel mugs that would work, including a very nice Forge Line Wheels IMSA travel mug that would certainly keep it hot enough. This is going like the clappers. I mean, just unbelievable. Battles right throughout the field, exactly as we might expect. HM Engineering, 10th at the moment with Maxime Ranstein. In the BMW, looking at the back of another BMW, the Sim RC 76, and that is the 76 of Nathan Lewis. Nathan S. Lewis. Sometimes see numbers in people's names as well, of course. That means that they possibly weren't the first one to get their own name. Who was it that we were laughing about the other day, Nick, that we saw that was competing? Maybe actually it wasn't you, it might have been one of the Nürburgring events where a real world driver clearly hadn't been the first person to get his own name. Oh, bit of oversteer from Ramstein.
If you're a common name, you end up being John Smith 17 or something,
Yeah. But not having an iRacing account, obviously, I'm not sure how many Hindhoffs there are on iRacing.
I've never seen one.
Oh, nice run up the inside, beautiful. Going through past traffic there. That was very good indeed from Ramstein, trying to keep Nathan Lewis honest ahead as they carve their way through traffic. Meantime, battle for the lead, and the lead has just changed down at turn 10B, 10A and 10B, as Jonas Valmeyer has finally got past Matt Farrow. So it's orange, purple, red, all the same red line cars, 33, 3 and 7.
That's the difference that new tyres make, or much newer tyres.
A second on that last lap alone.
I think from Valmeyer's perspective, he needed to make the pass to make sure that these tyres were going to do a good job. Otherwise, you're bottled up behind a car that's on its third stint of tyres, and you've put new ones on. You can't get the pace, you can't get the track position. So I think he is going to scamper away a little bit now.
It's taken him 11 laps.
Yeah,
11 laps. Remember, he came out right on the tail, and so that's a third of a stint. Exactly, isn't it? That he's been sitting behind that car, when on new tyres, that 33 can quite clearly go a second a lap and possibly more quicker.
Yes.
And that will affect their race and how they've planned their race.
Yeah, totally. I mean, potentially 10 seconds that they've given away there as to the advantage they might have gained, but then that that's the beauty of deciding to triple stint your tyres, because you get ahead of the car that is potentially in a better position as far as the rubber's concerned, and the onus is very much on the car in second to make the pass. But we're nowhere near needing to take massive risks yet, with 8.5 hours still to go. So patience is a virtue. It had to be for Valmeyer, and now I think we're going to see exactly how good Jonas Valmeyer is, as he's built 1.5 seconds already, having taken the lead just a couple of laps ago, down into the awkward 6 and 7, and the long run through 8 and 9, which are really just kinks, still flat, and then the difficult braking area into 10A, which starts downhill, then you've got the compression, then slightly uphill as well, and you're braking all the way through that before hustling the car over the left and the right hand curbs.
You still do brake much later than you think in a 10, even though it's downhill.
I think, but the uphill bit actually helps you, doesn't it? So you can brake that much later, and the compression scrubs speed off as well.
And Farrow missed his braking point just behind the leader.
Oh, did he?
He just went over. He went skating over
It's tyres
that
again, I
third
think.
part. So he lost. He didn't lose a huge amount of time. He picked up an instant point, but it was.
But a 1:09.7 for the leader last time around. A 1:10.4 for Dominic Farber, who's in third, and I actually haven't got a time for
because he effectively, because of what he did, the time won't have registered for some reason. Sometimes it happens. You don't get it when you particularly miss various parts of the because remember the timing is actually taken all the time. If you think about it with a virtual game, you have unlimited microsectors. You haven't got like 10 microsectors.
Well off
and he's missed so many microsectors doing that. It's not registered the time for that lap for him that it'll go on. Obviously it's registered the lap, but the time isn't registered.
Got you.
Understood. There was a car off the road. Yeah, Valmeyer's gone off the road, hasn't he? Because Farrow's now shown as the race leader again. There was definitely an LMP2 car off the road, and I thought, is that the race leader?
It's 5 seconds
It
back.
is.
Yeah,
It's
right.
Valmeyer's gone off the road on the better tyre.
Well, now we're
saw
in
it.
traffic. Must have been in the first sector, I think.
No, I thought it was later on than that. I thought it was coming out of 7, quite possibly. So
Down through the
S's are fine.
Through turn 5.
Yeah, he's lost it at 7, I reckon.
He was in clear air with the orange car leading, the purple car second, through
So 6 is fine. He loses it here.
It's gone too wide.
Too
Gone to
wide,
grass.
and he's locked up. He's on the grass, and he's locked up the Michelins, and he's on the. Now, in the real world, that is very, very dusty and clear red clear under there. It gets everywhere. Anybody who's been for a walk in the boonies will have ruined various pairs of training shoes. You just can't get the red out. They've just drifted right through 6 and locked up Nick Damon. Just sort of breathes out there because you've done that, Nick, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he was carrying so much speed that he didn't have the other option, which was just trying to just tiptoe round. Now, what he managed to do, he's lucky because if he'd gone much longer, there's 2 layers of barrier there. You can get stuck behind the first and second layer and have to reverse out. Yes, I've done that. But that's the kind of mistake that it's quite strange, because I think what happens is, and I understand where he's at. I don't want to say I understand a person with an 8,000, 9,000 I rating, but suddenly you get a clear lap and suddenly you think, this is my chance to really make some time. Point. And in doing that, he's just slightly overcooked turn
and that
6.
was hardly anything, was it? It was maybe an extra 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker. A 1:18, by the way, that lap that he went off, so effectively dropping 7, 8, 9 seconds to where he should have been.
And it's breaking your rhythm, John, and that's the key point, because oddly, when you're running in traffic, you have the traffic rhythm, and suddenly you've got the kind of whoa and go for it rhythm, and then it doesn't always work.
A problem for Ariel Bernardi in the Leo Racing team. They were doing very nicely in GT3. He's had a problem at turn 11, and that has cost him time. He's in a huge gaggle of traffic and just gets a bit of a side swipe there, coming over the top of the hill. Sorry, turn 1 that is.
Yeah.
I read that as turn 11 because I didn't look properly on my screen. Hugo, thank you for that. Just got tapped.
Yeah,
coming through
just
to in
Williams-
between turn 1 and
Williams
2, and he
Bentley.
did hit the inside wall there. That'll be damage. That will be damage. I wonder if the steering's even straight there on that
Well, you can
car.
see that visually, John, because it's got the bent rear wing to show that it's visually had impact with the wall on the other side. But that was kind of a side-to-side conflict with the BenQ Williams car, and he came off a lot worse.
Oh dear. That's very frustrating, isn't it, when it's really not your fault. You're minding your own business, trying to stay out the way. That's it's happened to me in the past in Full Metal Racing. Somebody used the back of my Radical as a brake going down into Redgate.
Did it work?
How very rude of them. Well, they got through to the corner, I guess, and you didn't.
I ended up going backwards at high speed, but thankfully, going backwards at high speed is something I've done a lot on Sims. So I was able to.
You're perfectly at home.
I was able to turn the car around, get it pointing in the right direction, and take off again. I think I finished 10th in that race after all of that. With a
He's not feeling. Sorry, he's not feeling. Yeah, he's not feeling that it's enough of a problem. He wants to come in and pit. So because he would have gone down the straight now, and he would have seen how much that's affected his straight line speed, and that tends to be the big deciding factor about when you come in with minor damage. Because oddly, it doesn't. On the whole, if you've got the minor damage, it doesn't affect you too much in the corners. It doesn't affect you too much in the short straights. Because when you start to get to maximum speed, where you really start learning, you see your elapsed time ticking away. You're falling off and off and off your best time. You think, oh, I've lost so much speed. Then you think eventually, is it worth taking the stop out of sync? But obviously, he's not losing that much at the moment.
Thank you, Nick Damon, and me, John Hindhoff. JP gonna just grab a bit of a break for a wee while, as we still have getting on for 8.5 hours of this race still to go. Are you happy that people have settled in a bit now? Because it was a bit fast and furious earlier on, Nick Damon.
I can be honest with you, John. I think this is way less instant than I was expecting. Because what I've noticed is that there is a little bit more respect being given by the slower classes to the P2s, and you see perhaps down in the more amateur elements. They realise the benefit of breathing on the throttle to actually let the car go through at a point where they'll lose less time. So I think there's some elements where there's a couple of extra overtaking spots have opened up in this class that haven't opened up in the other. What I am surprised about, actually, on you, John, is that people are taking liberties at turn 1. We've seen, 3 times now cars have come up worse with a turn 1 liberty? Because realistically, if they've done enough laps, and yes, you think when the guy is on the outside or the inside, you've got a chance, but there's only actually one line. However you approach it, there ends up being one line on the exit, and that's where those problems happen.
There is an art to being passed as much as there is an art to getting through traffic. Getting through traffic, it tends to be split-second decisions, and you'll make or lose a reputation as an LMP1 or an LMP2 driver about making those quick, right, I'm going to the left, and you scythe through decisively, and everybody goes, ooh, that was pretty cool. But when you're being passed, it is about making those decisions from further off, and as Johnny was saying earlier on about working out what the closing speed is. How close is that guy? Do I need to get off the racing line here? Can I breathe here? Every single driver's meeting, real or virtual, the race direct will tell you, you're in a faster car, it's your responsibility to make the pass and make it safely. Don't expect people to dive out your way. By the same token, you very quickly get used to the cars that are going to put you in trouble as they come by, as opposed to guys who are going to be patient. Now, and there's a part of you that says, as a racing driver in a car, actually, I won't say that because I'm not a racing driver. There's a part of you that says, as somebody who is behind the wheel of a racing car, well, I'm not going to give in to that kind of intimidation. I'm going to put my car exactly where I'm going to put it to let you know I'm not going to give you the room, because I'm going through on the racing line here, and you can get me down the next straight because you've got power. And there is a part, and you're a motorcyclist on the road, Nick, it's about claiming your piece of road, making sure people can't drive up the inside of you into that roundabout or try and get up the inside of you when you're about to turn right. It's that sort of mentality that sometimes you have to have, other times where you go, I can just lift here and let that GT3 car, I was driving a GT4 at the time, I can just let that GT3 car go through just there, and I won't cost myself any time.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. I think it's about the body language of the car that and the driver that's coming towards you can really affect how you think you're going to approach. Are they someone you trust to know what you're doing? Because sometimes you can actually try and breathe in a point where you wouldn't normally do to make a 50-50 passing place easy, and they don't think you're going to do it, and you both lose time. So you have to look at it. One thing I've done quite a lot in iRacing, which is at the lower level, is if you see you're running in fourth and there's what you would say was some absolute idiot running behind you, but seem to be a bit quicker over a lap, I've just let them go sometimes because I think there's a good chance they'll crash into third place, man, take them both off. You play that tactics where you think, well, I can send the loony past and see if he can do some damage on my behalf. And
is that like
really
flicking out a banana skin or throwing a turtle at somebody?
Sadly, it is amazing how often it works, because you get some people who are very, very quick but have no concept of racing, and they are all over you, and they haven't. So you say, well, fine, off you go, knock yourself out, love, and then of course 4 laps later they're taking out the guy in front of you as well. This isn't going to happen at this level, obviously. Though we have seen some more rash overtaking manoeuvres. We're in the settled down part of the race now, I think, John. I think the car, most of the class has split a little bit. We've got 4 seconds between the front of P2. There's 20 seconds at the front of GTE. Still quite close in GT3 at 2.5.
P2's just come down to a second and a half, actually.
P2's, oh, is it really? I must have missed that one, that update, because I'm at 3.8 at the moment, so it's obviously when the next lap clicks by, they've got much closer.
In fact, down to a second now. Matt Farrow. Remember, Farrow in the purple red line team car did not change tyres, so he's on his third stint of tyres. He's got about 8 or 9 laps to go, maybe 10 laps to go. So those tyres have done 83 laps now for Matt Farrow, leading the race in the big purple one.
Yeah, sorry about that. My other timing screen, not the reliable timing 71 one, but the other timing screen I've got, which gives you pit stops, had locked. I hadn't noticed. So yes, you're absolutely right. It is less than it's down to 0.23 of a second now between.
That was traffic.
Second, yeah. So that's the action we need to be seeing.
Yeah,
whether the lead
is going into turn 6 now. If you're watching the pictures on the right-hand side of the screen, meantime on the left-hand side of the screen, we're watching the all BMW battle in GT Le Mans. But the leaders, as Nick rightly says, coming through traffic down the back straight, and it's side by side, and the extra grip from the barely stint old tyres on the 33 should prevail here going into 10 here, except for the fact, oh, there's a touch! He's hit his teammate and he's put the leader out. He's put the leader out onto the grass. Valmeyer goes through, clipping. That is absolutely awful driving from Valmeyer. He's got the grip. He's got the grip round the outside, and he just basically ushered off the man in the lead.
I mean, to see how much actual impact there was there, because it was controlled so well by Matt Farrow. Normally if you get punted at the back like that, there's nothing you can do, and it turned into an exciting active drift more than an accident.
So he comes down into 10. He's actually blocked by the GT car. Oh, I don't think so. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that back, and I apologise. Unless that was a bit of netcode, I don't think they hit. I think that was a little bit of pinching the corner from what was then the leader, and that car was sliding as he got on the throttle. I'll take that back.
It just didn't seem like an accident where you've been hit. It seemed like an accident where you've put a little bit too much
fair play, Nick.
Throttle on. They say it didn't touch. You're absolutely right. There could have been the barest of netcodes, which is when the computer thinks the car's going to be where it isn't, and then implies an impact. But he was controlling it so well, because if you actually do come together at that point, that he'd have been speared off on the side and been hoping to heck that he didn't hit the barrier. But yeah,
brilliant work on the replays from Hugo, who is doing the first part of the race for us.
I think it's like everything. I think when you watch enough iRacing, in your case, when you watch enough real racing, you sometimes realise when things don't look like they should do for an accident.
No, exactly.
That wasn't quite right.
Exactly right. So I'll put my hands up there. Don't often get the opportunity to see as many replays, of course, as we do. And I've got to tell you, when we went back to full metal racing, particularly on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the lack of ultimate amount of replays and ultimate amount of cameras It's rather off-putting trying to do a race where there was only onboards out on the Nordschleife.
I think as a rule of thumb with iRacing, the result of a coming together will be greater than it would have been in real life on the whole. It kind of, I think over exaggerates it a little bit. You do kind of feel sometimes the nearest touch, and you're spinning into oblivion. Certainly on the sides, front to back, it's pretty much standard stuff. It doesn't do. But once you get the side to side contact, it does seem to be a more dramatic result than it would often be on a full metal environment.
Shall we check in on some GT Le Mans racing? Let's do that.
Yeah.
We've got 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th all running pretty close together. And that's Reina Talvar, who's been in since the start for BS NXT. That's the number 58 car. Right behind, in fact, actually, he's right behind Arthur Lehouk, who's right behind Diego Cipinto. So it's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th right there, coming across the start-finish line, coming past one of the Bela Euronics GT3s into turn 1. And that Reina Talvar machine sitting with Andre Melchers behind, and one of the prototypes coming through as well. That is, I think, was that the 32 there, Nick, that was coming through? Or the 72, Maxime Briand, was it? I think it was. But this is grand racing from what is effectively a BMW M8 Cup class.
Yes.
BMW at the moment unique in the fact, and a little touch from the GT3 car, the Euronics car, in turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real kind of in-out, wasn't it? And very lucky that the leading BMW and white car went off, but still managed to retain enough grip from 3 wheels to get round the corner at the top after hitting the dirt between 6 and 7, and then the Audi got kind of shuffled out.
Is there any other manufacturer who, like BMW, offers so many different chassis? Because you've got you've got their Cup class car, which is effectively, for the moment, is still the 240M, M240i, which used to be the 235, although I believe there's going to be an M2 Cup class car coming from my contacts at BMW. Then you've got the M4 GT4, the M6 GT3 and the M8 GTE. Although I'm hearing that we will in fact have an M4 GT3 from BMW M Sport. The car's already in testing with the new M4 shape, with the how can I put this, interesting front end design, with the kidney grille having been extended to the point where it looks like 2 bathroom radiators. Nobody looked at an E30 BMW and said, do you know what, that's a fine looking car, but in 20 odd 30 years time we need to reimagine that with honking great nostrils at the front that make it look like a beaver with its teeth out.
It's going to look even worse in America, where they haven't got a number plate to break it up.
Well, the number plate across the front is the only thing that makes it the kidney grille on the top. You're absolutely right. You've been reading Auto Express, haven't you?
No, that was just an observation of my own brain. But no, I mean, I think the BMW, whatever you say, and a lot of people are massive BMW fans, have been the home of questionable styling since Chris Bangle took over in 2002. Even though he's long departed, they've carried on this tradition of only designing about 1 out of 7 cars being even mildly aesthetically pleasing. But they are very good weapons on the road and on the track.
Huge off! And that is
308.
the 308. That's the tangerine and white car that we were looking at earlier on.
Might be 208 actually.
It is Bruno Asturi in the level Motorsports 1 car. Now, I think he might have had help here going down through the S's. Did he lose it himself, or was there a little tap? Very close. Oh, there's a tap. It's exactly the same place that has happened in real life. Earlier in the car's on its roof, briefly back onto its wheels, and
the BMW that hit him also has had a big accident. That was entirely the BMW fault that was following, so that's entirely the number 9's fault. You just leave enough gap. That's not
that was after the hook.
overtake.
That was the
Really?
car that was in 4th position, the Williams eSport Fanatec car.
There is no point trying to overtake a slower car through the S's. It doesn't matter how impressive you are, how big your iRating is, it's just not an overtaking place. Discretion, and he lost 0.3 of a second, is now going to pay him at least a 20-minute stop. So Arthur, who I'm already not very impressed with because of what he did in the Barcelona race for Correnting a few months ago, that's just poor driving. Certainly at this level, really poor driving.
Poor driving or poor decision making?
Both.
Right.
Because you're driving, that is your driving, isn't it? You know, we all know, we've all practiced, and we all know, unless unless the other car makes a mistake, you can't overtake down there. And he hadn't. He was just driving around, and he clipped him. And it is down to you not to rear end someone.
He's done another lap. Arthur's done another lap. He stayed out. He's got no front clip, no worries about the grille on that car because it doesn't exist. No bonnet. No front end of the front wings. I mean, the understeer must be awful on that car. He's already dropped down to 13th position, and Marco is about to go through for SRC Squadra Corsa Rosso. Sits in behind the number 7 prototype that goes by. That's Dominic Farber for Team Redline Red. Still the 3 Redline cars, first, second and third, with Jonas Valmeyer having got through on Matt Farrow, and Matt should be due in shortly, by the way. He's pulled out a 6.5 second lead, and this time Arthur comes in, but I am expecting to see Matt Farrow. How long's he been out? 30 laps, so Farrow should be in at the end of this lap or the one after, and that has been a very long stint for him, getting on for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's a great opening run. It won't have been very pleasant the last 10 laps either, because when the tyres go off on these things, they just get unpleasant.
He's still doing 1:10.7 last time around.
They're very good, but it'll be feeling awful, and that'll be what he's effectively proving is he has a fantastically sensitive right foot, because even though you do have elements of traction control within this car, the one thing you mustn't do within the P2 is trigger the traction control. You trigger the traction control, you just watch the time disappear, John. You have to then de-trigger it again to get the thing to grip.
Frankly, that's any racing car. If you're into the traction control, if you have it set either to aggressively to kick in, or you're using it too much, you're costing yourself lap time. The best traction control you have is the sole of your right foot and your buttock cheeks, and what you're feeling through your hands. They've all got to let you know. You might tweak the traction control up at the end of a run as your tyres are starting to wear, maybe go up one click. Oh, miss of the...
Oh, that's cost us some time.
Couple of seconds there. Miss of the pit lane, went a bit long. And there will be a driver change. That's why the car's disappeared in the pit lane. And so, Matt Farrow out. And who's got into that car then?
Yeah, with me.
Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf's got into that car.
Yep.
So he's getting a full service, which will be fuel, then tyres. Tyres going on now. Car sitting up on the jacks, and the problem with that is he's going to lose the better part of a lap. He's going to lose the lap, isn't he?
Yeah, but then the 33 car will be in quite soon. The point about not taking tyres after 2 stints but going for 3, it only really works if you do it twice, because then you do actually save an entire tyre stop. So they'll have to kind of committed to at least 2 lots of 3 stints to make the advantage of those 25, 28 seconds.
Come right out into traffic, not what he wanted to see. Wanted a quick outlap. Oh, and he's lost it on the outlap on the cold tyres, and he's in the wall. He's hit the wall hard, right in the middle of the S's. That's a disaster for Redline Team Purple. That's damage. There's no way he got away with that. We might not be able to see it. He'll feel it behind the wheel. Remember, this is the new Dallara. It's not, the damage model's not quite there in terms of the visuals right now. That is absolutely, Nick Damon, a cold tyre incident straight out the pits. New driver, heavy car, new set of Michelins. Talk us through it as he comes out the pit lane.
Well, when you come out here, you're going to turn. He cut across very quickly, so he's unbalanced car. He's taken again unbalanced car, and he'll put the power on the right side here, and it just loses grip because there is no grip in the rear tyres when they're cold. Now, what I don't understand is why someone in a top racing team is making that mistake. That's a mistake that people like I make. It's but even I have learned, and I know, and the things that what will happen is that when I go out for my stint, Darren will say, "Don't forget cold tyres,"
Yep.
and you take the first 4 corners easy. He had no reason to. That's literally, if you open the dictionary and look under amateur mistake,
Let's have a look.
that's what he's just done.
From
Just
the
too much
onboard,
power
yeah.
on the left-hander, but he's not put anything through those tyres, and he was sitting there. And when it went again, because you've got cold tyres, there's nothing you can do with it. Now he's had a side swipe into the tyre. He'll be hoping he's got away with it. He'll be hoping it's minimal damage.
He wasn't
But
even on the right line through there either, though, Nick.
in fairness, the reason that'll be is because what will happen is that as he went across the top of 3, he will get natural understeer from the cold tyres, which will take him off where he wants to be. That's fine. I haven't got an issue in doing that, but I have an issue with the inability to control his right foot and just feather it round those first. Because the other thing is that the car will go light over there, and then when you're turning back to go through the S's, you can lose it the other way. So really,
I
it's
just wonder.
half a second. That's what it is, John. Half a second.
I just wonder, he was pushing, obviously, on new tyres because they have pitted earlier than the lead red line car. He needed a good couple of laps before the 33 stopped to try and make some of that 6 seconds or so that they had dropped with the older tyres. Coming to the line now, Kai Kashiba in the BS competition BMW. That's the two-tone grey and blue stripe car, and right up his tailpipes in the mostly red machine is that Andre Melchius in the, yes it is Andre Melchius in the Urano Esports Hawaii car. I won't tell you the football scores, mate. You're playing Shrewsbury today.
Are we?
Yeah.
I'm
At
just,
Shrewsbury.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We beat Blackpool 2-0 last week. That's all that matters, you see.
For those that don't know, Nick is a rabid Gillingham Town supporter.
Gillingham Town, not just Gillingham. There's no town to it. It's just Gillingham.
Gillingham United, isn't it?
Gillingham FC. That's it. We're so unimportant. We couldn't even have a second title to our team name.
Oh dear, 88 minutes and you're not winning. Let me just say that.
Okay. You know me. Where for you, of course, in Sunderland, mid-table mediocrity is a nightmare in a never-ending slide from glory. For us, it's just what we expect and what we aim for.
That's a fair point. We don't get automatic promotion this year. I don't know. I don't think we've got a club next year. Anyway, back to the racing. Yes. Saturday afternoon racing, just on 8 hours, just a little over 8 hours still to go. Nick Damon is with me, John Hindhoff, RSL Network. Thanks to the guys from Racebot TV, doing a grand job as ever, as we're watching the top split of this Blue Riband Grand Slam iRacing event with VCO Esports at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. The GT cars making their stops now, Nick, as well. 45 laps or thereabouts for those guys.
It's 3 for 2, isn't it? It's 3 LMP2 stops to 2 GT and GT3 stops. But yeah, they're coming their second stop, so we should start seeing the driver changes there.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if I could manage to make this machine scroll down, there we go. There we are.
So with the
45,
removal,
46 laps. Yeah. Sorry,
so
go
the
ahead.
team, the red line purple, Patrick Wolf, does appear to have got away with it because his last lap was a 9.6. So he's been obviously the crunch he did on the front end has not affected his top line speed too much. He will have
That's
an
only
option
2/10 off that car's fastest lap of the race.
Well, he's probably in that. He's got that embarrassment speed you have.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
drive
sorry.
away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. Right.
Massively, every single time. Jonas Valmeyer is leading by 5 seconds from Dominic Farber. So it's red line orange, red line red, and Apex Racing Team Johan Half. They are back 16 seconds from the lead. So it's still a red line benefit, but the big purple Quality Street has let himself down slightly.
Yeah, he came up wrapped there, didn't he?
Oh, very good.
I never used to like the big purple ones. They were always the ones that got left, and then when I realised that nobody liked them, and there was always a tin full of them at the end of Boxing Day.
It's all changed, hasn't it? The quality streets, they've changed them quite a bit. They've taken some out and put others. Yeah, they've got, and they're all individually wrapped in a different way now, and it's just not the same. Things aren't what they used to be.
Dominic Farmer is in second position. I'm getting you off that one straight away.
Well, I just realised I had a whole other diatribe which really wasn't suitable to an endurance virtual race, but I've got 3 more minutes on this shtick.
Dominic Farmer in the 7 is the Team Red Line red driver at the moment. Dominic, did Dominic start that car? No, Benecke started that car, didn't he? Maxi Benecke started that car from pole position. Dominic then into his second stint. 31 laps for him, first time around.
It's a good point, John, actually, because we're not yet aware whether they're going to be, these top teams are going to do this as a 3-driver or a 2-driver race.
That's a good point.
You can do this as a 2-driver race, and obviously, let's be honest about this, it's not the same physical challenge to do it virtually it is for real. So obviously a 10-hour race would almost always now be... concentration is, but you haven't got that physical fatigue. So it's always a 3-driver race in reality now. But but I think there'll be a mixture of 3s and 2s. I would think, because it's an hour and 20 on, an hour and 20 off. So may well be that Max might be he does like to do a lot of driving. He'll maybe in a 2-man team with Jonas, or there could be a 3rd man. There's certainly a number of top names I've not seen turn up yet, but I've noticed that Commander aren't in the top split, so we won't see the Commander Motorsport team and Josh Rogers in the team, who of course won the Spa race. They don't appear to have entered this split, but we've now got quite a few cars retired, John. We've got the 2 cars that didn't start, the 2 Prologue React Esports team, the 69 GT3 German sim racing car, the 14 Orion GTE, and 2 of the prototypes. The 43 car has given up after its massive accident at turn 6. It had Simon Maria Marceno at the wheel, and then the Arias Racing Motor ES car has also given up. That's the car 5, and that I think had the issue where they kept trying to repair the car and it wouldn't repair, and I've had that problem myself before. The 208 Level Motorsports Bruno Sturri, who was also involved in that upside down accident, and the 9 Williams Esports, that big accident caused by Arthur Lehouk coming down into 4 has taken both those cars out as well, John. So we're back to 36 cars actually running.
So a bit of carnage early on, as we are under 8 hours to go. First 2 hours of green flag racing has rattled by. Let's rattle through the positions for you before it all starts to go massively. Pete Tong again. So, in the GT Daytona category, it's Sami Matti-Trogen now leading for the Mahler Racing team, the Audi. That is the number 186. He's got about 2.5 seconds on his nearest rival. That's Lucas Yestad for Biela Racing Team Euronics in the 451 in the usual Biela Racing Team colours. That very dark blue with the yellow stars on it. A little bit of bit more yellow on that one as well to point it out. As I say, he's a couple of seconds back. Actually, now just 1.6 seconds as Sami Matti was caught in traffic. Another 1.7 seconds further back is Josh Thompson for the Williams Esports BenQ team. That's the number 4 car. Josh Thompson with the dark purple front end and the lighter blue at the back. Hayden Burns now behind the wheel of the SimRC Titan GT3. That's the 176 in the usual SimRC colours of the mostly yellow with the Asher Racing logos on the door and the bonnet of that car, front end of that car. But that looks to be a more brown contrast on that car than the usual black that we see. Might just be my eyes in the fading light.
I think you're right. I think it's brownie.
Yeah. And behind him, making up the top 6, Dominic Ferris, the 43 Vendaval Sim Racing Blue Audi. He is 9 seconds back, and he has right up his tailpipes Matteo Ugolotti for Leo Racing Team 12 in the number 6 Audi. That's the multicoloured blue car. So that's your top 6 in GT Daytona, GT3 if you will. 10th overall is where we find the GT Le Mans lead car, and this is another Williams eSports machine. Daniel Lafuente in the number 1 car, and he has got a decent gap. In fact, Matti Sipilä has just pitted out of 2nd position in the 707 Corva car. So he was 56 seconds away from Mikael Garde for Van der Waal Sim Racing Pink. So with that pit stop, Garde's now gone through in the blue car with the pink mirrors.
Cove was out of position. That is just his 2nd stop. So he's catching up with everybody. So that is
Matti
a impressive lead.
will drop back. So Fuente from Garde, then Alexander Thieb for Team Redline GT in the 181 BMW is in 3rd position. That's the sort of highlighter light red and darker car going through turn 7 right now. 4th is Ryan Barnveld for Manatee Racing. He's 9.5 seconds further back in the 76 car. He's just coming out of 7 now. He's only got 1.3 seconds on Felix Luding for Sim RC in the 76 BMW that we were talking about early on, and he has got 3/4 of a second on Michael Neumeier for the 58 BS NXT BMW, which is next on the road. And that's your top 6 there in GT Le Mans. At the front of the field, Jonas Wallmeyer for Team Redline Orange, back at the front of the field in the car that Max Verstappen qualified on a 2nd place and raced for the most time in 2nd place. Took the lead a little while ago. Dominic Farber now in 2nd for Team Redline Red. He's 6 seconds further back in the number 7 car. And not quite the same as we were in the first couple of hours with the Team Redline cars locking out the top 3, because it's Apex Racing Team in the number 96 and Johan Haaf in the white and blue car with the black on the rear hindquarters. All of these Dalaras, of course, the 217 LMP2, new to iRacing, relatively speaking. 4th position, and kicking himself, I'm sure, with a very unexpected mistake on his outlap, Patrick Wolf for Team Redline Purple. They were trying a different strategy, triple stinted the tyres for Matt Farrow in the first 3 stints, and he did lead the race. Patrick now 32 seconds off the lead and 15 seconds away from the car ahead of him. Behind him is Efkan Berkeley for Bela Racing Team Euronics. That's the 450 car, again running the typical Bela team. And Efkan, if I mangled your last name, I'm sorry, Berkey possibly. And making up your top 6, number 72 is the Movano Sim Racing Rosso. He's another 18 seconds further back, or if you prefer 55 seconds off the lead on a lap that is about 1 minute and 10. So he's half a lap down on the leader, isn't he? Almost exactly in time wise. And that's Dion Fialo for the Movano Sim Racing Rosso squad in the 72. So that's how they stand, with still 7 hours and 52 minutes and counting left in the race. It's Nick Damon, John Hindhaugh and Johnny Palmer who's rejoined us. He's just resetting himself up. That was a quick pizza, mate.
Oh, I've polished off half of it in no time at all. I've saved some for later, though.
Smart.
Yeah.
So you're going for the 2-stop strategy on the pizza,
I
right?
thought it was best, yes. But
what about the Victoria sponge? Did you take an extra side of Victoria
see,
sponge?
no, the sponge, I'm not sure how that works into the strategy quite yet.
Okay.
I'm wondering, because I need a little bit of energy towards the end
Right, so
of
you're
this
going
race,
for the extra sugar
So-
hit
so
there.
hang on.
maybe a quick boost for the final 2 hours. Go on, Nick.
You could have a sponge and dash.
Yes, I like it. Definitely.
Well, it's better than saying having a Victoria and dash. That's just going to upset people, isn't it? New personal best for the number 83 car as drivers are getting into their stride as we're into, for the most part, at second drivers and on at least their second stints. So that's the 12th place GT Daytona car, Dominic Puech for Riley Sim Racing. They were involved in one of the incidents earlier on. But still this interesting battle, Nick, between Josh Thompson in the purple and light blue Williams eSport BenQ car and the Sim RC Titan Hayden Burns coming through turn 7 at the moment. And Hayden got a lovely run out of 7 there. Will that translate into an overtaking manoeuvre at 10-8? I suspect not, but he certainly put the pressure up.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who've been watching a lot of our sim racing, Josh Thompson was part of the team that won Luka Ventic 12 Hours Barcelona a few weeks ago with the Williams eSports BenQ car, and again with that Audi. So he's a very experienced GT3 Audi driver. Certainly, Hayden is trying to get as close as possible. I think it is, as you said, guys. It's what you look to do is see how you can capitalise on when you're being lapped, how you can gain a little bit. You're not going to be able to follow through a P2 and suddenly gain 30 miles an hour, but you can look for a chance that the person in front of you has to go offline or gets tripped up, and you can just get your nose up the inside. But they, as two good drivers, they will follow each other around at this sort of distance without any chance of overtaking that mistake for lap after lap after lap. So you have to look at that variable, and that variable when something fast tries to buzz past you.
So John's going to step away for a little while now too, and Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon will keep hold the fort as the Audi number 176 now heading down that long straight excuse me, to the tricky double right-hander at 6 and 7, then the haul back up the hill again. So up and down this track with the undulations and the tricky approaches to corners that you have to take into account, and the various strengths and weaknesses as well, depending on which class you're in. So Jonas Valmeyer leading the race in the Team Redline Orange Dallara. 108 laps now completed, and just over 7 seconds is the advantage over Dominic Faber in the 7 car. Johan Hart, who took over the Apex Racing Team 96, with Patrick Wolf in the number 3 car. And then in GTE, Daniel Lefuente in the Williams eSports number 1, leading Mikkel Gade in the 2. So they're in exactly the same order as they were an hour or so ago, and still with about the same sort of distance between them, approaching 30 seconds now, 25.2 to be exact. 181 is in 3rd with Alexander Tiber for Redline again, but Team Redline GT. And then in the GT3 category, it's Sami Matti Trogan for Mahler Racing Team. Their number 186 R8 is ahead of Lucas Gestat and Josh Thompson, the guy you were just talking about, Nick.
Yeah, Johnny, it looks like we've lost another P2 car. The Fédération Française de la Loose car pulled into the pits about a minute ago and is now greyed out. Now, often the cars will grey out because what they're doing is they're changing drivers. Now, either they are sitting there because they got a very long repair, and we haven't seen an incident with a cause. They came in about 15 laps earlier than you'd expect for their 4th stop, after just, I think, about 10-15 laps. But they may well be losing maybe advantage cars in the top class now. And if they do get going, they're going to be a long way behind anyway.
There certainly seemed to be quite a lot happening when I stepped away. The place where I went for my break, a floor below where we're commentating from. But I have to say, Hindhoff's voice going a couple of octaves higher on 2 or 3 occasions with cars in the wall. So there's still plenty happening quite clearly.
Yeah, it's true. I think we had the second drivers taking over it, and in a way they have to kind of relearn the rules themselves. We had a number of mistakes from second drivers as they came in. The most ridiculous one was losing it on cold tyres, which no one should do once they've done 3 iRacing events, but we still do. But then we had drivers touch each other going down through the S's, which is, again, you shouldn't do. But again, what is interesting, I think in the last 10-15 minutes it's settled down again. And people are now doing that thing you need to do in endurance race, which is turn laps. You need to get to the point where you're just turning laps for a bit. We've now lost. We've only got 8 P2's running now at full speed, so there's a lot less being buzzed by very much faster cars, because of course the GT3s and the GTs are only turning laps 3 seconds lap difference, so it's not a huge difference. They don't come up, it's not like you don't see them and then 2 corners later they're behind you. You can actually work out where they are from your relative, and they'll come quite slowly, and you can find a way of easing them past if you're a GT3 letting a GTE go.
Yes.
The 10-second speed difference between the P2 and suddenly they're not there and then they are. Ooh, and you've got to work out how you can not lose the time. So it's a little bit easier planning when you've lost 30% of the P2s are out of the race.
Yeah, because there are now 3 greyed out from the 11 that started, so sadly the prototype field dwindling a little bit, although the FFL car not definitely a retirement, maybe just a lengthy repair job in the pits. But cars first of all, 2 cars that didn't start, the 2 prologue machines, 13 and 15 from the GTE category. We lost Patrick Prauser fairly early on in the 69 Audi R8 from the GT3 class, Romano Berenic for the Orion race team and another BMW, then the 2 Delaras of Carlos Fenolosa and Simone Maria Marcheno, Bruno Esturi in an Audi, Emanuele Petri, who was really in the wars in the 34 car, and that car's now shown in the pit, so maybe that not fully out of the race. And Arthur Lehauk, the last car to no longer be shown as a runner. Delara number 169, still hopes reasonably high that we will see that again.
Yeah, I can't see Arthur Lehauk had completely by his own volition taken the front off his BMW, so that would have been a 30-35 minute repair, and I think they probably just couldn't be bothered with it. Don't forget, Arthur couldn't be bothered to actually race the car at Barcelona when he had a problem with the steering brake. He just ran it at 100 miles at full speed at the end of turn 1. I'm not sure if you were on the commentary at that point, but he basically, you know how you come out of the chicane at the end of the Barcelona circuit when he was overtaking someone, he just clipped them and it broke the steering link, so he lost his steering. He just basically threw a great wobbly, just nailed it all the way, because he knew he had to go to the pits, and it just nailed it at the end, and just went off the straight at 150 miles an hour.
Wow.
Which obviously is not something you do in the real world.
No, indeed. But in for a pound, I suppose. And if you know you're going to the scene of an accident, they why not make it a bigger one?
He could have got round. He could have repaired it, but obviously he wouldn't have won. But or come in the top 5, and that's obviously what matters to Arthur more than getting the car home, which is obviously more what matters to us. Endurance, purists.
Quite right too. Josh Thompson doing well in 3rd in the purple and blue R8. Chasing down Lucas Gestat then for 2nd, and the gap to 1st is still only 2.2 seconds, so they're pretty close to one another. If anything, it's closer for 3rd and 4th in that category, with Hayden Burns getting a wriggle on in the Sim RC Titan car, clipping the inside curb through 12 and back onto the start-finish straight, with a Delara in the background wanting to get by, probably in the S's, which is an awkward place. And again, patience really the key, just to enable the GT3 traffic to weave their way through this very technical first third of the lap, and then you've got the space to be able to get by out of turn 5, Nick.
Yeah, you saw there the Euronics P2 car. He managed to hop in front of the yellow GT who's with Hayden's car. He jumped into Hayden's machine and then followed the BenQ car all the way down through the S's, because you can't get past. I mean, I think Hayden was quite good to obviously let him through, decided he didn't want someone right up his backside who was overexcited about life. But the net effect is that no real time was lost, because he managed to just breathe off the car, not losing too much time. The P2's gone, and the danger has passed. And they are. Is that the second place man they're pulling up to quite quickly there, isn't it?
Yes.
They're making this a 3-way. The 2 of them are getting closer to the Lucas Gestat car, aren't they? That's been getting closer and closer. This very close battle for 3rd and 4th is going to become a very close battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
It is, and I'm trying to judge the pace to the class leader as well. Actually, Gestate didn't have a great lap last time around, so lost time, but it's still only 2 seconds to Sami Matti Trogan. So Trogan really wanting that battle for 2nd place to properly develop, and that might give him even more breathing space in 186. The 20 car, trying to get through now effectively between 3rd and 4th in the GT3s. 20's not had a great run till now from memory, and it is running in 8th position. Tommaso Carla, 8th of the 8 car field now, that is LMP2.
Sensible but frustrated he was there because he had to sit behind the GT3 car all the way through the S's and the previous corner that achieved turn 3, but he did it and he's got past and no one's had a crash.
No.
So that's great news.
Yes, and plenty more where that came
That's
from.
not
Lee.
always been the case in the previous hour.
Yeah, it's I don't know how much that is down to wanting to get through the field quicker than is possible. Some of it's down to the track, I think, and the nature of it just doesn't lend itself to Lappery all the way around. There's definitely places you can do it far more safely than others. And just a little bit of red mist perhaps for the newer drivers. That's an interesting point you make, as new drivers step into their cars, they want to maybe make a mark and get some good lap times in early on in their stint, and that's not always possible.
Well, I think it's also a bit like a cricketer. You have to get your eye into how the ball's going. You have to get your eye into the relative speeds of the other cars.
Good point.
Your grip comes up. Yes, you've done all this practice with your mates, and they haven't done a race-based practice where the pressure's on. They haven't done it with necessarily other people in the lower classes as quick as this. So it's kind of a readjustment about where I can get through. Are these drivers going to move out and let me pass, or do I have to make every move stick with a, let's say, aggression, but only going for the places where you can make an easy pass up the various straights? Where can I afford to lose time? So I think you have to get your head back in. It's noticeable. We've had this change of drivers, we've had this flurry of action, and now everyone's kind of got back on program again and realised they are very highly rated iRacing drivers and really they shouldn't be doing this.
Yes. So just takes a bit of time perhaps to get into the rhythm and realise that good average lap times, you can have a little bit of a delay here and there, but if you keep pounding round and delivering the decent lap times within a set window, then the race could potentially come to you. Also, more and more tyre going down onto the racetrack as well, so marbles are a nightmare they look like on the outside of turn 7, and if you go wide, maybe 2 abreast into 10A or 10B, there is next to no grip, I reckon, in lanes 2 and 3 through those corners. So a definite racing line appearing now for the number 4 car, turning right through turn 1 to a tricky corner which is blind on the approach. You can basically see where you're heading to as you crest the rise, but it's down to memory as to where the track goes next and little reference points. I know that some drivers use the telegraph pole in the distance and the tree as well as to where exactly you turn in for turn 2.
Which doesn't work when it's dark.
It won't, no.
And it's got 2.5 hours of dark. So actually what we've been trying to do is use references that are on the track. So actually turning point for turn 3 for our car is actually just before the end of the green and white curbing on the end of turn 2. You turn there, you'll be all right. You won't go too early and pick up a 1X, or too late and hit the multiple number of cones. It won't necessarily be perfect, but it'll be all right. And at our level, all right's fine.
Yes. And those points you pick up for touching the grass, do you, or riding too much of the curb?
If you go too wide. So basically, there's too. It's very much like the track limit. It's just going too wide, and the amount you're allowed to go off the track will vary at various parts, but it's never more than 2/3 of the car.
Yeah. If you hop a curb and the car's in the air, and you're sort of straddling a bit that you shouldn't be touching, really, if you don't actually physically touch it, do you get a point for that?
No, if you jump the curb and there was a curb which you could jump over a corner and land on the track on the other side, you'd still get the point.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah.
One or two bits I'd researched midweek suggested, it might not have been iRacing actually, but suggested that you wouldn't get the point if you did that, but obviously...
Also, I wouldn't recommend big curb jumping because you can do damage to the cars.
Precisely, so. No, but it's about learning which curbs you can safely do that on, and others clearly can't.
Exactly, and that's what these guys know as well. These guys know exactly where they can pinch it and where they have to be careful. And there are elements, of course, where you won't get a 1X. For example, go wide just between 6 and 7, which you don't want to do because there's no grip and you're liable to be having a very short cut to a large accident.
Yes. Yeah, for minimal gain, it could be a massive loss of time on the lap time, or indeed in the pits fixing it. So, long straight now for the 4th placed car of Hayden Burns in GT3. He was right with the 3rd place car not too long ago, but now has to make space for an LMP2 car to overtake at 10A, and this is meaning that the gap's growing between car 4 in 3rd position and the 176 of Hayden Burns. So now the the purple and blue car are a little further up the road, being driven by Josh Thompson, is only 1.3 seconds away from Lucas Gestad, and having to concentrate far less on the mirrors and perhaps more on attacking the asphalt in front of him and reeling in that Biela Racing Team Euronics car. It's growing actually for the GT3 race lead for Sami Matti Trogan, so he's found a nice bit of rhythm, it would appear. 24 seconds is still the margin in the GTE category for GTE IMSA, and Daniel Lefuente for Williams Esports leading Mikkel Gade in the Vendavel car, and 7.2 seconds distance back to Alexander Tiber. So comfortable gaps, I would say, for the top three in GTE. It is pretty close for 4th and 5th in that division, with Felix Lunding putting in some good times though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. We were talking a bit with John earlier that one of the reasons I think that the ebb and flow of the gaps in the GT3 area, when the car's really all been driven very well by very competent drivers, is what the amount of time they're losing whilst being overtaken, and that can either be down to their skill or just the luck of where the car comes up on you, and that can easily change it by a second either way in a lap. You know, and we're already seeing now that there's that Josh is getting much closer to second place man. He's being overtaken going up the hill. He won't lose any time. That won't cost him any time. He just does a tiny tick there as the BMW snapped across his nose there going into 3. But there are places where you can lose an awful lot more time, especially when you're passed by the GTEs. The GTEs are only very slightly quicker than the GT3. So at some point, and also, for example, into the braking zones, they actually can be a bit slow because, of course, they are, unassisted braking, where the GT3 have anti-lock.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. So driver assists enable you to stabilise the car, get it slowed in a shorter distance. So a little bit more finesse required from the GTE perspective. And the Porsche, the lone Porsche in that class, still not able to break into the top 10, showing the M8's dominance so far.
So the 450's in the pits now. That's from 6th place. So the 450, the Biela Racing Team, has always been the first car in. We're on 120 laps. That's 4 sets of 20, so it's just about on time. Efkan Berkay, theoretically, as we now have stopped twice, should be getting out. But is he tripling is the question for Efkan. He is, and he didn't take tyres either. So a couple of the teams now are moving towards this triple stint concept. The first team we saw do that was the number 3 car of Team Redline Purple, but now it's a triple stint, I believe, for the Euronics Biela team. So they've looked at it, they've seen what their tyre wear is, they've assessed whether the drop-off in stint 3 is worth the sort of saving of half a stop, so 12.5 seconds. And they're obviously thinking at the moment, with these track conditions, with the track rubbered in, it is, Johnny.
Yeah, and that is a long time to be behind the wheel because, well, for an LMP2 car, if it was to real life, then it's about 40 minutes a stint. How long does it take you to do about 31 laps?
The stints are about 37 minutes.
Okay, well, that's very accurate. Yeah, so LMP2 at European Le Mans Series level and Le Mans as well, we're tending to do 38, 39-minute stints, so 31 laps is pretty much bang on, and Efkan doing a lap average of a 111.8 with a best of 110.1 on that last run in the 450 Biela Racing Team Dallara, which now rejoins 7th position for that car. And 122 laps now completed for Jonas Valmeyer in the red line orange P217. Dominic Faber in 2nd position, just under 10 seconds away. Close for 3rd though. Johan Harth is pushing and was much quicker on the last lap around in the 96 Apex Dallara. So that'll be one to watch in the next few laps if it continues to close to that sort of margin. 2.4 seconds the gap. BMW's heading through one BMW heading through the final bit of the S's and having to overtake the 3rd place GT3 car on the outside and gets in front just before the turning point. I thought that was going to be a bit dicey then into turn 6, but he got it done.
Well, that yellow and black car's had a little bit of incident. I think the previous driver with the GT3. Now, actually, when Josh Rogers, the BMW came back in front of him going into the braking area to turn 6, and he was actually having to brake more than he wanted to do because he's got better braking than the BMW, which has brought Hayden back close to him again. So that has, again, just been overtaken. It looked like a no-loss overtake, didn't it, up the straight, but he just got slightly taken out on his braking area, and so that's now Hayden Burns is now a little bit closer than he was to Josh Thompson, but still, he's not going to have the ability to get past past him as Josh makes a mistake where he gets another bit of luck with some overtaking.
Yeah, so didn't have to blend out of the throttle, but did have to hit the brakes earlier than expected as another car peels off from the P2 class. That's the number 20 of Tommaso Carla. 8th place for Mirvano Sim Racing, as 3rd and 4th is still very close in GT3. Thompson for Williams Esports ahead of Burns in the Sim RC Titan, 176. So yeah, that gap had really opened up and now has come down again. 2nd position right over the curbs there for Lucas Gested. So he's pushing on in the Euronics car. Biela Racing Team 1451. Maybe again feeling the pressure from 2 cars now, starting to almost work together to close that gap. And this is playing nicely into the hands of Sami Matti Trogan, who leads the class by, well, the largest margin he's had in the last 20 minutes or so, 3.7 seconds as he goes through the latest split.
And we've now got the P1 cars beginning their rotation for pit stops. 3rd place Jürgen Haaf and 4th place Patrick Wolff in the 96 and 3 car respectively have come in for stops, and it's a change for the 96 car. Mikael Constantine's got in, so Apex still running on doubles.
It's Nick Damon, Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhoff. We have 7.5 hours to go. Valmeyer leads by 8.7 seconds to his Team Redline teammate Dominic Farber in 2nd, 33 from 7. Mirvano off strategy a little bit. Dion Fialo in 3rd position, and in the GT Le Mans category, La Fuente for Williams leads Van der Waal, Michael Gade and Alexander Thebe in 3rd position. Meanwhile, in the GT Daytona GT3 class, it's Sami Matti Trogan for Marla Racing Team ahead of Biela Racing Team Euronics Lucas Gestat, and Josh Thompson in 3rd position for Williams Esports BenQ. That's how it stands then, with still 7.5 hours to go at the VCO iRacing Petit Le Mans. Incident for the number 452 car. That's Lubomir Schweitz actually, for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. It's down through the S's. He's on his own, coming to turn 5. Doesn't get to turn 5. Hit the curb too heavily on the right-hand side. It's a fine line there, Nick Damon, isn't it, between tracing that right-hand curb, which is absolutely the right line in the corner, but if you clip it with your right front wheel, it really throws you off kilter.
Yeah, he basically got a bit of oversteer and then it pointed him across the road. That was actually quite a minor incident, because normally when you go off in the 4-5 complex, it's massive, because you are travelling towards a barrier. All he's done is lost time. I saw that as well.
Maxi Benecke taking over out of the pit stop for Redline, and got it very sideways coming out of the pits.
Just wondering whether what he actually did there was deliberate, where he dropped the traction control off and did what racing drivers do, is give it a massive boot for just try and put a little bit of temperature in the rear tyres to avoid what we saw happening to the number 3 car when he came out of the pitch. Just give it a little bit extra temperature. And my guess is that was deliberate. Pity we didn't see the whole spectacularness of his balance against the
Ask
wall.
and thou shalt receive, Nick. It was just a little bit of Michelin rubber laid onto the exit of the pit lane, which is heavily uphill and very tight indeed. So that JP was another 31 lap stint for the Benecke car. Dominic Farber brought that car in. Max Benecke has taken it out. So does that mean we've seen all of its drivers? And no, we've only seen 2 drivers in that car, Benecke and Farber. Yes.
Probably going to be a 2-driver effort for the 10 hours.
Maybe. Feb did 2 stints, didn't he? And then, Benecke's in for that's effectively his 3rd stint. He did a double, got out
so
for
it's
a
double stint for each of the 2 drivers
so
we've
that
seen so far.
going to carry on, then maybe a 2-driver effort all the way to the flag, which is tough. It's hard work, that is.
And the 33 car has got Max Verstappen back in it again. So
that's the same.
Yep, so they're in the same. So they've obviously decided that 10 hours is easily done with 2. It's interesting because 12 hours is 3. That's the cut-off point, obviously. Once you have a 12-hour race, it's always 3, and the 10 hours is still 2.
Is that right? Is that how people
Mentally,
take
it appears to be for this, yeah.
Okay. At RSL_studio. We are tracing. When are you in the car, by the way, Nick?
I'll be in the car about half an hour after I'm off. We've had to run some we had a bit of bad luck with the disconnect, so we're slightly out of kilter on our stints. We're up to 11th in our class though now, in our race, which is also our class, because the whole class is LMP2.
And what split are you in?
I would think the penultimate one. So it's got ultimate in the word, anyway.
Yes. Hey, there's a place for everyone, Nick.
Everyone to their place.
Indeed. And if you're penultimate or stone last, there's still an opportunity for a trophy.
I'm going to say something here, though, Nick. Are you enjoying your iRacing?
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I much more enjoy the team racing than just the general racing. Team racing, what it's all about for me. It's great. And even though we've had terrible luck on a couple of the events, no more so than the Barcelona race, where we had finally found our ringer who was going to possibly win us the race, and then we got taken out by a back marker, and
got to let that go now, mate. You've got to let that go.
It's our one chance of glory. But yeah, so it's team racing what it's all about for me. I mean, yes, I'll do some racing, but it gives that emphasis and that focus. I suppose it's my endurance routes are coming through off. Obviously, I've thrown away my F1 bubble after 14 years, John. I'm an endurance person at heart now.
I knew we'd get you in the end.
It's taken a while, man.
It's taken many years.
Actually, it didn't take him that long, because the first time he went to Le Mans, he was blown away, and the first time he went to Petit Le Mans, he was blown away.
That was a great trip. That was. Oh, it really was. me and Christian Clean. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Was that the year of the
Yes.
rainstorm? Was that the only time you?
No. That was the following year.
Right. So the first year you went was the Christian Clean.
Yes, because that was the only time you and I went. The other time, Eves was being the team.
Why was Eve not there that year?
Don't know.
Well, okay. So that was you and Christian Clean, and
lots of tequila.
And
The race was great as well.
Patron, yeah, absolutely. Back in the days of Ed Brown with the Patron cars.
I think to explain more. Well, the reason I just is one of my favourite Grand Prix was always Austria because of the air. There's something about the air up in the hills, and the same very soon about the autumn air in Braselton as well. I think the whole race smells lovely. It's a really nice atmosphere. It's lovely working in the American pit lane, and it's less stress than Daytona is, so it's kind of perfect, really.
Second place battle going through turn 1 at the moment. Johnny Palmer is watching this one for us.
Yeah, Beneke being reeled in by Patrick Wolf, isn't he? So there's still a red line, battle between the red and the purple cars, but orange disappearing up the road with Max Verstappen. He had to be in the red line orange car, didn't he, being a Dutchman, 33. And the 7 and 3 getting really close to one another. But Patrick Wolf, is this his first?
No, it's his second,
stint?
and that was the point I was going to make. So he's on 35 lap old tyres. Beneke is just out of the pits on brand new tyres.
Yeah, so that was at the end of the heroic 3 stints from Matt J. Farrow. And Wolf took over for 31 laps, and now he's 6 laps into the next stint on the same tyres, you would think. Side by side then, heading up towards 10A with the purple car on the inside line and can just about defend. But under huge amounts of pressure here as the cars go light over the rise underneath the bridge for 3rd and 4th positions. Big wiggle as well from the Patrick Wolf car as Constanetti goes to the inside and should just about pick off 3rd position. There's a touch as well, and the purple car is off the road and quite possibly into the barrier. Yes, it hit the tyres. So the 3 car of Patrick Wolf into the tyres and ends up spinning through about 45 degrees, limping itself across the grass now to rejoin. But there's going to be heavy damage on the purple car that was 3rd.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but turn 1 is not a passing place. And it's not. And
it is if you get down the inside and you are there. And, well, I've got to say there, I think Wolf's got to give that up. I think Wolf's got to give the corner up at that point. He lifts and just backs out of it a tiny bit there, and he follows through. He's staying on his line and trying to stay flat out. He doesn't get a good run into turn 12. He's slightly defending there. And behind, Costantini gets through. So,
and he's ahead. I mean, it's his corner by that point for me. Costantini's making the corner as well, and within his rights then to run out to the curb. And all you got to do, from Wolf's point of view, is fade out of the throttle, surely, and tuck him behind.
I would say that at that point, I'm looking at it from above now. Wolf would have seen him because I'm sure he's got a triple screen environment, so he would have seen him. At this point, you just breathe on the brake and you're fine. I don't know where he expects him to go. He is drifting out a little bit wide. He should have been a little bit tighter, to be honest.
Sliding. In fairness, the 96 car was sliding, but even so, at that point,
he's still in control, though.
Yeah, I think he's in control. And Johnny's point, making the corner. It's not as if he's got to use the other car as a brake to get round the corner.
I think probably that would have not have bothered the stewards, but I think
if Bob Barfield had been calling that the IMSA race director, clerk of the course, call him what you will, I have a suspicion that would have been, if it was called at all, that would have been called on the car on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, had the contact not been made, then Costantini's car would have been further across to the left, and maybe a couple of wheels up on the curb, but not a great deal.
No.
And he certainly wouldn't have been on the grass. So the contact didn't keep him on the track. He was fine for that anyway. And there was the opportunity. Once Wolf realised I've been overtaken here at turn 1, just need to I need to recognise that, back out of it, and then be in a good spot to attack at the next one.
But he did know that, surely, because he didn't turn in his normal place. He had to turn in later,
way off the apex.
And the thing, he's a car's width off the apex because there's a car there. Now at that point, you can't get back on the throttle at the same place and expect to make the corner. So he's already in strife, even without the touch.
Yeah.
Has he continued?
Yep.
He rejoined. And has been round again because he's done a 110.3.
Well, that was heavy frontal impact, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think after seeing this, I've got a horrible feeling that the damage model on these P2s is going to go up significantly in the next update. So it's a bit of a free pass first time. The cars are more tanks in their first race, but you certainly, as you saw, a very similar impact for the BMW on the other side of the track. Took off the whole front end and retired the car. So. But it's the same for everyone because all the people in the same class are driving the same car. I was just wondering whether, Max Verstappen is out in the lead. He's enjoying the 217. He's enjoying the Gibson engine. Do you think he might make a phone call to Christian about talking to John Manchester for a couple of years' time?
I could tell you a story about Gibson engines, but I'll leave that for another time. Hello to Sindra Setsas. Often talking about Sindra in the DNLS and also taking part in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Sindra has tweeted at RSL_studio. No racing this weekend between two Esports Super Cup weekends, but having fun watching the iRacing VCO Petit Le Mans, playing a very scary drinking game, a shot for every race-ending incident. And he's asking if I would like to join in the booth. Oh dear.
Right.
That could make the last couple of hours very interesting indeed. Oh my goodness, what was Hayden Burns thinking there in the SimRC 176? Using the front end of the 176 as a bit of a battering ram. The 32 goes by. Hang on. The 32 goes by and then jams the anchors on at turn 2. That is another case of a prototype driver just not thinking, Nick, about what they were doing. There was no room to get through that.
He's trying to insert a prototype in a gap that's about a foot bigger than he was. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I'm sure he was feeling very smug when he went past in the first place, but he's wiped off the front, wiped his rear across the front and got away with it in most ways. There's one where the accident was not massively overemphasised, so he's got away with that one quite nicely, but probably have a little bit of optional damage to fix, but I'm surprised that turned out as well as it did.
Philip Johansson has just replied when we've mentioned Sindre Setsas there about watching the iRacing Petit Le Mans. He says, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you're watching the bottom split. Actually, you know, how many have we had? We've had 10, 11 cars out. Now, 2 of them didn't start.
No, correct.
So that's 9 cars and they've all gone out with race-ending incidents. They haven't just expired or people got bored. So we've lost, what, a quarter of the field there, pretty much.
Exactly a quarter of the field, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, not what we wanted to see, but sometimes a track is only happy with a set number of cars, and you know there's a little bit of work to be done to sort of trim away those that were on the edge of the setup, quite possibly, or just the ability to be able to drive in the traffic lap after lap. And mentioned about Nick and I were talking about just getting your eye in at the start of a double stint perhaps, and there seems to be fireworks initially and then people do find the rhythm eventually, but situation very different from perhaps when they were last out on track for the qualifying session, as the 42 car of Dominic Ferraris goes through the very fast right-hander at the end of the lap, closing in on the car ahead, which is Hayden Burns again. So Burns was attacking Josh Thompson. That gap's grown to 3.3 seconds, and Dominic Ferrari's definitely much closer than he's been all the way through this stint. So he's found a bit of a rhythm, I would suggest, in car 42 for Vendavel Sim Racing, the blue edition. Out of 5, short, sharp run to 6, and much faster approach to 6 than it is at 7, where you really have to leap on the brakes, late apex right-hander, and then exit speed, so crucial down this back straight. And if you get a good run up the hill along this straight with a couple of kinks in it at 8 and 9, it really does result in a very good lap time.
I think if you look at the track, if you glance at the track, you think that turn 6 and turn 7 are 2 90-degree corners. They're not. Turn 6 is about 80 and turn 7 is about 110.
Yeah.
So, and that always catches you out. You drive, and you get nice and fast around the first one, and the second is way tighter. And I think, as John was saying earlier, the actual apex is far way further around the corner than you think it is. Otherwise, you get punted off into the grass on the far left-hand side. Just drift off there in a very embarrassing, slow way.
Those 2 right-handers, I've not been to Road Atlanta and I've not been to Mosport either, but I think it's a bit of Mosport with a couple of awkward 90-degree right-handers.
Moss corners, yeah, 7A and 7B.
Downhill, and they've been quick succession, aren't they? Right and then right again, and then with a long haul out of it. And it just reminds me a little bit of that sequence of corners here at Road Atlanta as well, without the downhill approach, of course.
Up the side of the mountain into 7A and then 7B, and then there's a little kink onto what's called the Andretti Straight, which isn't actually straight, but you're right, and that climbs. There's 2 rises there, not unlike the back straight here actually, because one of the things when you drive this track is that the rise at 8 and then the second rise at 9, which is where this battle is right now in GT3, and then the big drop, they're actually, you cannot see over the top of those hills as you come up over them. And of course Bill Oberlin knows all about how steep those 2 rises are, because he launched a V12 LMR back at Petit Le Mans in
That well-known year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a known fact that the way you make a good track great is add elevation changes.
Yeah.
And that, and it's, we say it a lot, but I think that there's a lot of similarities between Road Atlanta and Alton Park. I think that's a track I would say it's most similar to in the UK.
And Johnny's spot on, by the way, mentioning Canadian Time Motorsport.
It's 5A and 5B, what I'm thinking of.
Oh, you're thinking of 5A, 5B, yes.
I think so, which is Moss Corner.
Yeah, Moss Corner. Sorry, I said 7A and 7B, didn't I?
Yeah, but
5A and 5B.
5A is more open, 5B is the tighter one, but
Correct.
It's more important to get your exit speed high out of the second one because you've got the long Mario Andretti straight afterwards.
Correct.
And it's the same here with the long back straight then that leads into 10A and 10B.
America, United States, has got some fantastic what they call natural terrain road circuits. And I think it's very funny that everybody says, you know, they're European-style circuits. And what I've said since I've been going there since 1998 is, it's not like European circuits because we don't have them anymore here in Europe. They've all been sanitised. Lawrence Vantoor, when he came over to Porsche as a Porsche factory driver, I knew he was going to race in GT for Porsche, having been poached from Audi. He was asked whether he would like to do WEC or IMSA. And he said, IMSA, please.
Yeah.
And I said to him, why not the World Championship? He went, the track's in the States. The tracks. He said, look, I don't dislike Spa. He said, but Spa, you make a mistake. Pouhon should be a really challenging corner, but it's not a challenge at all, because if you make a mistake, you've got a supermarket car park on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
You just drive back onto the track. He said, you make a mistake at some of these American circuits, and that's the end of your race.
Yeah.
So guess what? The driver makes the difference, and drivers, top drivers, like to know they're making the difference. I mean, here at Road Atlanta, there's what, 2 cars widths before an unprotected concrete wall in plenty of places. The downhill at turn 12 is absolutely bonkers, but brilliantly bonkers. They've pushed it back with the new circuit revisions and the new Michelin tower that's there now, coming down to that area now with Dominic Ferraris. But I mean, it's like being on a straight track, Nick, from 1 through to 2. All right, 12 through to 1, then up the hill, and it then closes in again. Right hand side, at the right hand side, the top of the hill. There, if you hook that curb too much or you spin the wheels up, you're spinning into an unprotected concrete wall on the right-hand side. I can't tell you how I know that, but trust me, I do.
Yeah, I mean, it is a track that it's a sinew of ribbon, as you say, and it just doesn't have that sort of acres of runoff we have. I mean, the interesting thing is really, I kind of, during our virtual IMSA series, combined with the iRace I got a massively newfound respect for American tracks in general, because every track we went to was Mid-Ohio. It was a fabulous track. You know, VIR, even in the fact it's
Mid-Ohio last weekend for IMSA.
Yeah, I mean, I love Mid-Ohio. I can't get it right. It's incredibly tricky again, because it's all suddenly you're doing 160 miles an hour, then you've got to go up and down to around a corner that you're on the wrong. Your brain saying this isn't supposed to be the line, surely, but it is.
Well, should I tell you why that is, Nick? And if you went there and you walked it or drove it as a motorcyclist, you'd go, oh yeah, the camber's wrong there. Or halfway round that corner, the camber changes, because you spot that as a motorcyclist. I remember the very first time I went to VIR with the then American Le Mans series. Brian Till, broadcast colleague of ours, brilliant racing driver in his own right, very good in Indy Lights, and has worked at the Mid-Ohio race school for a very long time. I think he's been senior instructor there for a long time, actually. And he took a minivan load of drivers round who'd come across from Europe, and it just so happened it was mostly the Audi guys, so it was McNish and Beeler and all of those guys, Pirro, all of those guys, and 1 or 2 others. And I asked if I could hitch a ride, and I sat in the last row of this minivan, and in fact I kind of had to stand up to look out through the front of the screen. And the amount of times that I went, oh my god, look at the camber on that. And Till said, oh, you spotted that? I went, yeah, I ride a motorbike. If you don't see the camber, you're falling off and hurting yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Mid-Ohio. It's not quite the same here, but there's a few bumps here that means you don't take what you would call the traditional line. It's really interesting. And most of these tracks, sadly now, they've resurfaced Watkins Glen. And so some of the nuances have gone. 1 or 2 of the resurfaces here at Road Atlanta have slightly changed things, but not as much. VIR has been patched a few times. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, they've had some new tarmac and some new patches down, but that hasn't changed that much. They've got a bit more runoff area in 1 or 2 places now and replaced grass with concrete. VIR has been almost totally resurfaced, but hasn't changed a bit, except it's just faster. There's a tiny bit more.
They've stolen the tree.
Well, the tree went in 13, so that was a long time ago. The oak tree at turns 11 and 12 was hit by lightning. and that went in 13. There's a little bit of extra paved area at the exit of Oak Tree Corner going onto the School Straight at the back, at the flat, some of the curbs, because that ultimately is a motorcycle track. That's what that was mostly used for before IMSA went back there a few years ago. I'm trying to think of other places that we go to that are just outstanding, but they're all good fun.
I will credit some of our unspoilt UK tracks, because I remember working a DTM meeting at Brands Hatch 2 years ago, 2018, and some of those DTM boys I don't think had ever experienced the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit.
I've raced on that.
Yeah, but in a DTM car though.
I haven't raced on a DTM
in
car.
Qualifying, when you are just going like crazy, and they said, the margin for error there out the back section, there's just isn't one. You're either in the gravel or you're completing a lap successfully. And I remember Richard Crail was there as well, experiencing Brands for the first time, having covered the Silverstone World Endurance Championship event for us, and he couldn't quite believe the steepness of Paddock Hill Bend either. So there are one or two tracks in Europe, perhaps mainly in the UK, that still remain unspoilt. And it's an interesting comparison you make, Nick, with this place in Alton Park. I kind of see what you're saying. So the undulation part of the entertainment around here, definitely, as the race leader is still Max Verstappen. 7.5 seconds the gap from Maximilian Benecke and Michele Costantini for Apex, having been involved with that clash with Patrick Wolff. We've spoken at length about that. Patrick, though, still running and producing very good lap times, a 1:10.2, and that is just about the same speed as Dion Fialo is producing, but the gap's growing and growing. It's nearly up to 9 seconds now for that fourth place position. Efkan Berkay, did we say third stint or second stint for Efkan? I can't remember.
Third for him, yeah, third on the tyres. I mean, we are now getting through into the next set of stops for the. Is it? Then someone must have done 3 before him. Then this is stint 5.
No, it is. That's my fault. I was steering John in the wrong direction. It is. You're quite right, Nick. It's the third stint for Berkay.
After, yes, you're right.
After
30,
Lewis,
31 and now 24. Yeah, sorry. No, I hadn't scrolled back far enough either.
Lewis Glania did the first 2, correct? Yeah.
GT3s now are running into their pit stop. It's in the top 3 have stopped, but apart from Josh Thompson, I think is still. He's still out there at the moment as Hayden Burns, but we saw the leader of the Biela Race Team Euronics team stop. Sven Haas is back on board of that one, so we'll also see it there pretty much at the same time the GTE stops racing.
Euronics Audi GT3, that car. Now, where is the best placed in that team? They're running 4th with Lupermeyer Chivits. Car 452 with Dominic Ferrari's having just made a 3rd stop and rejoining. So Ferrari stays at the wheel of the Ven Darvel Sim Racing blue car, 5th position. And the other Euronics car being driven by Sven Haase. I'm pretty sure Haase started that car, 451, yes. So back in again for a double, you have to think. And Chris Lullum for AAA Esports leads the GTEs in his number 8 BMW with 2nd position the number 1 car. So La Fuente, who had led that class, still pretty much in touch. 1.2 seconds the difference, and that car number 1 has produced the fastest lap within GTE, so mid 1:15. Very impressive indeed, with the cars either side of that on the screen having produced a time only 4/10 slower. But 1:15.5 is obviously a very clear lap for La Fuente. Over the rise, and plenty of curb being taken by the 76 car of Felix Luding, 9th position. It's 3 seconds to try and find on Ryan Barnefelt for Manetti Racing, and the white and green Audi working its way through. That's very akin to the livery that we often see on the Audi, I think. Looks smart, that, but no connection to Monteplast as far as I'm aware. Different sponsor on the side of that green and white car. More pit callers though.
Yeah, the GT3s have got themselves, and the GTs have managed to get themselves quite split up now. Over, they're all coming in over quite a broad brush of 4 or 5 laps. The Williams eSports car, which came in from first, 3 different cars have come in from first in GT3. The final one to that is the Williams eSports of Josh Thompson. He's the last of the rotation to take the stop. Hayden Burns currently scored in second. After that stop, he should stay in second. Alex Arana in the Marla Racing Team 186 has scored third, and Dominic Ferraris in Vanderbilt is scored fourth. But it'll be interesting to see where Josh Thompson actually comes out, and whether he actually comes out in the lead of the class. Still not waiting. Some of the early GTE stoppers, we've seen the 58 BS NXT car come in, but we're just waiting for the top guys to come through in GT. Actually, no, a couple of them have done.
Huge off!
All
by
on his own.
Leclerc. Down through the S's again, wasn't it?
Yeah, but all on his own. Car just lost downforce, it seemed.
Just out the pits, boys. Same cold
tyres.
Yeah, good call, Nick. Good call. That's
really shouldn't be doing this as a top driver.
spinning the wheels up, coming out of the pit exit through turn 2 and 3. He's already hammered the curb, and he gets the he got the flick back.
Yeah.
He got the tank slapper. So where earlier on we saw the car going to the inside and sliding to the left, almost caught it. I'd loved here we are on board.
Just so you know, the tank slapper was way worse than it just slowly going round.
No, exactly. So he almost bins it coming out. He almost gets 2 Michelins over the blend line. Then he clobbers the curb. He's gone through there in third, loses it, catches it. No, he didn't catch it.
That was an overcorrection.
Do you think?
You see the angle of the steering wheel? He's trying to catch it back.
I think it had already gone.
I think it was long gone by then.
I mean, very deliberate, violent steering, maybe to build a tyre temperature on the outlap.
Yeah, possibly.
And it just, I don't know, maybe that's worked for Lewis in the past with no problems, but it does seem to be quite high risk to do it that early on in the lap. Just maybe bring the tyre temperature in slightly more gradually, but I'm no one to criticise. But it just hasn't worked on that occasion. Well, it's easy from my ivory tower.
The fact is that every time you come out of the pits for any sort of test, you come out on cold tyres. You know what you have to do in those first 3 or 4 corners. And there's now 2 of the top drivers who've not done it, and it's not difficult, and it only costs you half a second being sensible.
That's true.
It's risk and reward.
What you stand to lose is way more than the little tenths of seconds that you might gain from being so aggressive on an outlet. And that can be the result. A big off into the tyres, where the gap from the white line at the edge of the road to the scenery is very short indeed, just 3 or 4 metres. And you can't, when it snaps like that so quickly, I don't think the human brain is quick enough to react, actually, however much opposite steering input you put in there. And big damage.
The best you can hope for is that when it comes back on you, that doesn't do what that one did, which is spear in the barrier. But it spears into the spare space to the left over the dirt that way, which is why I said the previous accident we saw where he just lost it and looped it was actually far less damaging for the car, equally damaging for your ego, but it didn't have the impact.
Max Verstappen with lots of traffic to deal with at turn 1 now. 3 GT3 cars, and up ahead another one, actually. So 4 Audis all in a row, and that'll be the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and quite possibly 6th as well. 6th position in GT3 currently held by Braden Werner, but Werner's just out of the pits, actually, so has dropped some ground. And Verstappen did make it through safely. Got one more car to get by as they exit turn 6. You would think that's not done before 7, but probably on the exit. So bide your time, sit in the wheel tracks of that R8 LMS, and then way quicker down the straight as the Dallara. And through Verstappen goes. 6.3 seconds now the gap, and Beneke will have to deal with this traffic in his red line red car. Right about now, actually, he can pick off a couple, one of them just before 10A. We'll have to be patient through 10B, and then much better drive off the corner, make sure that the blue and black Audi has seen the faster prototype, and through 12 he goes. So
That's a pretty efficient dispatching of 3 cars there.
Yeah, very good.
He did lose a bit of speed, but he was safe past the wall. There were a couple of chances he had to be, let's say, less circumspect. Didn't take any of them, and he's got through. I think we've now done 4. We'll be interested to see where he is at the moment, to see how he's doing on the rest of the traffic.
But it's these little tiny margins, isn't it? Where do you catch a gaggle of 4 cars? Is it in an easy spot, or have you just caught the tail end of them as you start the S's? Because there's just no way through then. And you've got to wait until the exit of 5 as the 450, the recovering 450 car, now darts to the inside of the first of them. So Luis Glania, having just done a 110.2, again, thankfully, the damage model on the Dallara is not quite as good as it could be, and many
Quite
of these,
severe, let's say.
many of these prototype drivers actually getting away with some big shunts visually, but they're not. It's not having the impact on the performance of the car, which is good because we started with 8 Dallaras. We started with 11. We're down to 8 as things stand. Don't really want to lose any more prior to getting to half distance. We're a distance away from that yet. 56 minutes to go till we reach the 6-hour mark to go. And the damaged Audi rear wing damage to, I'm trying to remember which car that was now. It was running in 4th for a long time and has dropped some ground. It's the yellow and blue car, isn't it? Just turning through turn 6 now and having just been overtaken by a couple of BMWs. Car 6?
I don't know. What are we doing there?
Yes.
The effect of that wing damage would be he'd be losing his some straight line speed. So he'd be desperate if he just get in the slipstream of the GTE car and get an extra 4 or 5 clicks back again through that. So
it is
kind
car 6,
sniff behind
Matteo Ugolotti, and lap time 1:19.8 just completed, and Ugolotti finding a bit more speed than the car ahead of Florian Voiter.
Max Benecke sweeps past the outside into 12 and going past start-finish, getting past 2 cars down the main straight, which is always that just shows the speed difference, but more the advantage of positive overtaking. Benecke with an 11,000 I rating should know what he's doing.
6.5 seconds his gap to the head of the field, and Max Verstappen. Michele Constantini in 3rd. He's 12 seconds back now from 2nd, and then 18 seconds further back Dion Fialo from Movano Sim Racing Rosso. Still Patrick Wolf running around, very lucky to still be mobile, I would have thought. 46 seconds off the leader and 10 seconds off 4th position, and the top 6 made up of Joao Vaz for the Yas Heat car, as into the pits come Patrick Wolf out of 5th position. That seems a bit early to me, but let me just quickly check.
No, 154. So 30 a run. He's over 30 laps.
It's just 30. It's exactly 30. So it's 1 lap shorter than the car's done in the past. But I didn't mean it when I said I wasn't being that pedantic. 1 lap either way. I'm not going to argue about that. He was on his 2nd stint.
Interesting.
It says, yes, and he didn't change tyres. So will they triple again? That's the question for the 3 Redline Purple cars. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
It's just interesting that some cars have managed to squeeze 32 laps out of a stint. I just wonder how marginal that is on fuel, but actually the race leader 33 has managed to do it 1, 2, 3 separate occasions now, and is a couple of laps ahead therefore on the cycle of pit stops compared to the 2nd place car for Redline Red. Briefly up into 3rd now comes the Dion Fialo driven Movano Dallara, so 72 into 3rd. That's because of the Costantini pit stop for Apex. Joao Vaz for Yas Heat running in 6th position, and then Luis Glania for Biela Racing Team in the damaged 450. But I just wonder whether
has tripled again.
Yes, I just wonder whether this 32 lap strategy is just going to be the difference, but you're going to have to bolt a lot of those together to edge out further and further on the 7.
It always helps because you get to a last pit stop, and that last pit stop, you will need less fuel. And a fuel stop is a stationary of about full tank about 29, 30 seconds. So if you work out that is a second a lap. So every lap of fuel you save is a second you save being stationary. So if you can make 7 or 8 laps by the end, you've got a 7-second shorter final pit stop.
Yep. And little tiny differences through the course of the opening 6-7 hours might give you a small advantage by the end as the 7 cars back on the move. Beneke
29.2 stationary, so just fuel.
He'll be staying at the wheel only if they're doing double stints, because he's only done 1 and now rejoins. And Dion Fialo might be about to change drivers there, actually, because Maxime Bryant did 3. Maybe Fialo will stay in for a 3rd, as his teammate did that in the opening exchanges. So 72's back on the move now. We'll get our answer in a second. And Dion Fialo, shown staying at the wheel, so it will be a triple there as well. So triple stinting the tyres quite possibly too, Mivano.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about Verstappen and Red Line Orange is I think they're just getting much better fuel mileage, because they took a gallon less and to take the lead. And
that's right. And still did 32.
And did the same number of laps as Team Red Line Red with a gallon less of fuel. And now they are staying out longer on these stops, so they may just have a better ability to drive fuel-wise. Doesn't necessarily mean they are, they haven't got a different engine mode, but obviously they've got different right foot. So they're doing a pretty good job at the moment, the Orange team currently with Max on board.
Yes. And maybe the odd option to ease out of the throttle earlier, using the momentum of the car into the higher speed corners. You can do that into 6.
He got in 2 laps after. He came out the pits 2 laps after Beneke, who stopped after 31 laps. So he should be in the end of this one, I reckon. And then he will have done a 31 lap stint as well.
Yeah. But
that car has done a 32 lap stint, though. The previous stint it was 32 for the 33, if that makes any sense. 32 laps.
Yes, well, the 33 has made it stop, and it is still leading with Verstappen still at the wheel, as we'd expected. But this constant ability to do 32 laps now puts them 2 laps ahead on the stagger, effectively, with Beneke having just come in.
Thank you to Nick Damon. He's off to get a rub down with some warm halibut oil as he prepares himself for his stint. Will we see you back later, Nick?
Oh yes, I'll be back in. I've got a couple of hours of driving, half an hour, cup of coffee, and I'll be back.
All right,
Lovely.
Thanks, mate. Good luck. Let us know how you get on.
Oh, will do. Bye.
It's Nick Damon, and he'll be back later on then. That leaves Johnny and I to speculate wildly about what's going on behind the wheel of some of these cars. In comes Verstappen.
Yes, sorry, I was misreading the blocks there, but he hadn't quite made his stop, and he was. So is that only 31 this time?
No, 32. It'll be 32 when he crosses the line and pulls out.
Yes, okay. So
his pit stall.
It depends where the stall is in relation to the start line.
I think so, anyway.
Finish line.
Let me see. When did Maxi stop? I've stopped at 56, and we're on 158 into 159 now. Yeah. So that's another.
It's ticked off 32 now.
He's 32, correct.
So the only 31 lap stint that car's done is from the start, when you've got to factor in a rolling lap, of course, and then otherwise, this pattern is favourable, certainly, to the 33, because they're now 1, 2, 3 laps ahead on the cycle compared to the 7 currently being driven by Beneke.
It only helps, though, doesn't it, when you get to the end? That means you've got a slightly shorter last stop.
Yes.
If you get your pit stop.
And you'd need there to be 32 stints to gain a full, a pit stop, effectively. So that's
they're not
going to
gain a full pit stop. But
the race isn't long enough for that. But as Nick made the point just before he left, what you are going to gain yourself is a shorter fuel fill right at the end, because you're going deeper into that final stint than the cars you're racing. And if you can go 32, 32, 32 without a break, and the other cars you're battling are only doing 31 lap stints, then the onus is on them to try and adopt the driving style that the 33's got right now. And for whatever reason, Beneke and Costantini and Fialo maybe feel like they can't quite stretch it to 32 laps. And it's an accumulative effect, because 32 laps in isolation, no advantage there at all. But if you can do the whole race whereby you're doing these long stints, then the advantage will be gained right at the end. But I still think, is it marginal going to that distance? Clearly, Red Line Red think it is, and the Apex Racing team, too much of a risky strategy, quite possibly. But is this going to force them into a different way of thinking? This is great. I know that main entertainment for sim racing is actually taking part yourself, and that's exactly what Nick Damon's gone off to do. But from reading the race perspective, this holds just as much intrigue as the real stuff.
The advantage being that you don't have any safety car interventions,
True.
yellow flags or slow zones. So it's absolute in terms of the strategy. The only variable is the driver performance.
Yes.
Which I find in some ways slightly more pure.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because you don't have the good or bad fortune of the intervention of a safety car just after you've pitted, just before you've pitted, that puts you half a lap down, that takes you 20-second lead away. You know, Jeremy and I talk about, as much as Jeremy and I disagree about safety cars and code 60s, what we do agree with is the longer you can have as green flag, the more you see the true relative performance of each of the cars and drivers coming to the fore. And if a driver is, generally speaking, over 31 laps, a tenth of a second faster a lap, then if you have 90 laps, you actually see the benefit of that if they're all green.
Yeah.
If you have 10 laps, then a safety car, 20 laps, then a safety car, 40 laps, then a safety car. It doesn't matter how many laps you have, because the safety car negates the advantage that you've had. So in some ways, I honestly think that it's more pure. More issues there.
It was the 4, I think, going
It was
off.
the 4 again, wasn't it? They got a little helping hip and shoulder barge.
So, if I'm reading that correctly, yeah, Josh Thompson thought it was.
Correct.
In the purple and blue BenQ sponsored car. And a bit of curb. Was there then a shove from behind from the BMW GTE? No, there was a shove to the side, in fact. 2 cars into one wasn't going to go, and pitched off into the grass went the Thompson machine. He actually recovered that moment very well and lost a small amount of time, but thankfully didn't result in a spin and collecting anything which would have done a lot of damage. But this is the sort of give and take that you have to have in multi-class racing. Was it that BMW's corner? Well, probably yes, but I'm not sure where that leaves the Audi really, because it's got to make its way around the corner at some stage. So tricky in the early part of the lap when you're dealing with the S's to get sometimes 3 classes through there all at once, and unfortunately somebody loses in amongst that and ends up on the grass and loses time, if not a very smart race car. Anyway, put that behind him, onto the very next lap, and this will be a very good lap time, you get the feeling. Josh Thompson is running in 4th position, chasing down Dominic Ferraris in the number 42 car. Squirming up the inside is the yellow and black BMW in the GTE category, in turn bringing traffic with that as well. Question of where to look next, with the 3rd place to Audi and GT3 then running just ahead of the 4th place of Josh Thompson, and actually these GTE cars sneaking through. He's creating 1 or 2 gaps in the GT3 field.
At RSL Studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, Palmer and Hindhoff here. At the front of the field, it's 4.7 seconds, and round about a second taken out of the leader, Max Verstappen, by Maxi Beneke last time around. It is the 7 car that's got the fastest lap of the race, the 108.9 against the 109.1, so ultimate pace, very similar indeed. Beneke with a bit of clear track as he goes through turn 1 and crests the rise through 2. Drifting the car beautifully as he turns it in to turns 2 and 3. And with no GT traffic, with already a quarter of the field behind the wall, as it were, he's really making the opportunity count, or taking the opportunity and making it count, whilst he's got a clear track. And ahead of him, that's another off for the 4 car, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Right in front of the leader, out of turn 6 into 7, Josh Thompson having another off. So Josh really struggling. I wonder if he's picked up some damage, JP. I suspect he came through turn 6 perhaps a little bit too quick. Oh, did he get a hand from Verstappen? Verstappen's going to be right there.
Oh, he went for his own.
It may have been. It was close, maybe a bit of a net code, but maybe intimidated by the leader coming behind him.
Yeah, it causes a distraction, definitely. No, I think there was a touch, you're right, and that's forced him deep into turn 6 and out into the grass, and no grip there at all.
He's just well, actually, to hold on to that and only lose the amount of time that he did. Yeah.
So, again, a little bit of impatience from Max Verstappen in the red line orange car. And I suppose if you hadn't got by then, you've got to wait through 7, and that's all part of multi-class racing. You cannot necessarily scythe your way through all of the time, despite the
risk
greater
versus reward, Jonathan.
Yes, indeed. The greater performance of the LMP2 is there for all to see, but sometimes you're going into 2 single file corners, and there's little option but to just follow the car in front and wait for your opportunity.
He's an F1 driver, though. He does expect everybody to get out the way within 3 blue flags or have their tyres shot out by a sniper. I think that is the rule now, isn't it, in Formula 1?
Just about.
Yeah. He'll be learning important lessons here. Coming through to complete another lap. What's the lead now? At the sharp end of the field, down to 3.3 seconds. It's another 10th or so taken out last time around by Beneke. How they're doing on their tyres, JP? So Maxi Beneke is on a double, is he? He's on the second part of his double, and so is Verstappen. So tyre-wise, they're probably about equal.
Yes.
So they'll be on the second stint. So Beneke 10 laps into his stint on the second stint of tyres. So that's 41 laps he's got on them. Verstappen, who went a lap longer on his first stint, is actually on 39 stints. So there's nothing between them as far as the tyre wear is concerned, or shouldn't be too much. Hello to Mike. He's got a few laps in on his rig last night, tuned in to us here with the VCO Grand Slam iRacing Series and Petit Le Mans for 2020. Hello Mike, thank you. At RSL_studio, hashtag VCO RSL. If you want to get in touch with us, comes up on our screens here. Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh, really enthralled by this at the moment. Beneke just held up a wee bit by one of the Sim RC Audis there, coming through the S's. Takes that wide line through really 5 does. And nails the end of the gravel trap over the curb. But it's not a mistake. He does that consistently every lap.
Yeah.
And gets the car really, the key thing there is getting the car straight as you jump the curb.
Yeah. I know. I think in real life you're way off the track limits there, but what you're using is a different part of the circuit. A version of it that's not being used technically this weekend.
Fraser Williamson sitting in behind,
looking to on-lap himself. Yeah,
he's getting a bit of a masterclass here in the Livano Sim Racing Bianco car, just tracking Max Beneke around through the final corner. Both first and second still on the front straight at the same time there, JP. Went up to, in fact, no, they lapped within fractions of a second. 1:10.3.98 for Verstappen, 1:10.3.86 for Beneke. So still time taken out, as it has been on each of the last 5 or 6 laps. Beneke, generally speaking, just a wee bit quicker than Verstappen at this stage of the stint, as they are getting through. Well, Beneke about just over a third of the way through his stint, and Verstappen a couple or 3 laps behind him in terms of when he came out of the pits. So very similar in terms of fuel load, tyre wear. But Beneke just a tiny bit quicker. You might expect that. The amount of experience Max Beneke has got on iRacing. Over an 11,000 iRacing now.
It's a shame that Williamson's not on the lead lap, because he's actually lapping quicker than Beneke currently, and he dropped back a little bit then.
But there's his issue, he's not consistent. Made a mistake.
So it was a 10.0, it was a 110.9 for Williamson, when he had punched out a 110.2 last time around, which was quicker than Beneke.
Wow.
Beneke's back into the 109s.
So is the leader, 109.891 for Verstappen, 109.618 for Beneke. This is fabulous, isn't it? They are literally trading fractions of seconds, as if they were side by side, as if they were trading paint and vinyl. But they are still just on 3 seconds apart.
Beneke doing exactly as he should through 7 there. It's
So
frustrating.
good through traffic, isn't he? He's
Oh, yeah.
so good through traffic.
He is, but there was no way past that BMW through 7, because you're gonna force a car off the road. You'll end up in a barrier, so you just have to sit and wait. It takes an age, but then you can finally let the power of your car come into being to get past the BMW.
Lost 4 tenths there on that one corner.
But
traffic giveth though, traffic
yeah,
taketh
exactly.
away.
Verstappen could very easily be in the same situation on the very next lap.
Battle for 4th in GTE. Ryan Barnveld, Felix Leading, Chris Lullum all battling away. Felix in that yellow and black sim racing RC GTE, just trying to find the way past Barneveld in it's the green car ahead of him. A little bit further back after that is Chris Lullum, but actually closing in at over half a second a lap with those two fighting ahead of them. So it's 4.6 seconds at the moment, but that will come down quickly, very quickly indeed, as they're into turn 1 with GT Daytona traffic ahead of them, GT3 traffic ahead of them. And really held up Barneveld through the S's, couldn't get through turn 1. That's the opportunity, really the opportunity for the Sim RC car, down from 5 towards 6 now, and rather frustratingly the Sim RC of Felix Luding, the 76 car, just couldn't get past the Audi either, didn't get the run through turn 5 that I think Felix would have liked, and now out onto the back straight again with the Patrick Wolf red line purple car coming by them, weaving between them.
.5 seconds now, the difference. So Beneke
At the front of the field, right, yeah.
Sorry, yes, between Verstappen and Beneke, 33 to 7. But
7 tenths of that came on the last lap. 109.7 to a 110.5.
Yes.
And that's traffic. That's all
Completely.
that is.
Yeah. Beneke, I mean, driving beautifully, but it's a question of which bit of the GTE fight that he's going to stumble across next. Same old story, really. And of course, GTEs are having to fight their way through the Audis as well. And in case for 2 of the M8 GTEs here, having to wait and now finally take their opportunity, but they in turn are going to be overtaken by an LMP2. So all 3 classes represented now at turn 6. Oh, and squeezing, forcing the issue. That'll put the BMW
Barneveld's
offline.
in trouble now.
Drag race.
All down to the P2 coming through. Barneveld being rather too nice there, I thought, in the green and silver BMW GP. Gave up the inside when he really should have closed the door nice and early.
Yeah, still just about got the inside line into 10A if he can keep the nose of the car there, but I don't think he can. He's going to have to get out of it to avoid contact, although running a bit deep into the left hand, there was Lulham there.
And a little bit of a bit of a lock-up by Felix.
Felix Luding, beg pardon,
Yeah.
yes. Lulham's the next one back.
But there's still nothing between these two.
No.
Same cars, very good drivers. Really just waiting for that type of mistake. And that's where the patience that Johnny Palmer was talking on in our pre-race show comes in. Just starting to see the headlights a bit more on these cars, although it's still blue skies in the virtual world of Petit Le Mans and VCO in the Grand Slam. Back up to turn 7, and this time the favour is returned by Max Benecke in the red line red prototype. And I just thought Barneveld was going to get the opportunity to drag back onto the rear wing of Felix Luding, but he doesn't. Oh, GT3 car is one of the damaged Audis from earlier on that hit the wall in the S's. It's the 6 car? Yeah. That's the Matteo Ugolotti Leo Racing team. They were running solidly in the top 3 or 4, weren't they, early on? A couple of incidents for them was taking them out of contention for the sharp end of things. 6.5 hours to go. Shall we have a little rundown? Verstappen leads for the number 33 Team Red Line Orange by nearly 5 seconds now. He's coming out of turn 5 and heading down towards turn 6. That's the leader of the race, and of course the leader of LMP2 in through turn 6 to 7. And for once, no traffic to worry about as he heads onto the back straight. 5.5 seconds behind Maxi Benecke, who hasn't had the best of the traffic in the last 3 or 4 laps. Was under a second behind the leader for a while, and has dropped back, as I say, to 5.5 seconds back in the 7 from Team Red Line. That's the red flashed car. Cleared the traffic now though. 3rd position and another 19 seconds further back, so nearly 25 seconds behind the leader, Michele Costantini for Apex Racing Team 96. That's the grey, white and blue car, and he's on the back straight now as well, dealing with that traffic. In fact, he's just gone through down towards 10A and 10B. Quick run through the rest of the top 6. It's another 24 seconds further back for Dion Fialo from Movano Sim Racing Rosso. The red air intake on top of the canopy underneath the master bridge on the back straight in elegant isolation, the 72 car at the moment. Then you go back another 10.5 seconds to Patrick Wolf for Team Red Line Purple. Couple of mistakes from Patrick in this double stint, notably coming out the pits on cold tyres and full tanks when he spun it on his outlap. That cost him a bit of time, and he's had another incident since then. But he is still 43 seconds ahead of the 6th placed Luis Glanier for Bela Racing Team Euronics. And that 450 car is, let me just check, is he just off the lead lap now? I think he is. Yes, he is. So that's the first car off the lead lap at the sharp end of the field. So that's your top 6. I'll quickly run down the top 10 for you, or at least the next couple of cars, because that's the only 2 other Dalaras running in sequence at the front of the field. So Yas Heat is in 7th for Dean Woods, the 32 car, which is the dark blue and teal coloured car. And he's 32 seconds away from 6th, but he's 13.5 seconds ahead of Fraser Williamson for Movano Sim Racing in the silver and black car. Very, I was about to say LA Raiders, it's Las Vegas Raiders now, isn't it, for them. Shea Adam would like the colour of that car, as Gladiator, by the way, has just pitted. So that's your top 10, and I think that 20 car has just dropped a second lap back from the leaders. as he comes through now. I thought that was Max Verstappen just ahead of him. I think he may have just dropped off a second lap, as I say, from the leaders. If not, he's right on the very tail end. No, there's the 7 going through. Yeah. So correct, he is now 2 laps off the lead. So that's Fraser Williamson I'm talking about now. So let's go to 9th position, because that's where the first of the GTE IMSA car, GT Le Mans, call them what you will, GTE. And it's Daniel Lafuente that leads. All of these are BMWs, the Porsche's way down. Alexi now in that Porsche 24. So BMW's ruling the roost. Lafuente for Williams Esports. Chill Blast, 23 seconds ahead of Mikel Garde for the number 2 car. So 1 and 2 are in positions 1 and 2 in class for Vendeval Sim Racing Pink. Third, Team Redline GT is 9 seconds further back, 181, Alexander Thieber. Fourth, Felix Luding in that yellow and dark brown stroke black 76 Sim RC BMW, and he is 20 seconds further back, and it's now pulled out 1.2 seconds on Ryan Barneveld for the Manatee Racing for the fetching green and silver machine. And rounding up the top 6 is Chris Lullum, who's closed in now, as Johnny suggested he might, the number 8 in 6th position for AAA Esports. It's now only a second and a half behind Barneveld, and is taking a 10th or a couple of tenths in that faded colour scheme, which is really cleverly done. Grey into green, into yellow, into grey. Sort of Manti Grello in the middle of that car.
I suppose it is, yeah.
Really
Very
nicely
cool.
done. And last but by no means least, we'll drop into GT3, GT Daytona, 22nd position overall for the Sim RC Titan. That's the number 176 for Hayden Burns, with Asher Racing support on the side of that car. He leads from Alex Arana, now installed again in the Marla Racing Team BMW, which is the blue and green triangles on that car, just trying to put another lap on one of the other BMWs there. It's one of the GTE cars, so that's going to be difficult. Behind Alex, Dominic Ferraris for Vendeval Sim Racing Blue 42, another 3.6 back. He's got his hands full at the moment with Sven Haase. Sven the Rabbit, 3 tenths behind is the Team Euronics Baylor Racing 451, and they've got nearly 10 seconds on Josh Thompson for the Williams Esports BenQ Audi in 5th. It's the purple fronted car, and he in turn is fairly sorted at the moment with Martin Shripchak for DV1 Triton Racing. He's another 35 seconds further back down the road in the 111. So Marcin lapping around about the same time. We're in that middle phase, Johnny, of the race, aren't we, at the moment? Drivers are trying to keep out of trouble, keep the cars straight. But that battle, the closest battle on the field, is the one we mentioned a few moments ago between Dominic Ferraris, the Vendeval, in the blue team car, 3rd at the moment, and the Team Euronics Sven Haase machine, not quite right up his tailpipes, but we're going to have 3 cars abreast down the back straight, all 3 classes represented there as they head down towards 10A and 10B, and this might be the opportunity for a pass here down towards 10.
Yeah, he's got it done, hasn't he? But just before the braking area, the BMW slotted by the 2 of them on the right-hand side, and yeah, 42 creeps up into the 3rd position. So nicely timed that. It's a little bit about playing the traffic as well. Okay, you're trying to overtake a car that is struggling for some speed because of the damaged rear wing, but 4th placed car still tucked in behind the yellow. So that was in order to now put the back marker between the third and the fourth place car. So still the Sven Haase car looking to try and make the move in 4:51. Right behind 4:51 is Verstappen, the overall race leader. On to lap 182 for the Dutchman then, just on 1:11.0, which is quite a way off that car's best, 2 seconds slower. And this is going to be a costly lap in terms of time again, but crucial to get through this traffic, because then very shortly Maxi Benecke will have to do exactly the same. But as a result, the gap's come down to 3.5 seconds. Still that damaged 8th placed GT3 car of Matteo Ugolotti.
It's quick in a straight line, though,
isn't it? Yeah, posing a problem for Sven Haase. Should be able to pick him off now, Haase. Yes, in the Euronics car. And that means that Haase is back with Ferraris again to give this another go in the blue and white car. So they were heading into 10A and 10B a lap ago. I thought the move had been made, but actually they were dealing with a back marker initially, and now they're the right side of that damaged car. They can really start to attack. Over the rise at 2, swooping around the outside. Again, good speed being shown by Fraser Williamson. 7th position he may be, and a long way off the lead lap, probably 2 laps down, I think John worked it out as. Yes,
Just.
only just. As yes, on the gap visualization tab is really useful on James's timing system as well. So I make it 1, 2, 3, 4 cars just about on the lead lap now. 33 and 7.
Patrick Wolf's still on the lead lap as well. Just.
Okay, yes, I was counting 3. But 72 is about to cross the line, and that will also confirm that
72 and the
3 is just about.
Yeah, he's a minute and 3 back on a minute and 9, minute and 10 second lap.
Yes, which is probably about...
So it won't be long.
9/10 of a lap, still just about clinging on. But the speed being shown by Max Verstappen, very impressive indeed. But this is Benecke's chance potentially. It's come down to 3 seconds now.
He's got 4 laps before he's due into the pits, Benecke, and therefore 7 laps before Verstappen, possibly 8. We have seen Verstappen get 32 laps out. He's coming round to finish his 25th now, so yeah, 7 laps then.
Gained another 4/10 though on Verstappen, and that's again all down to the traffic and where it's falling for the 2 leaders. Fluctuating slightly, back out to 3.2 and a bit. But red line orange, red line red, closer than they have been probably for all of this stint. And Benecke to the outside of a GT3 car. That will deliver him into 10A at the perfect trajectory. Again, almost sliding the car through the first bit of 10A. Less care perhaps for this set of tyres as he gets towards the end of the stint. Depending on, of course, what their game plan is once he comes in, because this will be the end of his second stint for Benecke.
That's just gone off. Was that the third place car? Yes, it was. Michele Costantini straight through 10A and 10B as he came up upon a group of cars. He was in behind the pole. This is his braking point. Aims it across the narrowest bit of the gravel trap. Actually did all right there, didn't he? That's going to get him some incident points. Remember, 50 incident points for the drive-through, and then every 20 after that. Nick would have told me what that would be, but I reckon that's a 4.
Yeah. Okay.
He's lucky. He's lucky when he rejoined, actually, that he didn't get picked up by somebody, but stayed to the right-hand side, Michele. Nicely done on that side of things, and does eventually get past the Porsche that he was hoving up alongside.
Well, he lost a second to both Verstappen and Benecke, so it didn't gain him some time, despite straight lining the chicane. And will have picked up a lot of debris on the tyres as well that needs to be scrubbed for the next few corners. Costantini had been showing some good speed to that point. Still not able to lap in the sort of window that Verstappen and Beneke are able to produce. 0.7 of a second gain for Beneke on that lap, so he's got the lead down to 1.5 seconds. I think Beneke, using his experience through the traffic here, he's more decisive, more clinical. Verstappen not that experienced in multi-class racing, and now he can see him up the road as well. So Beneke, just that extra shot in the arm.
Verstappen eked out a couple of 3/10 in the second part of the track, but this is very... the one thing I will say about Maxi Beneke, though, he doesn't take any chances, Nick, so he will lose as well in the traffic.
Yeah, good point. High stakes stuff, I suppose.
Big slide from... it's one of the Asher Racing cars, isn't the Sim? Is that the 76? Yes, it was. It was the 76 Sim RC car. At the line, it's 2.3 seconds. But still a 10th taken out of the lead last time around. So generally speaking, when all the pluses and minors are taken out, it does seem as though Beneke can close in even a tiny amount on the leader. Generally speaking, he's been getting closer. Still the BMW battles carry on. Michael Neumeier is coming out of 10B and down to the end of the lap. I reckon Beneke will be in at the end of this lap, JP.
Okay.
As far as the any of the other pit stoppers, all the GT cars have still got laps to come. 37 for the Porsche, 39. Actually, the front of the GT E field have probably got another 2 or 3 laps to give. The third place 181 is now completing or on its 41st lap. So expect to see Beneke in this lap and expect to see the front of the GTE field, or the GT Le Mans field in IMSA parlance, expect to see them in at the end of this lap. Still side by side. In fact, here comes Beneke. Spot on time. Now this is the end of his second stint, so let's keep a close eye on this. Fuel will go in first, and that goes in at an absolute race. They've got the first pit, and Beneke's out of the car, hence the car disappears from the pit lane. So at the moment we've only seen the 2 drivers in all of the leading cars for this 10-hour time certain race. Double stint has been, generally speaking, for the top teams the way to go, so it should be Dominic Faber who gets into the car. And I would think he'll get a new set of tyres once, goes up now on the jacks. So that's a new set of Michelins.
Well, that fits with what's gone before.
Spot on.
Dion Fialo slots into second briefly because that car doesn't stop, and Fialo therefore going to go for 32 laps on the stint. Yeah, Fialo didn't come in, so that's 31 completed now. I don't quite know why Beneke's car can't do 32, because Verstappen's only on to lap 30 of this stint, so it's going to be a good while yet before the number 33 car comes in.
Maybe got a bit more wing on it, just to give it a
Maybe
bit more
it is
stability.
just down to that. But I wonder whether that was why Beneke was actually catching Verstappen, because he was slightly more light-footed. They're concentrating on eking out the distance on the stints.
Could be.
You know, when they get to the end, that could really pay dividends. But they have to ensure they can punch out 32 lap after stint after stint and not risk running the tank dry. And I still don't know how marginal that is. But with Fialo willing to do it as well in 72, then maybe that will twist the strategy a little bit for 7, because otherwise they're just going to be playing catch-up all the time.
And ultimately, even if they do get ahead on pace, the last pit stop for the number 33 red line car will be shorter.
Yes.
They will need, or they can take their last pit stop first.
Yes.
And still have a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, true.
So, let's say if you get, let's assume that it's going to be 31-32, 31-32, 31-32 all the way to the end, then clearly they're going to eke out a point where the Verstappen car will be able to come in at 26 laps completed, put enough fuel in to get to the end.
Yeah.
Whereas, which might be at the same time by then as the other car is coming in to do its last pit stop, going a bit longer, but they'll be stationary for a short amount of time.
Yes.
Simple as.
And with no safety cars or yellow flags or anything
Correct.
like that, then all you have to think about is the splash, I would imagine, at the end, which, as you say, they've come in for your final pit stop after 32 laps, and then you've got maybe only 18, 19 to do at the very end, but a shorter stop to take on less fuel. So that's where the big win occurs. But it's a question of continuing this pattern on all the way through.
Just got a quick look at the Porsche 24 driven by Redline from Alexei Usiakula. That has not been the right choice of car today, although qualified 4th. So on a clear track, single car qualifying, yes, yes and yes.
Yeah.
Raceability with a horde of BMW. What is the collective noun for a field full of BMWs? A propeller of BMWs?
I like that.
A Munich of BMWs.
Case in point is the Ferrari last weekend at the Nürburgring, qualifying on the front row and then just did not go anywhere in the race. Now, they had a problem, I think, for the Octane 126 car, for it to be so slow compared to those wanting to get by. But it reminded me, in the virtual world, of a Porsche in 4th very early on in this race, and then a stack of M8s all trying to get by. That reminded me of the GT3s last weekend at the Nürburgring, trying to get past the second-placed Ferrari, as it was at the time, third-place Ferrari.
Mid-corner speed not bad from the Porsche, as seen there through 10A and 10B, but hasn't got the terminal velocity. Punches out the corners not too bad, but I mean, battling for 10th position now in class, that car. 9th and 10th. Into the pit lane for Verstappen. And that is another 32 lap stint. He should be getting out, so that car will disappear from our TV. It will return in the hands, it's disappeared twice now, of Jonas Wallmeier. Jonas did a very good job indeed in his first double stint. Was only the Redline Purple that did a triple and tripled the tyres, wasn't it? Matt Farrow tried that at the start of the race. He's back in the car now. And, well, I was going to say he's off the lead lap. He'll be back on the lead lap when he comes back around this time around, which he's due to do any second now. Tyres going on now for the 33, so that Jonas has the new rubber, which he'll keep on for 2 stints. Down and away. And has Matt gone through? Not quite. That could be down to just 4 cars on the lead lap here.
Interesting
now. Yes, there's Matt behind him. So that is Matt
yes.
Farrow coming up behind, and he wants his lap back. He wants to be back on the lead lap.
Yep.
And the chance to do this is between 5 and 6, I would suggest, JP.
Interesting thing about that triple that Matt produced earlier on in the race is that his average lap time was better in the 3rd stint, when the tyres were older, than they were in the middle stint. So he was actually quicker on far older tyres. I thought that wouldn't work, but produced something like a 1:11 rather than 1:12, but that could have been traffic affected a lot of that stint. So getting a good run on the race leader, but this would not be a pass for position. It would be just to get the lead lap back again from Jonas Wallmeier.
Flash of the lights rather cheekily from Wallmeier, from Farrow rather. Chris Suku suggests, what about a whirring of BMWs? I quite like that. A whirring with their BMW logo being a stylised aeroplane propeller. A murder of Munich mobiles. It's a murder of crows, isn't it? That's the... I think the chance has gone for the purple car. I really do. Heat will be into those tyres now. It's a bit heavier, of course. Matt Farrow's been out there for 6 laps now, so he'll be back in the groove. And the advantage is, of course, that when you're not driving here... Oh, now, here is a chance. Out to 7. Well, I think Matt got actually a bit too close to the leader there. Will he slot back in behind on the back straight as they carve through the GT traffic? Yes, he will. Meantime, in from the lead of GT3 is Sami Matti Trogan.
Again, very good speed shown by Sami Matti, with pressure mainly from a distance, as Sven Haase and Josh Thompson and Dominic Ferraris were battling over the second, third and fourth places.
I think Lasse Bach should be getting back into that. They are, or is it Daniel Lafuentes due in next? Sorry.
Meanwhile,
Oh, it's Lafuente who brought it in. My apologies.
okay. So
Lafuente's just done a double.
And that,
in that number.
was from the race lead.
Oh, sorry,
I
no,
think.
I'm looking at the wrong car. Forget me, I'm an idiot. I saw the number 1 and was drawn into
Well, I think
number 1. It's the 186.
Yeah,
So it's
Alex Arana.
Yeah, Alex Arana who brought the car in. And has he taken that car out? Sorry.
Yes.
So he's doing a double. Okay.
And Sven Haase,
That
who
was 44 laps. That.
good going.
Yeah, that's as long as we've seen in GT3.
Sven Haase, who was scored the lead, I think briefly, but won't be once all this shakes out, also comes in. So Josh Thompson now will become the race leader in GT3 in the Williams Esports car, number 4. But Josh, with various incidents, many of which were not of his own doing, finds himself kind of in the bottom of the top 5 currently. Does have an opportunity to be out front whilst these stops are carried out, though. Meanwhile, up the steep incline out of 4 and then 5 goes the overall race leader, Jonas Valmeyer, number 33, with still Matt J. Farrow looking to get a lap back again, but 4 cars now on the lead lap. Valmeyer, Faber, Costantini and Maxime Briant.
Oh, little off there.
Yes. And the car that's already been in the wars with the replacement nose, it looks like, on that car.
Yeah, now jump or pushed for Neumeier. Oh, he's got the rear left wheel on the dirt. Oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah.
It's a big hit for the 58. The Bureau Sud sponsored machine. Just sitting inside the top 10 for the BS NXT car. Bureau Sud machine. Just spent all that time battling to get past the Porsche, which then pitted Gianni Vecchio back into the Porsche. So that was quite a big off there, JP.
It was.
Turn 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just catching the grass.
We used to have our TV compound just to the left of there, and what we used to call Dingle Dell, where that blue car is in the background. That used to be the TV compound.
Cool.
And for 1 year, Jeremy and I had our booth looking straight down the start-finish line, and everybody at the start came charging in towards us, and we hadn't really realised how very, very scary that was going to be as we were looking out the window. Still nowhere near as scary as Detroit, where we're just after the kink as they come out the final corner towards the finish line, and we're in what could only be described as a concrete bunker, because the walls are about 2 foot 6, 3 feet thick, with very thick glass in them, but we're behind a chain link fence. And when the Indy cars are out there, I can't stand in there because it's too scary.
Right, yeah.
Because they're coming straight towards you before they turn right for the kick.
The chain link fence will protect you, though, no trouble. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to that, doesn't it, when cars are facing you at such great speed. You think, please turn in, please turn. Oh, they have. That's all right. I can breathe again for another lap, at least. I think Max Angelelli were famous for that as well, for frightening 1 or 2 people in media centres, thinking he's going to join us in here in a second. But everything was always under control.
Moreno Sirica from Williams Esports BenQ there had taken over the lead in GT Daytona, GT3. Getting a new set of tyres for that car. 0-1 on the right-hand side at the top of the windscreen, signifying the position. That is dynamic as well, so keep an eye on that. That'll change as the positions change, as will the positional lights on the ACO and IMSA classes. The GTDs don't have them but the GT Le Mans and the LMP2 cars do. Different colours for each of them, of course. So if they did have them, they would be yellow for the GT3s. They are green for the GT Le Mans cars and blue for the prototypes.
Yeah, it sort of depends what championship you're following, doesn't it? But
Yeah. Sometimes the top class is red.
yes. But in IMSA, aren't the GTDs blue? Anyway.
Duncan. The GTDs are blue, whereas the green here. Yes.
Yes. And then
Don't get me confused. I've got to do a full metal IMSA race next week, so
There you
don't
go.
confuse me.
Well, see, last weekend Nick Damon was trying to convince me that BMW had produced an M8 GT3 car, and I said no, categorically not. Their only GT3 car recently was the M6,
Yeah.
and then he was digging around on the internet finding photographs of cars with red backing to their race numbers and green backing to their race numbers. And I said, well, you see, you're mixing your American sports car racing there with your World Endurance Championship racing, because you get different coloured numbers in those. My brain failed to work after a while, but I was adamant that the M6 is the only one recently, and it was right, because BMW famous. Well, it's not going to be the case any longer, I don't think, as we move forward in the future, but 3 different models, 3 different classes.
Talking about that earlier on with Nick, I think, when you'd stepped away. I've just rather annoyingly, just yesterday, I gave Nick all the magazines with the pictures of the new M4 and the M4 competition. Only its mother could love it, I'll tell you that.
Oh, really?
Oh, my goodness me. I described to Nick as the front end of the car as looking like beaver teeth at the front.
Yeah.
The grills are so big. And he pointed out rightly that it's going to look even worse in the States, where it doesn't have the bar across for the front number plate, the license plate. In from 5th position, AAA Esports, Ricardo Ferreira in the number 8 BMW. That's that 8 car getting its service at the moment. That's just joined him there as well. That was Alexander Voss for BS Competition. They're way down. Alexander Voss is an absolute superstar. So BS must have had a right nightmare when I wasn't looking. Alexander, one of the drivers who helped the real world BMW drivers, including Bruno Spengler. Spengler, this time last year, could barely keep the car on the track, according to Ben Constantinos, who was working with us on the RSL coverage of the IMSA Pro Series. Now, was that the Marla car going off? It was. That was second place Alex Arana, getting out the way of a couple of other cars going down through the S's, taking the lesser of two evils, with one of the Euronics prototypes hoving in at huge speed and deciding not to turn in, and just missing, and bunny hopping the rear end, just missing the tyres where McNish went off in 2008 on his way to the grid at Petit Le Mans.
Yes,
And
still won the race though.
yes, he did. Yes, he did. That was a masterful piece of awareness from Alex Arenas. Alex, very pleasant gentleman, lives just outside Bilbao, and top class racer. He often pairs up with Augustin Canapino. Very good friends, but have never met each other. Canapino races out of Argentina, his home country. Alex, very quick indeed, very good on the Nordschleife too. And his day job is managing a factory that produces wind turbines. So by no means a pro gamer, although he has got a Williams eSport contract. And works very hard indeed. Sindre Setsas with the update on the drinking game. Only 10 shots in for the retirements.
Not trying hard enough.
Thanks to all the drivers out on track for the quiet time, we've recovered a bit. Said we'll run out of cars at some stage though, surely. Well, Arenas was Alex Arena was very, very close indeed to the side there. Hello, Sindre. Keep it going. What I don't know, Sindre, is are you driving on Tuesday night in the DNLS? Bruce Jones and I will be calling that one 3 hours for the next round of the 2020 DNLS Digital Nürburgring Längstrecke Series. VCO Esports looking after that one as well. So where are we coming down to? In fact, we've gone through the 6 hour remaining mark. So that's another racing hour we've gone through there, JP. The last half an hour's gone through like the clappers, hasn't it? 14 seconds now at the front of the field. And 0.6 of a second taken back that time around by Faber on Jonas Wallmeyer.
We're also just over the 500-mile mark, I think I'm right in saying. Because
Get you.
I know. You were saying this race historically used to run to 1,000 miles well before it got to 10 hours.
Oh yeah, massively.
Which is 1,000 miles is 394 laps when I've checked back.
94, yeah. I seem to remember that being the magic number when it was the
When it
time
was
or
8
distance.
and eight and quite a lot of hours, 9 hours.
8:42, I think, is the fastest we did it. You'd have to check that up, JP. I see you on the keyboard. So
Yeah,
I think the fastest we did it was just under it was 8:42, 8:47, maybe something like that.
yeah. Typically, I've closed that page now after I was looking at it earlier on, but I've got a segment where all of the American Le Mans Series races are listed, and then it turned into the IMSA Championship after 2014, I think, including and after 2014.
Another off-track moment for that red and black BMW that's been in the wars a wee bit. That is the number 90, that is 90 car. Still running in 8th position for Fabrice Cornels in the Urano Esports Hawaii car. They really need to be the shirt sponsor at Sunderland, don't they? Hawaii.
You should suggest that.
Sindre Setzer says racing alongside Carl Janssen in the DNLS, and by his calculations only needs a second place in the SP10 Championship for core sim racing. Good luck with that, Sindre. And it is a full that used to be just the Porsche Cayman class, of course, SP10, but now it includes the BMW M4, and they are getting more competitive all the time. A couple of races left in the 2020 Championship on the DNLS. It's round 9, I think, on Tuesday night, and the final round also on a Tuesday a couple of weeks hence. Just moving it away from the busyness of the weekends, and also that does allow, now that full metal racing is up and running again, the likes of Adam Christodoulou and others, including Bruno Spengler, who are busy with their day jobs, still to take part, which I think is a nice touch. So that's Tuesday night, and it would make sense, wouldn't it, if I told you when that is happening. 6:30 UK time on RS1, and we'll have the sound and vision as well, of course. And it will be Bruce Jones alongside me for that, at least virtually alongside me.
What I can't get to is the very first running of Petit Le Mans, as in how many hours were completed in 1998.
Yeah, that was
But-
a standalone race that year.
Was
part
it?
of the championship.
Okay, that'll help me. I'll have another search in a second. But the next year, which was a win for Eric Bernard, Andy Wallace and David Brabham in the Paynos, 8 hours, 56 and a half minutes.
That sounds good.
And that was the fastest in the whole of the American Le Mans Series era.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because you then had Alboreto Capello McNish winning in 2000 with a 9 hours 8 minutes, and it was all north of. Oh, actually, no. I've just found Franck Montani and Stefan Sarazan 2009 in the Peugeot 908. They did it in 8 hours and 44 minutes.
There you go. I said it was 8 hours 40 something.
There you go.
It was stuck at me.
So that 2009 when Peugeot won Le Mans, of course, as well.
Yeah,
so that's a great year for the 908, and they did it just with the two of them. 8 hours 44 minutes, 22.8 seconds.
1998. It wasn't a standalone event. It was actually the 7th race for the IMSA GT Championship. It was then known PSCR, but became the prelude to the American Le Mans Series season in 1999. It was won by Eric van der Poel, Wayne Taylor and Manu Collard in a 333 SP Ferrari, and they only completed 391 laps on Pirelli tyres. So that would mean, well, if the track was the same configuration, that would mean that was short of 1,000 miles, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So it mustn't have got to 1,000 miles.
Yeah, the first time it was run. That's the one I'm struggling for in terms of any more detail than you found. But 3 laps short, it would appear, that year.
Yeah. I do remember that. I couldn't believe it.
You were there in 98?
Yeah, it was my first time in the States working.
Fabulous.
29 cars listed actually as starting. I thought there was more than that, if I'm honest, but even then, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, that event. And see, having been able to see the 333 SP Ferraris, which of course are Dallara chassis, and then the next year, that was Doyle Reesey Racing, and then the next year they came back and they said they weren't going to, the Ferrari teams weren't going to run the whole championship because they didn't think they would be competitive, and they had to keep running because they were keeping leading the championship. And I've got a feeling the championship in the next season was won by the 333, and it was won by oh, come on, John, kick your brain into gear. The lovely chap who is now the driving standards at IMSA with the double barrel name, Elliot Falk Robinson. There you go, dug it out there finally, and I did not move from that page.
Very good. He's got some stories to tell, hasn't he, Elliot? I've many times I've dragged him aside prior to the Daytona 24 Hours and just asked him to wax lyrical about yesteryear, and as I say, still very much involved in modern day motor racing, but his Trans Am experience and his Can-Am cars as well, I mean, just fabulous stuff. Yeah.
Turns up at all the races, drives to a lot of the races in the States, always has done, likes it. He and his wife make the weekend of it. Has a big pickup truck and always brings a little motorbike to put around the paddock in, and he's got a whole load of old Hondas, and I mean, you know, 60s and 70s Hondas. They're all immaculate. Cool. They all look brand new. Brilliant.
Jonas Valmeyer, 208 laps done, and has now built himself a tiny little lead. It's approaching 17 seconds over Dominic Faber, with Michele Costantini for Apex Racing still there in third, but Valmeyer just able to deliver very good lap times with consistency, more so than the two cars behind. There's a greater variety in lap time being produced here between the two drivers that are at the wheel of the 33 and the 7, compared to Verstappen versus Benecke, which was an incredibly close fight. So this is potentially where the race is going to be won and lost, with Valmeyer just able to eke out that extra bit of time, and they're doing better on fuel mileage as well. Still 32 laps being produced every single stint.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to have somebody failing post-race tech for a difference between volume and and weight. the two things that pro drivers in full metal racing talk about in endurance racing is their stint average time and their variance. So what do you fit into? You take out any outliers where you were coming into the pits, coming out of the pits, or any full course yellows,
Yes.
or anywhere there was a yellow flag, and then you look at your variance. And the real top guys are looking for a variance of less than 1%.
Between your best and your worst lap. Yeah.
And that doesn't matter about traffic, by the way. Traffic is included in that. So here it's, let's say, 110 seconds. So you're talking about 1.1 seconds.
Yeah.
Under 1.1 seconds. And if you're under 1%, you're looking pretty good. And that I find extraordinary, because they make no account for track. You can't say, oh, that lap there, that was where I had 4 GT3 cars to pass. No, that doesn't count. If there's a yellow flag or a full course yellow, or, you know, a course vehicle out for some description, yeah, that one goes. You take out the outliers, and you're in and you're out.
At the end of the day, it's still racing. It's still overtaking. You can't offer the excuse that, oh yeah, well that was when I had to actually overtake. When the guy that was in second and I was in third, we were side by side in that lap. So obviously I wasn't going to produce as good a lap time. Well, I'm sorry, but you're motor racing. You're not just doing time trials here. And it's a question of sticking, as many good lap times together as possible, regardless of what you encounter on each lap.
I was talking to Johnny Morlam on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. Normally we have the week off after the 2 24-hour races, but there was so much going on, and we had a couple of really good guests who wanted to come on the show. We decided to do a supplemental show, really. And Morlam was on talking about, looking after gentleman drivers with Red River Sport and taking Bonamy Grimes in under 4 years from not having raced to racing in the big race at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. And finishing halfway up the field, by the way. In a car that looked like at one stage it wasn't going to get to the start. And he was saying that same thing about the variance. Ultimately, for the gentleman driver, it's no good being a couple of tenths or so off the pro on one lap, and then the next lap you're 3 seconds off. It's all about that. So set yourself something attainable. All right, it's got to be competitive, we know that. But if the team manager says to you, and this is what happened to me at Cota, can you do a high 221? Well, I think so, yeah. You do that consistently. Well, I'll give it a go. So out you go, and you find that you can do that, and maybe even go a little bit quicker. You don't burn the tyres off, you don't use too much fuel, and that's what. So that becomes your target time, and you're watching that on your dashboard. They're asking you how much fuel you're burning, and the idea was we were going to do a certain amount of laps, and you try to extend that if you can, particularly if you're comfortable and you're hitting your lap times. How's the tyres feeling? Tyres feeling good. And that's what you do. And if your variance is not too bad, so your stint average is about where it needs to be, mid-21s, let's say, and your variance is a couple of percent. I think on both my long stints, which were both in the heat of the day, I think my variance was 1.3 and 1.5%.
Okay.
Which I was very happy with.
Yes.
Now, was I as fast as the fastest guys in our class? No. Was I quicker than the slowest guys in our class? Yes. Was I the fastest guy in our car? No, that was Peter Kate. But he's won the Nürburgring the last 3 years running in the class.
Indeed.
Including last weekend in a car that he only sat in on Wednesday and had never seen before. Peter's a tasty driver.
He's good.
He's and a smashing bloke as well. But that's what you've got to do, and it was a massive learning experience for me not to take too much out of the tyres. I was the only one in the car that left foot brake, so in theory I was using more fuel, but I was working really hard on not overlapping the pedals.
Yeah,
except where I wanted to create stability in the car down through the S's at Cota. I found 6/10 through there with David, my Spanish data engineer, by instead of going on and off the throttle through 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, I just was pretty much holding the throttle and just gently feathering the brake so that you didn't get as much weight transfer and you weren't getting the diff locking and unlocking again by going on and off the throttle.
Yeah.
6/10 right there.
Wow.
And it's a massive learning experience. And that, see, the thing is, we only had a certain amount of time during the week. These guys have been practicing for the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Unlimited practice time.
Yeah.
You don't burn fuel. You don't have to buy tyres. You've tried every car in the class. I was talking to a very, very well-known and well-respected racing driver who was doing some Pro Series and iRacing and entered for a race and did what he thought was an adequate amount of practice, and when he was talking to somebody else, they had done 5 times the amount of laps that he had.
Wow.
In a 24-hour period.
Yeah, that will make a huge difference. But yeah, your point about this, you know, really not costing any money at all to get, it's just the time that it takes to practice a little bit more to hone the skills. And it doesn't take too long to learn this track, but there are various secrets that require unlocking, and that's just a question of kind of keep coming back and trying to eke out that extra little bit of performance. Disappointingly, looks like we've lost another Delara because Lewis Glanier
Drink.
has greyed out. Drink.
Right, so that's a drink then for Sindre Setsas.
Yes.
That's what he's doing. So another shot. That one's greyed out. And Carl Janssen, his teammate in the DNLS on Tuesday, saying, I'm not really sure if I should join in on this. What do you think? Well, you're now 10 shots down, Carl. So you're 10 laps back in the minute. You're going to have to rattle those off quickly to get up to pace, mate. Might not sober up on Tuesday night. A couple of people saying they weren't sure the DNLS season was going to finish. James King said, I know the upcoming round's cancelled. No, there's a round on Tuesday night that is very much happening. It was supposed to have been this weekend, but it's been put back to Tuesday, or it's been taken off the Saturday, should I say at least. I'll not commit to what Saturday it was, but I now know it's on the next 2 rounds, and I'm pretty sure Carl and Sindre, who are listening and watching, will back this up. The next 2 rounds of the VCO DNLS are Tuesday night affairs to get them off the weekends. And I'm very much looking forward to them. It's been outstanding racing those 3 hours. 21, 22, sometimes 23 laps, depending on the heat of the track, really. That's what it comes down to. So, James, Tuesday night, 6:30 UK time is when our coverage starts on RS1 and in Sound and Vision on radio-show.co.uk. Thanks to Tim Gray for looking after the first part of our race in London, and it will be Curry who takes over the second part. Oh, that reminds me, do we have to swap feeds here as well?
That's a good question. You look into that,
I'll get that
whilst I talk about what's going on at the front, and also for the 90 car. So that's Fabrice Cornelis for Urano Esports. And that car running 7th in GTE, but Valmeyer for Redline Orange still 16.3, sometimes the high 16 second margin, but Valmeyer able to drive sort of at a measured pace now, knowing that Dominic Faber doesn't have an immediate answer to his speed, although Faber just crossing the line and producing a good time compared to Valmeyer, a 109.7. So Valmeyer encountering quite a bit of crowded track, you have to think, in the previous lap. Costantini into the pits, as is Matt J. Farrow. So we are now within the window of cars that are happy to do 31 laps, but not 32.
Yeah, it's 31 for Costantini, only 30 for Farrow, I reckon.
Okay. Maxime Briant staying out, and he is driving for Mivano Sim Racing, up to 3rd, in fact, Briant, because of that car staying on the racetrack. Let's see what he can push on to do in this particular stint. 32, and you're doing very nicely indeed. 31's the safer way to go. 30 laps, not sure really whether that's it's certainly not a problem, because you can still produce about the same number of stints as the cars at the front. Here comes Dominic Fairbairn then from second position, and that'll be 31 laps, I reckon, too. Comes to a halt. Dominic is at the end of a single stint, so I'm sure he'll stay at the wheel. Probably won't take tyres either. It'll be a blast of fuel to get the tank full, and then he'll be sent on his way, waiting for the car to be released before it goes up on the jacks, because when it does go up on the jacks, that'll indicate tyres being changed. But I don't think you need to take tyres just at this stage. And the 33 I'm expecting to stay out on track. Yes, no hint of a change of direction to the right and to the pro pits. So Valmeyer happy to get stuck in for another lap. Now these two cars are going to be very close together on track. Yeah, side by side, in fact. So the 33 car wasn't going to come in for a stop, and now that the 7 car rejoins, even with that stop made, such is the 33's advantage, it's still stayed in front, and there'll be a clear lap in front now, won't it? Yeah, so the 33 car now diving down towards turn 6, having completed, well, this will be lap 220 for Jonas Valmeyer, and the 7 car has re-emerged in 3rd position, but a lap behind the race leader. That'll all right itself just as soon as Valmeyer comes in, and Valmeyer is on lap 31 currently, I think, so it might well be the end of this, end of the next lap.
Who's that?
Valmeyer comes in.
Valmeyer, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, staying out for one more, I make it. 72 is in, though.
Let's see. He last pitted at the end of lap 191. And we are currently on 220. So that is 20. He's got a couple to go yet.
A couple more, okay.
Yeah, 'cause don't forget, he pitted much later. He pitted 4 laps later than Fairbairn. So he can go 4 or 5 laps longer than Fairbairn.
Yeah.
So
And of
he's
course
got
that-
4 in the bank and
Yes.
a potential of 1 more.
Well, yeah, because he's extending it by a lap every single stint.
Yeah.
That's the impressive thing about it. And as I say, I still don't quite understand why Red Line Red can't do the same. But it may come to naught by the end. But this is good for fabulous fuel consumption being offered by the 33. And you've got to take your hat off to the driving of both Jonas Valmeyer and his teammate Max Verstappen when he's at the wheel. So, yeah, you're quite right, out for another 2, quite possibly from here.
Yeah. What impresses me is, again, it's the consistency. All right, I know we've lost a few cars. It was a lower maximum with only 45 cars rather than the normal 55 because of the tightness of the track. I think that was probably very sensible from VCO. Hello to everybody at VCO Esports doing their usual cracking job. By the way, those of you who aren't driving but are watching at the moment, don't forget the media service from VCO with photos and video of all of the cars in the top split via their media service. Really well done, bringing a fabulous level of professionalism into this Grand Slam series. And to the DNLS, which again, reminder, it's on Tuesday, not on the weekend. Last 2 races of the 2020 Championship will be on weekday nights. First one coming up this Tuesday, 6:30 UK time, we're on the air. Sound and Vision, Bruce Jones joining me for that one. Just checking something here. So Verstappen's always got 32 laps, and so has Valmeyer, yeah. So it's not a Verstappen or a Valmeyer thing,
No.
it's a car thing.
Seems to be, yeah.
Well,
Or they've, practiced like that for, as you said, sometimes for some guys a 2-week lead-in time to this event, and they've worked out they can get the sufficient fuel saving mechanism in there to get 32 laps every single time, and nobody else can consistently do that. We've had 1 or 2 cars make 32, but I just wonder whether that for those individuals it's been relatively high risk to ensure they can get the car to the end of the stint, whereas these 2 guys seem perfectly comfortable to push it. Going to come in now though, Valmeyer.
Right.
And what did you say? This is the end of a double for Jonas?
Yeah, I think so.
So we probably are going to see a dose of
Let me check first. No, Verstappen was in last time around. My apologies.
Okay.
So that's Valmeyer's first. So this should be fuel only.
It should, yeah.
So around about 32 seconds, stationary. Comes into the pit lane. All the zeros on the Cosworth steering wheel are zeroed out so that other teams can't get any advantage from looking to see what they are doing with their settings. Pit lane limiter on. Still in first gear. Ready to go. Waiting to drop the clutch when the fuel probe virtually comes out. And anytime now, 32.9. There you go. Pit lane speed limiter released now. Watch the back tyres, they'll have cooled down a little bit, but he is on the same tyres that he came in with. I have some news.
Go on.
The drinking game, Carl Janssen have decided to join in. So he's got a bit of catching up to do.
Just a little.
I hope he's feeling all right by Tuesday.
Well, I'm just looking to the bottom of the timing scoring now. We started with 44 cars.
Yeah.
And
two didn't start.
14 of those are now greyed out. 13 of those are greyed out because Alexander Voss, the BS competition, is shown in the pits in car 89. So there's 13 shots to start with. And didn't we have a Delara working its way down the order because that was greyed out? Yes, 450. Looks like it's going to take no further part either. So that's 14. So what's your record time for consuming 14 shots in catch-up mode? This is going to be messy. We don't encourage this behaviour, but I will happily spectate.
Hugo, he is cutting the picture for us in this early part, says, I can't join in that, otherwise the camera work wouldn't look very good. Yes, thank you, Hugo. Keep a sense of decorum and proportion, I think. Thank you. I think that's a very good idea. And Kerry Cobb has taken over from Tim Gray in London, so that leaves Tim to do a bit of catching up, although he's not been very well recently, so he might be doing it with Lemsip.
Yeah.
It's not the same, is it?
In shot glasses. No.
Put it in shot glasses, yeah.
The other thing I note about Valmeyer's stint was that's the quickest 4:32 laps produced so far, I reckon. 37 minutes and 8 seconds.
Wow.
Whereas previously, 37.19, 37.19, 37.35. So that's much quicker than any of the Verstappen 32 lap stints.
You're getting the hang of this now, aren't you?
I love this stuff. Yeah, brilliant.
I remember the first time I jumped on I think it was a WEC race that you were doing with Bruce, and I did the middle. It was when we did the long one at Bahrain or somewhere.
Yeah, 8 hours of Bahrain back in the last year, yes. And
I did the middle couple of hours so that he could spell you two in between time. I just sat staring at this all the time, picking it. Look at it. Where are you getting this from?
How's he doing this? He hasn't got that many fingers.
It completely transformed anything we do. And by the way, if you didn't hear what we said earlier on, we now have, anything that we're broadcasting on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, I think there are 2, maybe 1 exemption to this. But if it's on one of the RSL channels, then it will also be on the dedicated http://timing.radioshow.limited. timingpages.com, obviously. Timing pages. And that's all been cleared through official channels. We even had the basic level of timing for Le Mans 24 hours, thanks to Eve Hewitt, our MD, the responsible adult, who had a very sensible chat with the ACO and their marketing team and their licensing team. So that was on our website, on the same page that all the archive features were. So that we've been working towards incorporating that for everything that we do for a while, and James Muscat, Tim Gray have been working to get that on our website and make it all compatible so that it links up with what we're doing. So the usual rule of thumb, if we have it and we're talking about it, whether it's audio only or sound and vision, then there'll be timing to go along with it. And if it's sound and vision, then the sound and vision will be on the same page for the event. So for example, the full metal version of the NLS, there'll be sound with our commentary, as there was last weekend, with Johnny leading the commentary for the Nürburgring 24, and on that same page on radio-show.co.uk will be the timing. At the very least, it'll be the normal timing page, and for pretty much everything else it will be, or everything should I say, it will be the enhanced timing with the strategy that Johnny's piling through at the moment.
So
absolutely, it's transformed the way I watch live motor racing, even in the house.
Yeah.
For the IndyCar yesterday,
I
was watching it for IndyCar last night.
This is the time to be into race investigation and race strategy, because I've heard the stories from a certain Paul Truswell having to do it with, literally tens of notebooks, and you've got almost a notebook on every single car, when you didn't have this technology to be able to bleed
I stood
information
next
out.
to Trussers in the old Tribunes
Yes.
at Le Mans when he was doing it, and he did it in exercise books.
Yes, on squared paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would be able to turn to him and say, Trussers, when was the last time a Jaguar raced? It was sometime yesterday evening, and he would go back through and say 7:18. That was the time that year. I can't remember which year it was, but I remember him distinctly saying 7:18 was the last time a Jaguar was. And then sometime later in the race, I said, "Oh, that's the first time a Jaguar was led since 7:18 last night." And he looked at me and went, "You told me that."
Yeah.
I've got one of those daft brains where silly things stick in it.
Yeah.
But he has to work it out.
Indeed. Yes.
And between him and Jeremy Shaw, who still lap scores everything.
Yeah.
Here's the Barneveld car, having a look down the inside. This is number 78, BMW. It's Diogo Pinto at the moment. And he goes through, but I think that was just putting a lap on the BS car. Yes, it was. Thank you. Just goes to show, though, even the cars that are out of contention for the top positions, you still have to work your way past there, Johnny.
You do, and I go again to the 20 car in the LMP2 class, which is in a sense in a false position at times when certain drivers are behind the wheel. But I think your point about certain cars showing good speed on one lap, but then they can't produce that when you bolt together 5 or 6 laps together. And we're looking for cars to be able to do it 30 laps plus to be at the sharp end. So it is so important to have the consistency, and that, along with some incidents, is the reason why the 20 car is down in 7th, and the 58 car, which again shows very, very good speed in isolation on certain laps. Elias Seppänen, impressive, but when you link it all together, only good enough for 12th for BS NXT.
Well, let's forget, though, this is the top split.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't get the numbers on how many splits there are today, but normally multiple splits, so all with 45 cars or thereabouts. So you're in the top 45. 30 splits, Hugo is telling me.
Wow.
30 splits. So that's pretty impressive. You're gonna just put that through the calculator. 30 times 45.
45, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's in terms of entries.
I'd got to 1,200.
Yeah,
It's not far off that, is it?
Matt. Yeah, and 30 times 5 is
1,350.
yeah. So 1,350 teams. Even if they only have 2 drivers per team, which most of them will have 3. That's 2,700 drivers. Okay, it's not Le Mans where we had, I can't remember what it was something ridiculous. I think we had getting on for 8,000 drivers at Le Mans. Absolutely extraordinary. But still, pretty good for a Saturday night. Remember, this race started late morning Atlanta time, and therefore we'll only get the last couple of hours in the dark. At RSL_studio, hashtag VCO RSL. Hello to all of you at the iRacing PLM Watch Story from Mike Spangler. I would love to join you, but I am just a tad busy at the moment. And even if I put the camera on in here, I don't think you'd see very much. It's very, very dark where we are. Actually, quite off. I was so immersed there, watching what we're seeing on the split screen and the timing. I glanced out the window and it rather spooked me that it's pitch black. Not the first time that's happened in iRacing or real world racing.
Easy to be sucked in to the virtual world.
Or just time shifted racing.
But there is that as well, yes.
We've done Daytona from here
of course.
before. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I make it 2:29 p.m. in Braselton currently. And we started, well, Nick reckoned it was 11 local time, didn't we?
It was a bit before that, actually.
Yeah,
we started.
It was.
Well,
we're 4 and 3/4 hours in now, pretty much.
Yeah. We started just before the hour.
Quarter to the hour, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 to the hour.
52, I think Nick said we were going to start at.
But it is timed as if it was 11:05, I suppose. And therefore, 2 hours of darkness to look forward to a little bit later. I'll be interested in it because this is actually staged as if it was next weekend, I think Nick was saying, rather than 3rd of October, the 10th of October, when Petit Le Mans was originally scheduled to happen.
Correct.
And sunset time,
therefore,
on the 10th of October, 7 minutes past 7 in Braselton.
Right.
And it's currently 2:30.
So we've got about another 5 hours before we start to lose the light significantly. Well, the big problem is if you've got a clear sky at Road Atlanta, is the sun goes down right in your eyes at turn 7. Right in your eyes. And you come out at turn 6. I'm blind! You also get a bit of a dazzling moment coming up the hill to turn 5, obviously.
Well, there are a couple of moments around this lap where you're actually staring at the sky.
Yeah.
And you don't really know where, well, from other than memory, hoping the track, particularly at 2, hoping the track's somewhere over the brow and to the left and to the right.
Trying to find your turning point, your clipping point there is really, really hard. Even when you're sitting in a... I don't know how they ever raced single-seaters here, but they did. And I would love to see some sort of single-seaters back at Road Atlanta. When I did the big test for the Global GT, the MX-5 Global GT Cup car, MX-5 Global Cup car, sorry. Even in something like that, you felt like you were too low down. I have been round here in a race truck, although I was only passenger in a race truck.
Okay.
It was Andy Lally that took me around back in the days when Don Pianos was toying with the idea of a tube frame tractor unit type race truck, when I say race truck. And it maxed out at about 105, 110 miles an hour. So it's all about how long you could stay at 110 miles an hour and how quick you can get through the corners. Paddle shift, huge water-cooled brakes. I'm pretty certain one of the prototypes is still in the Panos shop, which is at Brazelton itself, which is just a few miles away. Oh, that's the 7 car. Dominic Ferber pushing off the teal blue 42. That was 5th. The Vendeval car and Max Esterton absolutely blameless there. I think it's coming up to turn 6. Oh, that's a big mistake. Already damage on the 42 car. Big mistake by the second place driver, Farber.
Huge damage to the rear, evident on the rear wing, but it will have done internal damage, I think, as well. With,
yeah, I think that damage on the rear wing was already there. Yes, it was.
Not sure. I think it.
Yeah.
Oh, beg your pardon, it was.
Yeah.
It's made worse actually because it buckled into it further. Yes, buckled it further on the right side this time.
Sort of evened it up a bit, really, hasn't it?
A bit. Far less wing now.
Oh dear.
So yes, it was another one of the R8s already carrying damage. You're right, on well down on the left-hand side, and it's. I'm surprised it hasn't broken off entirely, but to a degree straightened it up. And the 7 car.
And then a big mistake by Ferber going into 7. Hello, Dominic. Apex Dominic.
Yeah.
That's a mistake. Now, has he done any damage to the front of that car in terms of aero? That was yeah, he has. Is it just? Oh no, it might just be the headlights. No, it might just be the headlights.
I think the damage will be being felt by Dominic, even though we can't see it.
Possibly, you're
because
right.
We've talked again about this Dallara being quite a new design, and the engine mechanics, damage mechanics, haven't quite been fully updated, as Nick was saying earlier on. But I'm sure from the performance of the car, it will be being felt.
Yeah, and hello to all the guys from iRacing.
And he's got the 3rd place Costantini right behind him now.
Yeah. He's lost all of that time he had. So Costantini, Michele Costantini for Apex is the next car back. That's the 96 car with the dark blue front end and the white mid section. Blue and grey car through turn 5. And then behind that...
Not a car for position.
No.
Just trying to work out which
who
one
that is. Yeah. I was thinking Briant was a little bit too far back, and he is. He's a minute further back. So he's actually off the lead lap, isn't he, Briant? Yes, he is. So there's only 3 cars now on the lead lap at this moment. Congratulations, by the way, to the iRacing development team with the new Dallara, which we've all been waiting for such a long time. The new Corvette, the mid-engine Corvette, which was a bit of a surprise given the paucity of Corvettes in the past for various reasons, which a lot of people know. And so when the new Corvette turned up, it was all a bit unexpected and exciting. Battle for second going down through the S at the moment through traffic. Some new tracks coming on as well, and I've shared an image of Long Beach, which is not too far away from being finished. Looks fantastic. There will be water coming out the fountain, and it looks really good. Really good. I like Long Beach. I like Long Beach as a straight track. It's difficult to race all the classes on in IMSA. In fact, that typically hasn't always been done. Normally been just the pro classes around there, so GT Le Mans and DPI. It's a great place to race, very difficult. Again, not your standard, it's a bit like St. Pete's actually, not your standard point, squirt, brake, turn, point, squirt, brake, turn.
No.
There's some actually quite fast flowing sections. And St. Pete's is like that as well. I loved St. Pete's. Took an R8 safety car or Vitesse car around there a few years ago on some demo laps. And a Corvette actually. Just noticing, by the way, that Detroit's been added to the IMSA calendar. We expected that for 2021. it isn't the same weekend as the duel in Detroit from the IndyCars, though it's a week earlier because the IndyCars are actually on the same weekend as Le Mans.
Oh, right.
So the
Okay.
Detroit Grand Prix is going to become a 2-weekend affair. And then I think it's the week after or the week before, I can't remember, it's the Detroit Auto Show as well, which has moved from January.
You'll be able to get an IndyCar on iRacing, I'm sure, though. So
Oh, yeah.
that'll be pretty cool to have Long Beach
Oh, yeah.
for your IndyCar races.
Yeah, it's busy. It's very
Just a
busy.
bit. Yes. You need to have a very good idea of your car's dimensions around there, particularly when you're in amongst traffic.
So, as far as race remaining, we're just coming down to around about 5 hours. 5 hours 12 minutes at the moment, and we're settling into a nice rhythm. Jonas Valmeyer now with 5 laps fuel advantage on the second place Dominic Ferber. Constantini a further lap in arrears in terms of fuel. Those are the top 3 at the moment, and that's Team Redline Orange 33, Team Redline Red, and then the Apex Racing team in the 96. And that gap, by the way, has opened up to about 1.5 seconds now. So after that mistake by Ferber, Constantini got within striking distance but hasn't been able to press the advantage.
No. 2 wheels on the grass there for the 3rd place car. Is that right? Yes. Michele Costantini dealing with traffic and just dropped 2 right-hand side wheels, it looked like, onto the grass, dropping down out of 11 underneath the bridge, where you pretty much aim for the centre of the bridge. There's a little flag at the bottom of the bridge abutment, or parapet rather, yellow, black and red I think it is, and a lot of people say you aim for that as the central point, and that delivers you into turn 12 at pretty much the ideal line. You were talking about driving underneath the O, I think, of the advertising on the
Well,
side
it
of
used
that
to be
bridge
the
as
U
well.
in Suzuki.
Oh, the U, okay.
Yeah, and then you pretty much straight line it there. It's Fox Factory now, but there was something else in between. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been Road Atlanta.
Again, really close to the edge of the track. Costantini, it's working for him though, because he's gaining more time on Ferber. Yeah, it's yellow, red and white, sort of a flag underneath the... well, that'll be the colours of the flags for the corner workers, I guess, won't it? And that seems to be the perfect visual aid. So talking about your line into 2, and you can use one of the telegraph poles in the distance and then the tree next to it, and then you finally look to the curb. And Nick was saying, well, that's all very well in the day. You can't see any of that though when the sun's disappeared. So it's all about the reference points that remain on the track, including into 6. You've got a couple of white lines across the track, which are a good point to judge where you turn in and slow the car. And that's exactly where this battle of a second position is. Ferber versus Costantini. A second quicker, Costantini, on the last lap around. So let's see whether he can do the same. And although the car behind them isn't on the lead lap, it's getting closer, almost as if it wants to get one of those laps back again. So that might cause a distraction for Costantini as well. Good speed in and out of 10A and B. Over the rise, car very light briefly, rely entirely on the invisible downforce for the LMP2 cars, kicking up a little bit of dirt, setting the car up for turns 1 and 2. You really don't get much rest on this lap at all. It's the run out of 7 to 10A, where you can take a moment to think and to peer down at the dials to make sure everything is in line, engine temperature isn't going sky high for whatever reason, and then you're just busy for the rest of it. 6 and 7 again, and the damaged Audi now separates the second and third place cars. 42, remember, with that even more rear damage to contend with for Dominic Ferrari's Very good run this time, and a flash of the lights for Costantini for second place. Surely he's going to go for it here. Looks for the inside line into 10A, gets level and gets by.
Lovely.
Brilliant overtake. Set up way back at turn 7. Now, it's not quite done yet because Faber's not happy about that. And he's looking at the inside line. They're almost touching nose to tail. And there might be the opportunity maybe to use the BMW up ahead. No, it actually compromised them, didn't it? It meant that they couldn't go wide into 1. There was only one line into turns 1 and 2, and that should cement the place, for the time being at least, for Michele Costantini. That was nip and tuck, wasn't it?
Well, the overtake was lovely.
Oh, great,
and
yeah.
then Faber looked at me like he thought, more than thought, about going down the inside at 12. And I thought, not there.
You know, it's either going to be one or both of them in the wall on the left-hand side. And I mean, Faber, I think just about judged that perfectly, because he couldn't have got a better run on Costantini than he managed, and then really wanted to kind of force Costantini into taking a wider line into turn 1. And the BMW, I think, helped Michele because it meant they were both compromised on the way in. They were sitting in the middle of the track. That was the perfect defensive line for Costantini to take, and Apex for holding on to second place. And this time, slightly more comfortable through turn 12. So Michele Costantini can take a long, deep breath until he spots 2 more GT3 cars a little bit further up the road. In fact, beg pardon, they're BMW GTE cars. So the almost Grello effect car on the white and green, and it is, no, that is an R8, isn't it, just ahead of them, the number 12 car from the GT3 category, which is Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordales Racing Team. So this isn't quite finished yet, and then you've got the distraction of a car trying to unlap itself behind. So I think certainly Faber will have to be wary of that in the red line, Red Delara.
Fabrice Cornels has just done the fastest lap of the race for the Urano Esports Hawaii car, which is the number 90 BMW, now back up to 5th in that class and on the lead lap in GT Le Mans. It's the red and black car. It's had a few issues, incidents, and it's not perhaps looking as pristine as it was when it rolled out earlier on today. But, you know, red, white and a bit of black on there. It's definitely a Hawaii the Lads car, isn't it?
It is perfect,
yeah.
Yes.
Seen the scores?
I did, yes. The less said about Blackpool's the better, but
oh my
God, not too bad. Yeah, very, very late on. A complete turn of that game.
Now the Jill's got a draw as well. They'll be happy. Peterborough back to winning ways against Swindon.
When was your lot sending off then? Was that late on?
Oh, I don't know.
You had a guy sent off.
Again?
73 minutes. Okay.
We've just got somebody back from being sent off. We got 3-match ban.
Oh dear.
Who was it? Do you know?
Today?
Yeah.
Flanagan.
Oh, the guy's quite good. Oh dear. Still,
Yes.
good job we can't go, eh?
There is that, yeah. Easier to avoid the results in these current times. Anyway.
So, keeping an eye on that BMW for a while, having it just put its fastest lap in. Meantime, looking up the field, Valmeyer by 24.5 seconds. Costantini for Apex in second has pulled away a couple of seconds from the team red line red car, and the team red line purple car about to get its lap back here, I think.
Looks like it.
There's an opportunity here. Well, no effort made there by Matt Farrow in the purple car to go past the leader. Now, how are they doing on respective So I reckon Matt's is due in at that. The reason is Matt's due at the end of this one. That's why he hasn't bothered trying to go by. He knows he's due in at the end of this one. He'll be at a bit of a toe as well there.
Now, depending on which clock you look at on my screen, the one counting up or the one counting down, we're basically at half distance at this point.
The one counting up started at the start of the formation lap.
Fine, okay.
Which is why there's a slight discrepancy. The one counting down
is the more
is
reliable
to the checker.
one. That's the 10-hour mark. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. So in another 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we will be at exactly half distance
Yeah.
of a 10-hour race.
See?
Very good. You were paying attention at the start. I know
That was Nick said that.
the start time did fool one or two people. It was slightly ahead
Yeah.
of schedule. Busy now for the race leader, and actually sort of a hassle that he doesn't really need or indeed have to get involved with. I mean, there's nothing wrong here with Valmeyer allowing the space to get the 3-car past. If it starts...
It's Matt Farrow in that car.
3-car, Matt J. Farrow. Now, if it starts to cost Valmeyer in the 33 some time, you're better off letting it go, because over-defending is going to really eat into the lap time,
That's going to be a 32-lap stint for the purple car, by the way, at least, because he's on his 32nd lap now. Costantini's come in at the end of 31 laps, so he gives up second, so Ferber goes back through, but he'll pit because he's only getting 31 at the end of this lap. Maxime Briand has got 2 laps at the end of this one to go. As I say, Farrow, I would expect in that purple car in at the end of this lap. But the leader has still got this, Farrow going in on time. But that's a 32-lap stint for the purple car.
Okay. Slightly more like it then.
But he was sitting in behind the leader for a lap or two to maybe save a couple of laps. Half distance then in half a minute, with the leader not due in for another 5 laps at the end of this one. So he's stretching that fuel advantage that he's got. So as we're starting the pit stops now, let's quickly do a quick run through. Valmeyer leads by 32 seconds. Farber has pitted, so Briand will go through. No, actually might not make it before he gets out. So it was Valmeyer, Farber, Briand, red line orange, red line red, Mivano, Sim Racing, Rosso in the IMSA GTE class. Williams Esports, Lasse back ahead of Corver, 35 seconds. Corver is massively off strategy, isn't it? Because they're due in any time soon. They've done 41 laps, and I haven't quite worked out yet where